Excuse me. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, gals and pals, holes and poles. Welcome back. It is the middle of the night. I was going to stream earlier. I was going to stream some Resident Evil Village or Resident Evil 8. I always can't remember if it's 7 or 8, Biohazard or Village. Um, but I wasn't feeling well. I had a migraine, so took a shower and putted around at my place. It's probably because I got like some sinus stuff going on. I've always had bad sinus issues, so took a decongestant and some Tylenol and stuff. And after puttering around for a couple hours, I went back to bed, hoping I would sleep through the night, and woke up at it's about 5 a.m. now. So we are going to just work on the event plane, and we'll knock that out. Probably going to be playing for the next 4 or 5 hours. Hopefully, we'll get most of it done. I've played a little bit here. We got about 6,000 points of the 45,000 we need. Played about 3-4 games. So yeah, I just want to make sure that the stream
to try and find a place where
sorry, not the stream. The video comes through. Yep, sounds like it. All right, we're going to be watching, first of all, we're going to be watching Timcast, watching some news. It seems like there was an incident near Cuba where a speedboat, the Cuba National Guard, or their Sea Guard, whatever it's called, the Coast Guard, shot at a boat, killed some people. So far, we're not sure if it was just like U.S. citizens or anything yet. They're still figuring it out, I guess. There might be a chance, like just because of like where it is and stuff, there might be a chance it's drug runners, or maybe somebody was smuggling people. Don't know yet, so I'm not like going to freak out about it yet until we find out. Maybe it was a bunch of drunk U.S. citizens, but I don't trust the Cuban Coast Guard. But they said that they pulled up on them, and then the U.S. speedboat shot at them first. So if it's true, that makes it sound like there's a better chance that it's especially if they were like if it says like Policia or something on the Coast Guard or Policia on the side, this is a good chance it's more likely drug runners or smugglers or somebody. It was registered as a Florida boat, so it wasn't like a non-registered boat coming from America. So like I said, I'm gonna wait until figure it out. Apparently Rubio's checking in on it. If it was U.S. citizens, even if they fired on them, I'm gonna be pissed if they just killed 4 U.S. citizens. Like, I think that'd be like, we invade. If we find out it was just 4 U.S. citizens, like let's say it was, even if they were drunk, whatever, and the Coast Guard and I don't know how far they were into Cuban national water. Like, I don't know how far into waters, like how close it was to national water, like free waters and stuff. But I guess we'll find out. But that sounds like something like, even if they were drunk, and let's just say it was. Let's say it's the worst case. American citizens, drunk or whatever, and they thought they were being attacked or something, right? Maybe they thought they were in national waters, and so they thought they were going to defend themselves or something, right? And then they shoot 4 citizens, and apparently there was 6 others injured. Don't know how injured. It could just be scrapes and bruises. There could be I don't know. But if that's true, if that's the worst case scenario, that sounds like Cuba doesn't get away with that. That's like full on invasion territory. Best case scenario, like it's some bad, like if it is drug runners and stuff or whatever, and it's like, okay, yeah, Cuba can shoot up. I don't care if they're Americans or not. Cuba can shoot up some drug runners or people smuggling stuff or whatever. Especially even if they're smuggling stuff into Cuba, it's not like I'm going to be like, hey, Americans get to smuggle bad stuff into Cuba. But, so if they're bad guys, I don't care. If they're Americans, just American citizens thinking that they weren't, like, because it could have been, it's water. They might not have been in close. They might have been drunk. This is why you don't drink. But, that's why I'm still waiting on the situation to be like, find out what it was. It happened not yesterday. It happened the day before yesterday. So, waiting for an announcement. Other than that, I watched the rest of this Trump's inauguration, Trump's presidential speech stuff off stream, and it was pretty good. There's still things, obviously, I think we need to focus on. Like, they won't even talk about, like, he talks about the Somalian issues in Minnesota, but, like, not a lot of the other Muslim stuff. Talked a little bit about New York's issues, but I feel like we need to focus more on some of that stuff. But I mean, there is a lot of good things amongst the hubbub. It's crazy how I don't want to say, I don't know if in the it's not like just in my lifetime we've not been farther apart or at each other's heads as much in my lifetime. I was born in 91, so it's definitely like through the 90s and early 2000s, other than 9/11, things felt great. Like, I didn't have to live through the 70s, which were very violent. 80s and stuff were very drug addled too, and like 70s and 80s were hard economic times and a lot of drug stuff going on. So 90s were very relatively peaceful and great, and like there was felt like, especially for like young kids and stuff, it felt like there was no racial stuff, like no racial issues. TV shows are amazing, great. Like, we had so many banging TV shows as kids, and great movies were coming out, and like we were like in like the 90s, like everyone, like there was great stuff in the 80s too, don't get me wrong, but like we got like Lord of the Rings, and whether you like it or not, like some, the prequels, there was some great stuff in the prequels, but there was a lot of great movies and stuff in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000 kind of time period. But like a lot of that distracted from, like, even like with 9/11, like a lot we had like our downs, but there was also an enemy outside of America which united a lot of America. So it's just weird how we're the enemy within versus the enemy without. So there, and the other thing too is like we need the entertainment back. We need great entertainment. We need Hollywood. Problem is Hollywood's so left, but we need like video games, entertainment, TV. We need something to unify us all together. The problem is it's all streaming and stuff nowadays, and it's like we don't have like the weekly TV show like Star Trek or just anything like right, or like Game of Thrones. Like we saw that with Game of Thrones a while ago, for almost 10 years, like between in the aughts, like I don't know if that's right, but like 2010 through 2020, that really helped people kind of unify. And maybe that like during COVID, and that's after COVID, and like no more that everyone could kind of unify around that, and like how much they love that. We need something else like that to help us like both be distracted but unify our love around, and like be like, okay, we're done with this other crap. We're done with this bullshit. We don't want to deal with racial issues. We want to do this. We just want to like watch TV. We want to hang out. We want to talk about how much we love these things. But there really isn't for the last 5 years. It really feels like there's been nothing that's just like amazing. So, and it kind of feels like where we used to have bangers and bangers and bangers back in the 80s. We had banger movies, summer movies after summer movie, like just all that stuff. And then TV shows, like there was great TV shows like Star Trek going through the 80s and 90s. And there was a lot of other stuff too. Like Star Trek was my big ones. Great comedies and stuff on day TV, Frasier and Seinfeld and Friends and a whole bunch of stuff. But like, it feels like we really need that re-innovate. Like we need that again. sucks. All right, my brain. I am gonna be a little like. My brain's gonna be a little burnt. Just heads up, because I'm just notice that I'm waking up. I'm still tired, but all right. Yeah, I'm playing a little bit of 4.3. What is it? Is it 5.0? 4.7, I guess. I just am not in the mood for higher rank stuff at the moment. Am I getting max rank 4 through 6? It's rank 3. So let's just let's get stuff where we get max research out of it. Yeah. Let's do that.
Within the city of Chicago, and they couldn't. So that's why.
Apparently-
that's why I think we're down to the
Chicago's
question of whether
in the
they're going to
Bears.
build in Arlington Heights or they're going to build something in the state of Indiana. He said it's very hard to find in a dense city, a dense city like the city of Chicago. He said, "This is." I remember when the Redskins lost their name, they lost their mascot and they lost their logo, and we mocked it. But I didn't feel for it.
Yeah.
I did, but I did
That's different. That
immediately
was just-
buy Redskins Ziploc bags. I went on Amazon.
They're
and I
probably
said,
worth a fortune now.
yeah, now $2,000 Ziploc bags, and they're currently locked away in a vault. I'm not joking; they are protected. And I still see people wearing the Redskins.
That's different.
But it's the
Redskins are still in
Commanders, and they have a
Washington, though,
war
aren't they?
pig for their
I hate the
mascot.
Commanders. I liked the Washington football team. I thought that was more American. I like that.
I think it's better than the Commanders.
I'll trade you 3 Aunt Jemimas for 1 Redskin.
I miss Aunt Jemima too. The Aunt Jemima thing really pissed me off as well. You know why? When I saw that box with Aunt Jemima on it, it gave me a warm, fuzzy feeling inside. From when I was a kid, we always had a box of Aunt Jemima. We sometimes had
love
Mrs.
Bubby.
Butterworth's, but I would make the pancakes. I'd mix it with the milk or whatever. And my view of Aunt Jemima was not that she was.
Happiness. It was not racial and slavery.
They tell us we're supposed to feel like she was our slave making our breakfast. I was like, I kind of just viewed it as a nice old lady that.
Old lady aunt. that-
Mom was
yeah,
the slave
made it
making the
better.
breakfast.
Exactly. My white mother.
Right?
Guys, they have torn down our statues.
No, it's so sad
Yeah.
about the Bears, bro. You guys have sucked for so long, and you finally
Get
get
the
this
playoffs,
kid,
right?
bro. You finally get this kid, this team, this tight end, and you finally got a good team. And they're like, yeah, let's get out of here.
It's just like, yeah, it's
Let's
fine.
blow this popsicle
We
stand.
had the 80s, and this is when I'm growing up with SNL and Ditka and Dub Bears. And so
Beat
this,
the Patriots in the 80s.
hey, look at that.
Yeah.
And so let me tell you guys. Because I'm ready to I'm going nuclear. I remember when they tore down the statue of Jefferson. I remember when they tore down the statue of Columbus. I remember when they tore down the statue of Frederick Douglass. He was a slave.
I was about to say, wasn't he black?
He got his freedom. He fought slavery, and they tore it down because every argument the radical left makes
where we
is
going
not
here?
actually the argument. They hate this country. They want to destroy our history and burn it to the ground. And what I see with Illinois and Chicago is, admittedly, okay, I'm gonna be logical for you guys. Not the most egregious thing you can do, like literally tearing down Jefferson is. But in my heart, taking Chicago out of the
pass me out?
Bears
Will you pass me
is
out?
like igniting.
No.
It's like ripping the souls out of a generation and smashing it with the hammer.
Like taking New York out of the Yankees. It makes no sense.
And this is what the Democrats do. They invite people into our cities who are not from here under the guise of multiculturalism. And then one day we find ourselves up for a vote.
Jeez, why is everybody
Do
passing
we
me
want
up?
to
Just gonna look
cut a
around.
tax break for the Chicago Bears and grant them money so they can have a stadium and be our team? And what happens? The city and the state say,
No.
nah.
And they're finally good, too. I can understand.
Finally
if
good.
They all
Yeah.
passed
If they
me up.
suck,
That's
screw
right.
it. Get them out of here. But they're good, man.
Even if they suck.
What do
the
Democrats
Cubs?
truly want? Like you just said, they hate
Just
America and
let it
everything.
land. It's
Okay,
right
so
here.
Well-
if you have it your way, if you have everything your way and everything you want, what is America? If they get what they want.
I don't think it's that the Democrats. I wouldn't necessarily say the Democrats.
Liberals.
Right. The argument is there is a faction, a political faction in this country that hates this country, views it as evil, and wants to destroy it. Much of this is guided by manipulations and propaganda from overt communists and socialists who literally want to destroy our economic system
I
and
always
create a
wonder those little
communist system.
circle things on the top.
They
Is that part of
use
the
these
radio?
arguments like racism as a vehicle to trick
Like the
people into
antenna.
voting against their interests. So Democrats as politicians, they're just, like the Democratic
Lead some
Party I would
energy
describe
here.
as basically just like if you took 200 Candace Owens and told them to go campaign. They're going to just spread around like nasty little NPC
Wildfire.
and go into each campaign
If I pull
district and
throttle
just
all the
say
way
whatever
back,
needs to be said
shouldn't
to get the votes.
Shouldn't the propeller
Conservatives,
stop?
unfortunately, keep fighting.
That's
Like
not how it
Thomas
works.
Massey's fighting with the Republicans and the Epstein stuff, and they're always going at each other. The Democrats, to a certain degree, sometimes do this
gotta
with circular
forward.
firing squads, but they largely march in
I'm not gonna
lockstep.
face
But is
plant.
there any precedent for communism working? So why do you
No.
want? So then what the? Why?
If
do
at first you
want
don't succeed,
something?
try again.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a
Why?
good
Because
point.
America is irredeemably bad because of our
Because they're
history, is what
stupid.
roughly they would say. They would say that we were founded by white supremacist slave owners, and there's no way to
Communis-
reform a
communism
broken
has
system
never
like
worked.
this.
It never
Our
works. It
police
always
department is
ends up in
irredeemably
some,
racist. Therefore, we need to
like,
completely abolish. There is no reforming.
retard
Same with
controlling
our
everything
DHS and
and,
ICE and Border Patrol
like,
and stuff like that.
couple
That's what
guys,
they would argue. So
you know,
it's
there's a couple
complete
people at top,
abolishment.
like,
and then what
being
would replace it?
lavishly,
Probably some People's Republic of retards and some socialist thing that they
lavishing
just
over the
scrambled
other,
together.
Now,
Well,
you know,
that
all
is
poor people,
that is
and
the
it's like-
ideology, though. It
But
truly is that
but idiots
we are
are like, oh, we can do it.
irredeemably
Every-
white
Yeah.
supremacist
Yeah, you
and
can't-
founded.
idiots
can't come back.
Not only
Yeah.
that, the Bill of Rights is not,
Communism is a
humanistic,
good
or maybe
either
you
or
want to call
thing
them
that
Christian
can work.
principles, but like beyond that, that they are fundamentally white supremacist.
No, but look, they don't actually believe that. They're
That's what
just.
many argue. That's what the
All right,
left
but hold on.
argues.
If you actually talk to any prominent organizer on the left, I don't mean prominent as in they're famous, they will outright tell you they don't think it's white supremacy, but it's a vehicle by which stupid people
And get
react.
votes.
Yeah, that's because postmodernism has taken over the left, and it's all about
point.
power.
Also-
So, ever since the '60s,
I saw I watched Cod My Man play the
fall
VR,
of the Soviet Union was a big
War
deal, right? So it
Aces
used to be
or
that
War Thunder Aces
vulgar
or something
Marxism
like
was going to
that.
be, which is like economic Marxism, the classes, money
Well, they don't even
class,
move
the
their
property
thumbs
owners
into
versus the
position to
bourgeoisie,
shoot.
the
That's
the working people. I'm sorry, work versus the working people. And then when the Soviet Union proved that it didn't, that
but
it
it's
didn't work. And capitalism
VR.
kind of made it clear
It's a VR.
that
It
even the
focuses on the
workers
World War
could
I
have
and
a
II
good
vehicles.
life.
I don't know
Then you
if
had
they
people
had
like
anything
Herbert
else, but-
Marcuse saying, "Oh, hey, look, this is all
it's
false
a
consciousness.
VR.
You believe
Yeah, it
that
looks
you're
really
free.
good,
You
but
believe that you have a good life,
all just
but you
VR,
don't really."
so,
And so what they
you
did
know,
is they said, "Well, we have to
can't play
find
outside
a
VR.
new place to find the revolutionary
everyone's
energy,"
forced,
and that's when they
forcing
went
the
into the
first
race
person,
communism. So they said basically it turned into racial stuff.
I mean, but what
That-
I've learned
it looks
about
really
race
fun.
from slavery and everything was
I would
that
love something
first
like
of all,
that.
blacks were not the only
Just
slaves.
obviously have to
And
pay
First
more
slave
money,
owner was
but-
black.
well, exactly, and they sold themselves.
In our country, to be fair, they were disproportionately black.
They were.
But only when you had a massive amount of property did you have true slaves. I heard that it was a lot like regular people that they kind of were part of the family. Like, you had a slave. For real. You had a slave that.
There was a word for that, but we don't say that.
Oh, yeah.
So well, hold on. But there's a lot that liberals don't know about slavery. They think, like, when you ask a liberal to describe slavery, what are they going to tell you? Black men in the field being beaten with a whip. It's like, okay, how about a man in a suit in a store making shoes? That was also slavery.
Even in my liberal college classes, when we did American history, they made us watch this video of an interview from probably the 60s or 70s with one of the last living slaves who was still, around. And he said, well, I remember it wasn't that bad. And I'm like,
Wait, what?
Oh, God.
Well, the thing is, the North was as racist could be. I mean, come on, we had the Civil Rights era 100 years later. Right. And the South, it was around 3% of people who owned slaves. So the Civil War, 3%, because it was wealthy. It was like big companies. You know what I mean? Like, how many people own an Amazon warehouse, like or like a distribution warehouse? It's like not that many relatively. So how many people need 100 workers working for cheap?
Yeah.
The other thing is, they never really ask themselves these questions of like, how did slaves buy their own freedom? Because the origin of slavery was that there was an indentured servant to a black man who could not pay off the debt, no matter how much, like a lifetime of work would not pay off the money owed. So a court ruled he would remain indentured for life, which created de facto slavery. And then, of course, certainly people were bought and sold. All of that was miserably bad, but it was much more complex than you'll get from the average left. So there were circumstances. So then the question I asked a long time ago, hey, how did people buy their own slavery? It doesn't make sense. You're a slave. Oh, well, they were allowed to make money. Okay, well, so how did it work? Slaves answered to the slave owner, and the slave owner just defined the parameters by which the slave could do things. That is, there were many slaves where the slave owner would be like, I need you to, like, be a shoemaker, right? We're going to make 10 pairs of shoes. And then the slave would be like, well, what if I do 12? And he goes, hey, if you do 12, I'll give you some money. After the work you are supposed to do, if you're going to do more, we'll pay you. That happened in some circumstances.
Some incentives.
They saved up, and then eventually one day said, all of that money you gave me, I saved. I want to be a free man. And they'd say, okay. And to be fair, often they go buy more slaves.
Yeah.
But it was possible. I think slavery was wrong, it's stupid, it's bad, all that stuff, obviously. But very few people actually owned slaves, and slavery was not all just people being beaten. Not that any of it was good.
I will say this also isn't unique to the United States. Many other countries have slaves, and some countries around the world still have literal slavery. A lot of Middle Eastern countries and North African countries are heavily involved in slavery. And then there's the de facto slavery and things like happening in the country like Qatar, where it's like literally slave labor, where these people have their passports and whatnot taken away from them. To go back to your original question, though, what was the left's or liberals' goal in the United States? And for the left, I do think it genuinely is to weaken the United States from inside, because they believe that many of our enemies are righteous. So I do think leftists and communists in our country do believe that, the CCP is righteous, that they do think China is good, and they look to them as a model. And of something that is good and just in the world. And then they look at us as evil and such. And a lot of their rhetoric actually comes from the CCP.
And these are people born in America.
Yep.
Yeah. You remember
self-loathing Americans.
You remember when
sort of suicidal empathy.
You know the BLM fist, right?
Yeah, of course.
That's the communist red salute.
Oh yeah.
It's like, imagine if people were walking around with swastikas, identical.
And now we changed it to like Green Lives Matters, but it's a swastika logo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the guy who killed Aaron Danielson it's the communist fist, and you'll see people walking down the street and they'll raise their fist and the fingers face out. That's the communist fist.
Or Black Panther, did they stand for communism?
Yes,
they were communists.
They were communists, and that's the communist fist.
Okay.
So the reason why you make a fist and you point the fingers forward is the ethos is the same as the fascists. The fascists had the fasces, which is a bundle of sticks bound together with a blade. It's a weapon.
I could have swore that was another word for that.
It's the same word.
Oh, F-A-G-S?
Yes. Fasces and faggot are the exact same word.
Yeah.
They're just different languages.
Okay.
Literally bundles of sticks wrapped together. They put a blade on it, and the argument was, we did this with the Simpsons joke where Martin he was like, alone we are like the weak twig, but together we form the mighty faggot. And it puts the sticks together, and so that's literally what fascists meant. The communists argued the exact same thing.
Fingers thing.
The fingers a finger alone is weak. The fingers together make a fist.
Yeah.
So that's why you're supposed to show your fist facing forward to show all the fingers together.
Apes strong together.
Indeed. So what you end up with is
such a great line. I get goosebumps when he says
economic instability in Europe. And then you get authoritarian traditionalists, fascists, and Nazis. They're distinct from each other, but similar. And the communists, which are internationalist, progressives that want to erase. The difference, people be like, you're a fascist, you're a communist. They're both authoritarian governmental structures where an authority tells you what you can or cannot do. You have no freedom.
What's the distinct differences?
So, when it comes to the Nazis and the fascists, functionally, economically, I'd argue we're splitting hairs. They're both authoritarian, but the communists want to erase your history, and they believe everyone's a blank slate who should be wearing a gray jumpsuit. The fascists, the Nazis are, my nation and my people are the best, and we should preserve our history and traditions.
What makes my grandmother call Trump a fascist? That makes me so angry.
Derangement syndrome.
Just ignorance. Like, if you
no
watch...
offense to your grandmother.
Well, she's Jewish, so you're allowed to offend her.
Wait, you are too?
Yeah.
What's the cross on your hand? It's a little bit...
Well, my mother's Christian. My father's side was not like practicing Jew, but Hungarian, Austria-Hungary. Like, we had people that got killed, so I rep it.
The saying we have is, I wish Trump was 10% of the fascist they claim he was. Maybe he would actually send in the police to stop all the rioting.
Yeah, like it makes me so angry. I literally want to punch her on the head.
Your grandmother.
I love her with all my
Come here,
heart.
Grandma.
I love her with all my heart, but she like what? Trump's a fascist.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Part of me
gra-
thinks your
I have
grandma would kick your ass.
grandparents that I felt the same
No,
way.
no, no.
It's like,
She'd take off the slipper and she'd be
You
hitting
say
her.
some
You'd be like,
stupid
stop,
thing,
Grandma,
it's
stop.
like,
handle me
punch
anymore. Maybe. But yeah, it makes me so angry. But she really does have
like modern day,
yes,
it's
bro,
like
sick.
talk
It's
about like
crazy.
the
It's
Democrats.
Nowadays,
Modern-
fascism is just it's a catch-all word for someone that's authoritarian.
They act like
say
today's
believe is
Democrats
authoritarian.
were-
They don't
I mean,
understand
Democrats are so
what
bad,
they don't
but they
understand
still act
any
like
of the
today's
tenets of
Democrats are
fascism.
like
They don't
90s
understand
Democrats or something.
that there's a difference between Nazis and fascists. Even though Nazis are fascists,
They just
not
believe
all
whatever they
fascists
see
are
on
Nazis.
CNN.
They don't. Any of the nuance is all gone. It's just bad person that I don't like that want that is pro-conservatives.
Fascism is the melding of the private and the public sector into one, like a company town.
One of the principal arguments was it's the lucrative
Company
merger
town.
of corporation and state.
They just had a big
And one of the
argument
reasons
about
people conflate the Italian fascists with the German Nazis was that while you'll hear a lot of people say that the Nazis were socialists, the National Socialist Party,
is it with these
the left will
dickheads?
argue they weren't actually socialists because it wasn't a command economy the way
you
they
don't have
want
an angle
communists
on
to
me,
be.
but you'll just
But
ram
the
my
structure of the German economy when the Nazis took over was, I would describe it the way our economy functioned from 2018 until like 2022, which is if you don't adhere to the cultural mandates,
Dog
we will
won't be
end your
alone.
company.
Keeps putting his head up
So
on my
that's why you
armrest
end
and
up with
staring
people
at me.
bending the knee. Everybody's scared to speak up.
Take you outside in
They
just a second,
fired
okay?
an executive from Netflix for explaining racial slurs.
Yes.
So you had this. The culture was, but aren't you against racism? During Nazi Germany was, you're not going to produce steel for the war effort. What are you doing? And you'd be canceled. So the difference with the communists,
Oh, you wouldn't be
they would be
canceled.
like,
You'd probably
here's your
be shot
book,
as a
here's what you're
traitor,
entitled
but-
to. And then it's like the
Little
state's
different,
doing
but-
it. The fascists were like, why won't you do what we demand of you? And then you'd have all these social pressures, which I think is to a degree scarier in some ways.
So the cancellation thing is more fascism.
Nazism.
Communism is more kick your door in and kind of kill you if you don't do
Like
it.
the
they kick
the
your door in
fascists and
and
the
kill
Nazis
you.
very, very similar in the general description. The fascists being the merger of corporation and state, where the state would basically go to the corporation and be like, "You're going to do what we want you to do." The Nazis basically did the same thing. The argument, however, was that it was cultural enforcement. Yeah. You don't want to be. There's that famous picture where everyone's doing the Nazi salute and the one guy's like this, and it was like, you don't want to be that guy. You are going to march with everybody in lockstep, or else
Why is he
you will
falling?
not work in this place. So it was more de facto, and that's pretty worrying. The thing about the communists
Still weird
is
that he was falling. He had
everyone
barely
was just
one wing
scared
missing, unless both
and
of
would
his
do
engines were gone.
right. So there's similarities. The principal differences I see was in both systems, the authoritarian state is going to make you do what they want you to do. You're only allowed to buy what they let you buy. There's limited degrees of freedom in certain areas.
The question is, do I
But
want more kills?
the
or do I wanna
communists'
go for-
argument is your history is bad, should be destroyed.
Just go for it.
And the fascists and the Nazis are like, our history is good and should be preserved.
Does North Korea entice you? It makes me. I am so interested in what goes
Of course.
on there and like how
My great grandfather is from where is now North Korea.
what do they have that they're making money? Like what are they exporting that finance is still going into that country? How have they not just ran out of
They're subsidized by China.
And they are starving.
Right. Yeah.
their people?
Their people are starving. And
Their economy is stagnant. They have that skyscraper in Pyongyang that never finished because they don't have the.
What goes on there? Is there any jobs? Is there like what?
Yeah. I think you'd be surprised that one of the
All right, I'll be
challenges
right
we have
back.
in North
My dog
Korea
needs
is
to
they
go
pretend
outside.
can village everything. The argument the North Koreans make is that it's
As
not
I
that they're
lowered my
tricking
chair,
us.
he
It's
dashed back over here. Outside. Oh, oh boy. All right, well, lay down. No, you're not getting my bagel. Lay down. Okay, he went out to the bathroom. I grabbed a bagel because I need something to eat.
That when a guest comes over, you dress in your finest and you present your best meal. You don't have them show up at the house a mess.
Yeah.
However, that means that for the most part, when we go there, we can't actually see how people are living. But largely farmers living farm lives. And the challenge is, there was one story I was told where a cow died. And you're not allowed to take the meat. The meat has to be taken by the state and distributed evenly. So if you have an animal on your property and you're a farmer and it dies, you can't
have
eat
the
it.
whole thing.
And it'll just spoil. And so what happens is, everyone joins the military. So there will be a young man from the area who will just come over and then he'll be like, uh-oh, it's tainted. I have no choice. And then the people come and take it and eat it. And then he reports that it was diseased meat and they couldn't take it. So they lie. So you'll breed a lot of corruption because people are starving and they don't like it.
His life like it makes me so baffled of like how
Part of it sounds awesome.
it really, he's a god and he believes he
Well,
is too. I don't think he.
Are you saying he's not? How do you know he's not?
Yeah, he doesn't poop before, according to Seth Rogen.
He went to school in Sweden. Here's what I would say about North Korea. You got to admit, as bad as it is, some of it, like the cultural cohesion, may be a little too extreme, but I'll take a little bit of that.
He likes Dennis Rodman. He likes Dennis Rodman.
That's
Dennis
true.
Rodman. And it's the only place on the planet that's still like that, right?
You know, they're
Do they like Dennis Rodman?
Well,
Yes.
here's I'll tell you this. You'll find a lot of these progressives in the United States love North Korea. And the reason why is when you ever see that map of North and South Korea
yeah.
where the lights are all off?
Oh, yes, where there's no electricity and yes.
Nighttime North.
South Korea's thriving, right? I mean, they got K-pop.
Yeah, they got, sure.
You're not getting my
So,
bagel.
world.
I'm going to pull up this image for you guys.
Cool
I have my
haircuts.
Check this out. People go, how's communism doing? And then here's South Korea and here's North Korea. But you know what?
Like, what is that?
But
How is that possible?
But here's the thing. When communists look at this, they say, I wish. Because do you know what that argument is? Nature.
Return to nature.
Yeah.
Return to nature.
That's what Mark said.
Exactly. The communist view
Shouldn't
is
have
like,
lights at nighttime. Yeah.
when we all look at this and say, wow, look how amazing China and South Korea is, the communists go, wow, look how amazing North Korea is.
You're not alienated.
No deep.
They have real nature. They have real wilds. There's not light pollution and noise pollution and smog everywhere, and they're closer to nature. Many of these communists, that's why you see the climate change stuff. They're like, y'all should be living in the woods like monkeys.
Now tell me this: how is South Korea not able to go take over North Korea? Why is
China.
But why does China want that?
There's a lot of arguments. China wants a buffer against U.S. colonial force. Like,
Which is South Korea?
so basically, what happens with the Korean War is China was with the North and the U.S. with the South, and they went back and forth, and then formed this
can also beat them.
the DMZ. And China's
They've got
attitude is like,
power
we
for
do
it.
not want the United States on our doorstep.
Even close to us.
Yeah, because they're going to be. I mean,
It's like having Cuba, you know.
exactly.
Cuba.
And
Right,
the United States,
baby.
we don't want to. We want to stop the spread of communism. Which, you know, it really is interesting, and I know a lot agrees with this. When I grew up hearing about the Vietnam War and all this stuff, it's painted in modern history as like this terrible, unjust thing that never should have happened. And while I do largely agree it was a mismanaged, botched thing, we used a false flag to enter it, I then go back and think, but isn't it good to stop the spread of communism? If the United States was facing imagine what would have happened if the U.S. did not win
You
the Cold
whining or
War.
did you fart?
We'd be surrounded on all
That's
fronts
weird sound.
by a unipolar communist Soviet force of people that are half starved and they're trying to steal our stuff, like a zombified planet. That's terrifying.
Think it would have gotten that far?
Yeah, absolutely. And but fortunately, the U.S. Well, to be honest, maybe not, because communism struggles. You know what I mean?
Going full circle, Tim is now sounding like a neocon because he's starting to defend the Korean War, and even though it was a very just cause to fight against the expansion of communism, you know,
Yeah, but my point is that I, of course, think it's.
which I do support too.
My point is that Vietnam was wrong. It was a failure of an operation.
Well, it was wrong or a failure.
And we were fighting communism.
The false flag,
My
the
aim
Gulf
was
of
only
Tonkin
better.
incident to get us involved in Vietnam is evil. Like, if the American people say we are not interested in this fight, you can't force them to do it. That is wrong. Sending by draft young men to go fight in a war they didn't understand under false pretexts is wrong. and it was a failed operation, flubbed miserably by terrible military leaders.
So I think we get to benefit from the hindsight. If shit hit the wall in Korea and North Korea just managed to completely take over, then all of that would also be true for Korea. So it's hard to you're kind of you're judging.
With Korea, I don't believe we staged a false flag to justify our occupation invasion.
No, it was because the North reinvaded. But even then, some people would say it would be unjust to use a draft to defend a foreign nation when we weren't being attacked ourselves in Korea. But I think still the Korean War was justified. If we had completely lost and South Korea never had been a thing, I think people would be saying the same thing about South Korea.
Well, fair point. Hindsight is 2020.
Yeah.
I think Vietnam certainly has its problems today, but things have cooled off quite a bit. I certainly think
stopping communism with the Vietnam War. That
was
what
the
our goal
attempt.
Was?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Is that working?
Well, not only
Well, I mean, to be honest, communism still exists in some form, but what China is some kind of I don't think it's fair to call China communism. It's there's the third way. Yeah, it's like right.
they definitely think of themselves as
The idea is the Chinese Communist Party said we need to allow certain forms of economics, but we need to maintain absolute authority. So they'll let people file to open a business and try it out. But if you get to a certain size, the Chinese Communist Party gets an office in your building to make sure you're operating under their purview.
Well, there's no free speech laws, there's no property rights, there's no freedom of religion. In my eyes, that's still no freedom of religion, and in my eyes, that ascribes that's communism. And they're actually abusing Muslims with genocide in Xinjiang in the West because they want to assimilate all of the Chinese. And
the issue that I think many people on the right in this country have with China is the function of their ideology. Let me clarify that. The ideology they have, not the function of their governments. Meaning, if you had a United States that operated similarly under a Christian nationalist structure, many Americans on the right would completely agree with it. If the argument was, run your business, do what you want, when you get to a certain size, you're going to have, an ideological minder, but it's to the betterment of the Christian ideals, many people on the right would be like, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, and that sounds exactly like China, but
right. The point is, if you replace the ideology of China with Christianity,
a
lot of Christians be in favor of it.
I wouldn't be like, oh, you have to have an ideological Christian minder
Honestly,
in the company.
I would. That's not.
What say you, sir? Orthodox.
How do you mean that? I mean,
so let's say you had a country, and the government was Christian. They allowed people to live and work. You can open a business, but everything is going to be under Christian doctrine, administered by the state, the Christian state. And they did things like Muslims were heavily restricted and not allowed, things like that. My point is, right, my point was, China's doing a lot of things that, again, I'll be specific, like with the with Muslims being, what's the difference?
They see them as proxy forces from the West, right? I'm not
right.
for this, but I'm saying
China does.
Yeah. So Islam, what's the weird sect?
I wouldn't put Muslims in concentration camps and cut out their uteruses.
Tibet Project with the Dalai Lama.
Uteruses and allow my people
Wait, you
to
don't actually
them
believe that? You think
have
that's
Chinese
just what
children,
the
like
CCP
American
calls
children,
them? Or do you think it's legitimately?
No, I think those.
I
are
would
all
just kick them out of my country.
Project.
So anything that is threatening to the CCP is what? Therefore, a CIA-backed project?
I'm
Because these are
saying-
all just separatists who are
No, I'm saying.
who don't want to be assimilated.
Well, in the case of like the Falun Gong, they may not be directly run by the CIA, but they
They're benefited by.
They would be supported by the West as something.
Sure.
against.
USAID
Like in
probably.
the case of Free Tibet, that actually was a CIA project, and the Dalai Lama has worked with the CIA. That's,
Let me put it like this. So they've got they've got the Uyghur Muslim camps, right?
yeah.
And they say, well, no, these are just prisoners. And the West argues they're people being oppressed. The stories that we get are
you
horrifying.
don't cut out
If
prisoners.
you were,
like
my
you don't
point
give them
is,
hysterectomies. You
if
don't
the
rape
ideology
prisoners,
of China was purely
not
Christian,
just prisoners. You don't sell
and
prisoners.
it was like
organs.
a Christian nationalist country, and the perspective of the people was, we have arrested Muslim criminals. Like again, I'm clarifying from what the West is saying about what they're doing versus what they say they're doing. My point.
Like this is a complete apples to oranges comparison. We have a group in America that threatens to invade, take over, forcefully change against basically the people's will, like our will. What we would do, because like Islam is a problem. I would agree with the Chinese. No, they would see it as a CIA front, but they would say it's the group, the ideology, the people here are a problem. Sure. I don't say put them in concentration camps, sell their organs, rape their women, and all that kind of stuff. I would say just kick them out of your country. I would just say, be like, all of you, like, I would just do I would just kick them out of your country. I don't care if they were born in that, whatever, the Xinjiang or Xinjiang, if that's the right province or whatever. It would just be like, your ideology doesn't work. You're like, it doesn't mix with the Chinese culture as it doesn't mix with the American culture. Like, let's just be honest. Islam doesn't mix with most any other culture or ideology. It is like a locust. It is a plague of locusts. It comes to swarm, control, and overtake. So it can't go into another country. Like, the people can't go into another country. The individuals might be able to, but you can't allow them to take a foothold. So, but we don't put them in concentration camps. We don't cut out their organs. We don't allow the soldiers to rape and impregnate them to forcefully, to specifically forcefully have, our ethnicity's children, right? They force the Uyghur Muslim women to marry Chinese men. They can only marry Chinese men, or they force them into marriages and force them to have children, or they get in the prisons. They get raped by the Chinese soldiers in order to very specifically, if they don't give them hysterectomy, so they can't have children. Like, yeah, they do terrible things to these people. I don't say. I wouldn't be doing that. I would be like, you can go here. Here's a plane ticket, or I would kick them out. And here's a plane ticket. Go to any Muslim country you want. I mean, like, there's a whole bunch of Muslim countries just to the west of China, and I'm like, you could probably, like, I don't know how many millions there are, but you could probably do something. What they're doing is just completely immoral. Like, I don't think the Christian morals you should do. I wouldn't just say wipe out all Muslims. I think as an ideology, it definitely should, but I don't think, like, we should just put all Muslims to the sword. If they won't leave us alone, that's different. If they're going to attack and kill us, but if all Muslims to retreat to their countries and leave us alone, then I would just leave them alone. But if they were to, so it's just. It's not even a comparison. It's not even comparable. Like the Chinese, no, it's not even comparable.
Is, if in the United States we had a Christian nationalist government and many extremist Muslims were arrested and put into prisons, people on the right would be like, yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Sure, there are other things.
That's not what they do in China.
Some Christians would argue is antithetical.
I would say probably 80 to 90% of the million Uyghurs in jail, at the very least, in the concentration camps.
I think so.
Have done nothing wrong other than be Uyghurs.
Is that what you're saying? Just putting them in, because
no, I mean, like, Muslims specifically. Like, I believe there are many Christians that would have no problem if the government said, look, this is a criminal who committed a crime. Right. Mm-hmm. We are putting them in prison.
They call them terrorists as well.
Yeah, that's my point. So we look at what they're doing
as a Chinese party
with these camps with Muslims, and we're like, that's horrifying and wrong. Right. If it was our government, they would be justifying it in a way that people would be like, well, I trust my government.
Yeah.
This is the same reason they have a state-controlled Catholic Church, because they don't want the normal. Yeah, they have a state-run Catholic Church, so they don't want the normal Catholic Church because they believe that it would be a tool for espionage.
Yeah. And aren't they forced to actually believe certain, like, Confucius or Buddhist? Yeah. Right.
I want to follow up on something you said, Jay. It's not that I think. I'm trying to understand. You legitimately think that all Tibetans that believe in separatism are all the Muslims?
No. That's not what he said.
All right. It's just because I believe.
And he's right.
No, I'm saying
What?
the Free Tibet movement, all the way back in the 1970s. LA Times
yeah.
first
No,
reported on
really
this,
not.
that it was supported by CIA money, and then it was just recently declassified that the CIA was involved in the Free Tibet project.
Sure.
Just as a buffer against the CCP.
And this is the U.S. soft power, where
Exactly.
USAID, largely what they were doing was providing aid to NGOs, but it was for the goal of destabilizing.
Sure. I think we have common
I'm not
interests.
pro-CCP.
I think we have common interests with these
Correct.
groups. I don't think that inherently makes them CIA, though. And I feel like
Well, in the
some
case of
people
Donald-
on the left would just use that blanket term.
Well,
Well,
let-
anybody who has similar end goals as us. So again,
GCP.
we
Yes,
might
I'm
want to
pretty- I'm
see
pretty
parts
sure-
of Tibet break off because we
Right.
don't
Pretty
believe
sure
that's a
there's plenty of
legitimate part,
Tibetans
or we
that
would like
wanted
to
the
see
CIA
Taiwan
help
remain
them and
independent.
whatever.
But some people would imply
And
that
there might have been some
they are
CIA like-
CIA just because they have similar interests.
No, in the case of the Dalai Lama, this is declassified, but also this was a relationship going all the way back to the Nazis, right? He was actually, when it looked like the Nazis might win, there was those famous meetings with the Dalai Lama and the SS because they were trying to curry favor with him, establish a relationship, because the Nazis also were concerned with that geostrategic location, like you're talking about earlier with Cuba relations to the United States, Taiwan with China, well, Tibet as well, right? Because it's kind of like Ukraine. If you can break Ukraine off, which Hitler wanted to do that too when he wanted Ukraine. That's a buffer against Russia. So a lot of it's just geostrategy. I'm not pro CCP. I'm just saying that I think that's that's just geopolitics.
Before we go to the chat, so just let me ask you: would you be in favor of a U.S. government that its basis for its laws was Christianity?
You would have to have the majority of the population accepting something like Orthodox Christianity before anything like that would even be sensible. I mean,
Sure.
The last time there was something like this was like 1800s Russia, where you had a symphonia relationship of the Byzantine two-headed eagle is the model. So you have church and state; they worked in symphony. But you don't try to.
I just more so mean, like, is it a desirable outcome that the people of the United States all agree on Orthodox Christian?
Ultimately, but I mean, if that happened, that'd be like 200 years away.
Sure. I'm just curious on
Yes.
if the end result was you had government that would go in, they'd say prayer, they would, have discussions with religious leaders on does it make sense to implement a certain law,
Yeah, there would be a close relationship. There'd be two spheres, but there'd be a close relationship.
but just it is desirable. Because I asked this in all sincerity. Like, I
would
think
argue that, yep.
I think most people would argue that their religion is the way in which their country should be.
Sure.
I think so too. I would argue that as
Tim Cast or Tim Colt?
no cult. My argument is the function of Christianity is superior to everything else we have seen throughout history, and that the United States would benefit from actually having Christianity in its government, as it did historically
This thing can
until
dive.
we started to pull it out. Liberals don't know history.
Wings are flapping.
And so one thing that I've talked about quite a bit.
Oh,
you know,
damn, they got me.
I grew up Catholic, and ultimately just left the church.
Oh, I
and then
missed. I
Became
just
like an
shot.
angsty teenage atheist, but then kind of realized I was wrong. And I remember reading about
I
Black
had my
Swan's
engine
formulation,
already. I wasn't gonna make it back.
which
so.
is it is better that 10 guilty persons escape than one innocent person suffer. And I thought, man, what a beautiful thing, right? And then Benjamin Franklin said it's actually better that 100 guilty persons escape than one innocent person suffer. And I said, yeah, but why? I mean, like, if you got a rapist running around, and you're like, we're gonna have 10 rapists running around, just so that one is aren't there sacrifices? So I decided to read into it, and like, why did Blackstone say this? The Bible. It's rooted in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. If there is but one righteous man, I will not destroy this city. And the legal framework by which the U.S. operates for its innocent until proven guilty is quite literally from the Bible. And I believe it is logically and mathematically correct. And this is my argument about my worldview on private rights, is that we can actually mathematically map out why Christianity is correct. And that is, the Founding Fathers argued, if you take the religion out of it, you can go very simple and say, this is what God wills of us. It is better that, if there's but one righteous man, we do not condemn, right? However, how does that translate to a functioning society? The Founding Fathers said, if you tell a man, regardless of his innocence, we will punish you just in case, you have created an incentive for a man to be derelict. You will tell the person, why bother being righteous and moral if we're going to harm you no matter what you do? In fact, the incentive then is if I'm going to be in prison unjustly, I might as well try and get what I can while I'm at it.
Yeah.
So they ultimately, logically came together and said, then in fact it quite does make sense that we should tell the people, even if a guilty person escapes, we are going to make sure the innocent, the burden will be on the government. And I believe that is the righteous thing and the just thing. It also completely adheres to the Bible and the perspective on, it
More
was Sodom
importantly,
and Gomorrah.
adheres to
But it also makes
trying
complete
to make
sense
sure
when
the
you
right
watch how
person
things
gets
are.
punished.
And when you take a look
Rather
at what the
than-
left is doing,
rather than
releasing
just grabbing
criminals
somebody and
intentionally,
punishing that person,
it
whether they're
is,
guilty or not.
I believe, anarcho-tyranny.
I mean, that's
They
just
want to
another
create violence and
factor into it.
instability, but it also, I believe, is an attempt. I believe largely what the left is doing is trying to destroy Christianity. It is what these communists have argued for quite a bit, and I think a lot of what they do, and maybe not as directly, but it's a way to say, see, your ethos doesn't work. We let these guilty people escape and crime has been miserable and everyone's upset. Maybe we shouldn't adhere to this. And you'll end up with an Otto von Bismarck where he said, it is better that 10 innocent people suffer than one guilty person escape. And what do you get with that? You get oppression, authoritarianism, command economies that ultimately collapse and everyone's pissed off.
In the French Revolution, they let the prisoners out to engage in and to be the front, the tip of the spear for the
Right.
revolution. That was
Indeed.
the revolutionaries were like Antifa, right? The revolutionaries.
What's going on now?
Exactly.
We're going to go to your chats and Rumble Rants, so smash the like button, share the show with every person you've ever met. Go through your phone book. I bet if you open your phone book right now, there's like 30 phone numbers. You can't even remember who they are. Just text them like, hey, here's the link to Timcast IRL. I'm kidding, man. That's a bad idea, but who knows? Don't text. You guys remember number neighbors?
Yes.
People would text a phone number, one number up or down from their phone number. So if like the last four of your number was like 9331, they would text 9330,
Oh, yes, yeah,
and they'd be like, I'm your number neighbor. Who are you?
In the phone book.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sounds like some boomer shit right here.
Oh, look, this guy's putting this.
Anyway, we're going to have that uncensored portion of the show over at
You don't get me now,
rumble.com/TimcastIRL,
say,
where we have a
not
special
sure.
treat for you that certainly can only be played on the uncensored show, and you will laugh. But you got to go to rumble.com/TimcastIRL at 10 p.m. to watch it. In the meantime, we're going to see what y'all have to say. All right, Jacob Hawley says, from what I understand, until the investigation is over, is that there are
Oh,
potentially
you got me.
drug traffickers trying to smuggle drugs in Caribbean. That is still unverified, but that's from the Cuban embassy. Agreed, and maybe that is the case. Maybe that is the
Cubans are so poor. I don't know how it would be so lucrative to smuggle
I was gonna
drugs
say that'd be
into
the
Cuba,
French- French IP was
case.
not
St. Miles
gonna
says
give
it's Gulf of America, Elad.
but oops.
It actually
No,
is.
it is.
Yeah,
It is.
it
That's
is.
a genuine mistake.
It's funny that
True.
like Trump just declared it, right?
Gulf of America.
That's what it is, right? Like Trump was like, "That's it from now on," and then they're like, "Okay."
Yeah, and everybody
you do
in
that
the Gulf
voice
needs
really good.
Oh, I don't know.
You do it really good, his voice.
I could probably do it better if I try. We're just goofing off. All right, what do we got? This Alex says, "Hello, Tim and crew. Continuing with the tradition, I'm in the hospital with my beautiful wife, and we are welcoming our third and fourth children,
There you go.
Helen and Quinn, into the
Congratulations.
world. Stay salty, Patriots."
Awesome to hear.
All right.
Congratulations.
like Tim Kest fans that the only
Alan
ones
and
having
Quince.
Yeah.
Omega Resetsu says, classical liberalism is not left. Also, Tim, economics are not attached to the XY axis. There is a third axis that is ignored. X equals morality, Y equals authority, Z equals econ. I think we're both going to agree he's wrong. There's a bunch of, so left and right is, the challenge with a lot of these ideologies is how you define them in different contexts. For a while in the 2000s, many people defined left as lacking authority and right as more authority. But that doesn't necessarily, because that goes more to like the French Revolution vision of it. But it didn't make sense because then people started to define capitalistic economics as right wing and socialist as left wing, which created two distinct, and then a third left-right axis emerged of culture, where the right is traditionalist and the left is progressive. So you actually have a bunch of different left-right paradigms. That's why we have to try and figure out what they're on, and then three different right-wing branches, because like, you know, I always point out Dave Smith and Nick Fuentes have wildly different political ideologies, but they are both called right-wing by the media. And I'm like, that is not a good descriptor of what these views are. Whereas the left, you pretty much can nail it. Someone's a liberal, they're gonna believe the same thing as everybody else. And we actually, the data bores this out. there was a graph that we showed on the show a while ago where they had a social axis and an economic axis. So it was the further down you were, the more socialist economics, and the further left you were, the more. The further left you are was socialist economies, and the further down was progressive culturalism. And you found the Trump voter base was spread out evenly across the top, meaning you had the dirtbag left. They're more socialist, but they voted for Trump. On the bottom, everything was in a tight pocket of leftist ideology for culture and economics. So when you call the leftist a leftist, you can pretty much agree they're going to be for trans and the kids, they're going to be communist, they're going to be pro-war with Ukraine, whatever that stuff is. All right, what do we got here? Let's see. A lot of people weren't fans of the debate. Zez says, uncertainty principle says nothing can be known with absolute certainty. Certainty equals forbidden, nothing equals forbidden, therefore nothing equals certain. Give it up, y'all.
Well, is that certain?
Indeed, it's not.
Get into a debate with
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Is that absolute?
Kisham says UPS is trash. Got updated on my cast brew cold brew as delivered, but the note said it was damaged and discarded this morning. Oh, that is highly offensive.
Unreal.
We also have big news. New shipments of pool water are on the way. We are introducing pool water cans.
I was
Nice.
gonna say, can people actually get this? Because I think
We sold out.
it's
Yeah.
a phenomenal idea. And I was like,
Shout
I
out to
wonder if he
Andy.
actually sends and sells this, and that's
We
how
were.
it tastes.
Where's the endorsement?
It tastes exactly like chlorine water.
No.
No, it tastes like 100% Artisan water.
Yeah, it's artesian Virginia water. It's effectively it's an aquifer in Virginia. It's basically the same water that we drink out here, and it's pure, filtered, delicious with all the good stuff in it.
No.
And we made it as a gag because I was beefing with Liquid Death over the plastic contents of their cans, for which Liquid Death has plastic in their cans.
I don't like Liquid Death.
There's plastic in their cans, and so they say that's the plastic, but I'm like, hey yo, there's plastic in your cans. And the argument was, yeah, well, there's more plastic in a bottle because the cap has plastic in it. I'm like, yeah, that's fine. Just say that. And then we got this whole beef. So then I was like, why don't we launch our own water? And he goes, pool water.
What caused my
And we all
airplane?
laughed. We were like, that's great. That's a great idea.
What caused
So
my
we did it.
airplane to start doing that?
And we've got
makes
Pool
no
Water
sense.
is going to be available soon at Casper.com. We're going to do cans as well. And there's actually one simple reason we do it. We actually buy a bunch of water bottles for guests. And so we were like,
Why the hell are we giving them?
we'll just do our own, you know? Like, the left made fun of Trump for having Trump water.
I don't know.
This is what the left never understood. It's so annoying. They'd be like, Donald Trump's Trump steaks failed, and Trump magazine failed, and Trump water failed. And then you go to a resort, and what do they have? Trump steaks, Trump water, and Trump magazine. And I'm like, these people don't get it. Trump branded products are internally manufactured products for his facilities. Like McDonald's makes their own mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Trump has resorts.
Doesn't need you to buy them.
Instead of, like, so here's the thing. Trump probably went, how much does it cost us to get a steak to serve at one of our, to a customer? And they're like, it's going to cost you $10. Okay, and why? And they're like, well, we order it from Steak Co. He was like, oh, okay. What if we make it ourselves? It's $7. So we can save $3 a steak if we do it ourselves. We'll do it ourselves. Yeah. And so that's why he has Trump water. That's why he's got Trump.
Oh, I
magazine
should
and all
add
stuff.
that.
I was when Trump was running, I worked for Fusion,
my
this
tail now.
leftist rag,
Yeah.
and they were talking about
I cannot
how
turn
Trump
this
water was gone. And then I go to Trump Doral, which is literally down the street from Fusion's office, and there's bottles of Trump water. And right next to it is Trump magazine. And I was like, I'm so confused. Why are they lying? It's the stupidest thing ever. It's just what they do.
'Cause they don't like Donald Trump. That's it.
All right.
I fucked up. I should've-
Shador says, Tim, you got to have Tiki
Should've
history
had
on
it
culture
twice,
where to explain the
and it fucked
proper
up.
differences of socialism,
I'm
communism,
dead.
capitalism, and fascism. Sure, but I would also say everybody argues, even academics. I think I've read like 4 different academic papers on the definition of fascism, for which one of the most common is the lucrative merger of corporation and state. Then you'll get others that argue, well, technically, you'll get some people saying the Nazis were socialist and self-described. And then
Stupid.
you'll get other academics being like, well, actually.
Twice I should have
And
had
then
it.
you get people saying the USSR, no, they weren't real communism. And
Exactly.
the CCP, they call themselves communist, are communist in every way, but occasionally have some free market aspects. So, no, they're not really communist either.
It is possible to have socialism that's not Marxist socialism. I mean, socialism kind of started in the French Revolution. Like Marxism and Marxist-Leninism is like what people think of as socialism, but it is possible to have socialism that's not.
To me, it's a distinction without a
Dude, where the
difference.
fuck? Spawn protection. I'm so
Well,
sick and tired
they
of
are
Spawn.
different.
I think socialism is
And the
ultimately
fact
trying to
that
lead
the
to
game
communism.
developers actually
So-
think it's
That's
a
a-
valid
Well, that's what communists
strategy.
said, the ultimate goal of socialism is communism. But I
Seriously, the
would
game-
say that if you're trying to make a distinction between the two, a
This
simple way
game
is that
and,
socialism defines
our
the economic system, and
Survival
communism is,
Evolved.
is
Two
is
games that
the
need to be
political
taken away.
infrastructure of it.
It's just busted
So
already.
I do
Two
agree
games
it's
that need to be
splitting
taken away
hairs.
from their.
I understand
their
Leninism
game
wanted to
developers.
use
It's like, just take the
vanguardism, and
fucking
they had
game
different
away
ways
from
that
the
they
current
hoped to
game
achieve
developers, give it
communism,
to
but
somebody else.
and then Maoism had a little bit differently, and then North Korea has their own strain of leftism,
You know-
Marxism, and it's all the same BS to me.
Here's how I can explain communism very easily to people, right? Because they're always like, how come we've never seen a real communist country? It's like, well, you have, because
It's like
there
they're doing.
is-
It's like everything. They're doing everything they can
reality.
to destroy their own product.
and there is fiction. Fiction is the
Aha,
idea
we've
that
created
you
genius.
can strip possessions from everybody, and then
Now
they'll all
let's
hold
ruin
hands and
it
sing
every way
songs
we
into the sun.
can.
Reality is, you do this, and then someone has to enforce it because everyone's pissed off and killing each other.
That was such a waste
If-
of free spawn.
If Tim Town was a company
Fuck it,
town,
it's gonna be game
Yeah.
over.
we'd be allowed to leave, or would we? What would?
You would be allowed to leave. In fact, you'd be encouraged. Like, it's the opposite. It's like, guys, I'm going to do whatever I can to make you get out.
You want everyone out, or just me?
Well, no, I want only the people who really want to be here to be here.
okay.
And so it should actually be kind of annoying to be here, but you're going to fight really hard to make it work, and that's how you know it's.
The real question is, are you going to let everybody in?
Are there
course
borders to Tim?
Tim Town.
There are going to be borders.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, no.
Sounds like how I want America to be.
But my plan is, it's the borders aren't so much you can't come in. It's when you come in, $20. Leaving's free.
That sounds pretty mafia to me.
This is how New York does it. This is how San Francisco does it. When you try to enter New York through the tunnels, you got to pay, was it $15 these days?
17.
17. And when you leave, it's free. And you know why they do that?
No, not anymore.
Well, it's free now.
They only charge you one way.
Maybe through Jersey. But in New York, like from Brooklyn to Staten Island, they split the toll.
Well, yeah, that's because that's still New York.
Yeah.
If you're leaving,
Yes, into Jersey. I mean, coming into New York, you only pay. When you
the reason they
leave,
do
don't
it is it creates net poverty outflow, meaning it's harder for poor people to enter the city and easy for them to leave.
Now, but what about Jersey though? Jersey doesn't get any cut of that.
They probably do. It's a port authority, so it's like it's split. But again, the idea, like San Francisco does the same thing. When you enter San Fran, you
gotta
got to pay, but when you leave, it's free.
Get the hell out.
Because the city's basically
Really
like,
shooting
let's
that.
make it easy for the poor to leave, make it hard for them to get in.
Yeah,
You know,
it's pretty smart.
unfortunately. All right, what do we got here? Tyrant says, just got VIP tickets for me, my wife, and friends to see All That Remains in Charleston.
Sick.
Super stoked.
Yeah.
Then Amen Amarth and Death Clock.
Nice.
Then Creator. Ooh, Death Clock. Yeah, they're great.
It's gonna be good shows, man.
That's Charlestown or Charleston?
Charleston, South Carolina.
Uh,
At the Music Farm.
Jason says the glass made from a nuclear explosion is called trinitite. Is that what it's called? Trinitite?
Sweet. Do they have a lot of that in Japan?
I was about to say, do we actually know this is a real thing?
Yes.
Yeah, Google it.
Yeah, but
I think
what made glass since
when they nuclear
Japan?
tested in Nevada or whatever,
That's what made
that's
it,
what they
yeah.
produced.
Probably the
Randy says Levi Strauss's original label said made by white men.
Ah, classic. I need a vintage pair of those jeans.
And now his great grandson is a representative from New York City who impeached the president the first time around. Was the lead lawyer impeaching
shameful.
Really? Dan Goldman, Representative Dan Goldman.
Okay. Raymond G. Stanley Jr. says arguments based on 200 years ago is deaf nonsensical. I'm not sure.
Sure, you want to say that about the Constitution?
Oh, I will. 2 seconds. I say it all the time.
It doesn't matter.
That what we think of when the left and the right both say, like the right says the left is trampling the Constitution, the left says the right's trampling the Constitution.
What do we
they're literally
get?
describing is a Constitution is, shout out to Wade's thoughts, what constitutes the people, and the right view their constituency, what constitutes the constitutional Republicanists, and the left views what constitutes the multicultural Democrats. Both are completely meaningless to what the Founding Fathers intended. The Founding Fathers, blasphemy was illegal. You could not go out and besmirch the good name of Jesus Christ. Today, the argument from both sides is that it's allowed.
Burn the flag if you want.
You couldn't do that back in the day.
No, you couldn't.
Back in the day, if you burned the flag, like here's the thing, back in the day, gun rights. The argument was the federal government could not take your guns away, but the states can do what the states can do. We've changed it now to, no, the states can't take your guns because the federal government protects that right for all. I'm actually fine with that distinction.
You just appealed to Black's Law Dictionary, right?
To what?
Earlier. So that would mean that's old, right? So we can't not care about what was written 200 years ago.
You
that's
mean
what he was saying?
You're saying his argument?
Yeah.
I'm not sure the context of whether he's trying to agree or disagree. That was what. Yeah, like I'm not. That's why I was Raymond. I'm not entirely sure. Are you saying that like arguing against what they had laid down is nonsensical, or arguing for what they laid down? I would argue that if we want to adhere to the Constitution, blasphemy is illegal. Christian blasphemy would be illegal.
Do you agree with that, though?
I'm saying if no. But the Founding Fathers, the last blasphemy case was what, like 1830 something? Like,
Which was?
a guy was espousing, I can't remember exactly the details. It was like, he was espousing something that like Jesus was not the Son of God or something like that. And then he argued that it was not insulting or demeaning to question, as other religions did. Therefore, it was not true blasphemy. He got convicted.
So that's
Bro, if
blasphemy against America.
if in
That's blasphemy against-
I have not
1790,
played this map. In
if
a
you
long
walked
time.
into the heart of New York and started holding up a sign saying
God's not
Jesus,
real.
well, that's a little vague, but literally saying like
No.
like insulting Jesus, they would arrest you under obscenity and blasphemy law.
Now, where does that change throughout the process?
In the 1830s, I think it was, maybe like
This is a cool one.
1829.
I wish this one
There was the
makes
final
sense how the
case where a guy, he was like
rotation
a, I don't know, what was he? He was like a universal Unitarian or some function, some weird religion, and he was challenging Christianity. So they arrested him, and then arguments were made that don't we have religious freedom and freedom of speech? He got convicted. The Supreme Court said no, but then ultimately, like that was the last time anyone ever went for it.
But were blasphemy laws state laws, or you're saying?
That's what I'm gonna say. Where, like, what is it?
I think it
written law
was
still?
held under, I believe it was state. I actually think it was federal as well. I think this, where the Supreme Court was specifically, let me
Now,
pull
does
it
the
up.
law change because the Supreme Court rules on?
Yes.
Like, where it's actually written, or just
White
because
House
somebody
v.
made
Lemon.
the case?
Nope, that's not it. That was 1976 in the UK. No. Although that one's interesting too. The Commonwealth v. Neeland in 1838.
This is the last
Man,
case that you were
this is
talking about.
really
Yeah,
high.
that was the last conviction under blasphemy.
When was the last?
No, it says 1928. Why are they changing it on me?
Beyond the actual law, I remember a decade ago, South Park refused to blaspheme Muhammad because they were scared of the
Yes.
pushback.
Yeah,
not for any
it was
particular
both.
legal
Man, I
thing.
love that
And what's
show.
fascinating to me is
Damn.
the Christian response to people blaspheming Jesus, which is to say almost none at all of the Christians who I'm around who see Jesus being blasphemed. They don't seem to
Blow
care
things up,
much,
yeah.
or are just very tolerant of people doing it, as opposed
Okay,
to
it was state.
Muslims.
It was only state.
It wouldn't show
Let
them.
me say this.
over
Like,
blaspheming.
did you know that this is a Christian nation founded on the requirement to profess a faith in a Christian God?
I know it was a Christian nation. Maybe.
And in order to run for office, you had to swear
Over the Bible.
faith in a Christian God. And it started to change around the time of the Revolution. Maryland was one of the only states, it was like, I think Maryland, Connecticut, where you didn't have to say Protestant. But many of the states required you to be a Protestant. Maryland, because of a high density of Catholics, said just Christian. And because of Thomas Jefferson, largely, Virginia said just say God.
Yeah.
But now, today, you'll hear these liberals say, we have a separation of church and state. We never required a belief in God. And it's like, no, actually, all of the colonial charters required it.
That comes from Roger Williams, the Baptist, who was a strong proponent of the separation of
Churches.
religion and state. So it goes from, like you said, there even used to be like church taxes in some
Yeah.
colonies.
Now, how do you feel about the separation of church and state? Me, honestly, I don't like it because
It was wrong.
I like my ideologies and everything like that, but
The problem with it is that the mistake made by the it's not necessarily even the founding fathers, because separation of church and state is not in the Constitution. It was largely born of like the First Amendment, the right to practice religion, your own religion. The problem is the assumption of 5 million people who are 99% Christian was our moral worldview is already absolute. We don't need to make the government start telling Christians and Protestants
do.
because we don't need to deal with that. What ends up happening then is the moral worldview erodes and starts incorporating degeneracy and very bad things that are detrimental to our country. And we have it enshrined now that you cannot have your ideology in your law, which, to be honest, look, there's a lot of bad laws that we got rid of, but there's a lot of really bad things we've adopted. And I do believe that even, like if you go back to the 50s, largely we were still like a 90-some-odd% Christian nation. People were still going to church. And the moral worldview was still culturally enforced. Since we've had an expansion of multiculturalism, immigration, and what we would describe as heritage Americans, I guess, like long-standing American families have stopped reproducing, you have an erosion of your moral worldview. So now you are getting rampant degeneracy across the country. I have no problem with Christianity in government so long as constitutional rights are protected. That would be, you can't give a blowjob in the streets of San Francisco. That's not a joke, they're doing it.
Yeah.
Well, you
In
can't
San
give a blowjob
Francisco.
at all.
In San Francisco, they have men in the streets engaging in sex acts with children all around them. And the police refuse to do anything about it. And this has been going on everywhere, and they won't enforce it because everyone's like, well, you know,
Well, they're free.
What do you-
Don't bother them.
When you say Christian nation, what do you mean specifically?
me?
Yeah.
Like the moral framework of our laws and structures are under a Judeo-Christian framework.
I agree on that. I think there's a
Which
lot
they
of
are.
connotation comes along with Christian nation. That
I am not
I feel like
suggesting
defining
mandated
terms.
churches or that people will be forced to buy Bibles. I'm saying that Blackstone's formulation, the foundation of like the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendments, is understood and taught to our children. They understand their heritage. They're explained to, here's why we do it. The Founding Fathers didn't simply say, you know what, Christianity is absolute, therefore we don't got to think about it. No, they actually debated and said, you know, I thought about it, and I don't think divine mandate describes in and of itself, like, there is a logic to why it actually is true. It's not just that we have to bow down to this idea. We can actually understand it and provide to the people, here's why it works. And they did. They wrote that. Again, the point was, a society that tells an innocent man, regardless of your virtue, you will be punished, incentivizes a man to do whatever they can, regardless of honor, because they will be punished. But a society that says, even the guilty will get their chance, tells a man of virtue, do your best and we will protect you. It creates an incentive for people to try and be good, trustworthy, and honorable, which, of course, a high-trust society is a successful society. So the Founding Fathers are literally basically like, hey, you know, I know it says it, but when you think about it, it's true. And so that's the basis by which I think
God damn
if
it.
we were more
Fucking
informed of
people.
the roots of our ideology and laws and why they work, we would be much better off today. And you could still have, like, we don't torture people. Like, we do away with these things. We have civil rights for people of different races. You can have interracial marriage and all of that stuff. These things are not restricted under a Christian worldview.
Do you think we torture people in Guantanamo Bay?
Well, I mean,
God.
waterboarding is torture. Right?
Only people that deserve it.
We got to go to the uncensored portion of the show.
Where the fuck
we
did
got a
he come
special
from?
treat for you. So smash the like button, share this show with everyone in your life you've ever met. You can follow me on X and Instagram at Timcast. Jake, do you want to shout anything out?
My Instagram, it's Jake Botch, ITS, Jake Botch.
No.
YouTube,
So,
Jake
yeah,
Botch,
try
same
some
content,
high
kind of.
level,
And
like-
TikTok, Jake Botch. Jake Botch, everything.
Jay, what do you got going on?
On my channel, we lecture through all the
What if you felt a bit sad in the morning? Would you like us to police that? I mean, we could police the fact that I think you're being ignorant by being on your phone right now, or you preparing your speech.
Mask, an extremely nefarious and actually violent agenda. You say this biggest knob in England?
When I heard Katie was coming, I almost didn't turn up. Okay, I didn't call him a house Negro. I described him as a house Negro. This is a different thing.
Welcome back to Rattlesnake TV, guys. In this video, we are going to be watching Katie Hopkins at the Cambridge Union taking on one of the worst race hustlers that there is out there, Kehinde Andrews. This one is absolutely fantastic. She does a great speech, triggers all of the snowflakes like the good polemic she is. And then the race hustler comes in and completely and utterly caves his own worldview. You will not want to miss how that happens. It is a genuine slam dunk. So let's get into it. But first, let's take a very brief look at the soy boy that comes up before Katie to state his case, because the resolution here is that he has believed in the right to offend. He doesn't believe it.
He just recognizes.
And after this, Katie makes fun of him with
face and stuff.
I must first clarify that I'm a stern advocate of the freedom of speech. I stand here today on the opposition, not because I support the criminalization of offence, but because I'm against demarcating the right to offend as separate from the right to free speech. The right to offend is already protected within free speech, and creating a separate legal category.
The House believes in the right to offend. He doesn't believe in the right. How that happens. It is a genuine slam dunk. So let's get into it. But first, let's take a very brief look at the soy boy that comes up before Katie to state his case, because the resolution here is that the House believes in the right to offend. He doesn't believe in the right to offend. And after this, Katie makes fun of him relentlessly.
I must first clarify that I'm a stern advocate of the freedom of speech.
Liar.
I stand here today on the opposition, not because I support the criminalization of offence, but because I'm against demarcating the right to offend as separate from the right to free speech. The right to offend is already protected within free speech, and creating a separate legal category serves only to legitimize.
The reason I say this is, like, I'm not basing it off of any kind of racial things, so shut up if you think of that. I don't give a fuck if you think of that anyways. But, it's because a lot of times the Chinese students like to do this when I was in college too. They like to come in here and use your ideas, try to use your ideas against you. They're very specifically like, oh, we're for freedom of speech, but then they try to somehow twist freedom of speech against you. So we say we're for freedom of speech, and then they come in here and advocate for things like communism or whatever, or things very specifically to try and destroy freedom of speech. They then use freedom of speech to try and destroy freedom of speech. And when we say no, you can't do that, or nuh-uh, or like, I'm like, you're advocating for extremely evil things, right? You know, they try to use your rules against you, and it's like you can't allow your enemy to use, like, our systems are based on like, you're gonna play by the rules, I'm gonna play by the rules, we're gonna be fair, you know, we're gonna be good. You know, we're going to be like, when you play, two teams play sports, we're going to be like, we're going to do this in good sportsmanship. And that's what two Americans kind of try to do. But when they come in, they're like, nah, I'm going to undermine you and underhand you as much as I can. I'm going to try and destroy your country and destroy you as much as I can. So that's why I say that. So they're like, now I'm going to make it so an offense, a verbal offense is no longer free. I'm going to try and make it so that offending is no longer free speech, and that can now be used as something that, physical violence can be used against it, or its offense is now something that we can arrest you for. So it's like I'm going to get to I'm at the point where it's like, I'm not even going to let you play the game. You come in and try and do that kind of shit, I'm not even going to let you play the game. So it's like Chinese people are like, I'm going to be part of the conversation. I'm like, nope. I know how you play the game. I'm not going to let you play the game. Same thing. Chinese people love to use cheats in video games. They love to cheat in video games because in their culture, they see it as, I don't know, they see it as if you ain't cheating, you ain't playing right. It's like, it's not 100%, but it's like a big part of the field. It's a big issue when you play on servers with Chinese people. Like 90% of the time, it's a Chinese person that's using aimbot and all this kind of stuff. So it's like, I'm not going to even let you play the game if this is the way it goes. So that's why.
Hate speech by allowing it to masquerade
but he could be
as
Korean.
mere offense.
In this case, he looks kind of Chinese.
My son so dumb, IQ 21. He tried to make friends, but they call him Ching Chong. He eat the wonton.
So everything that you're
don't know where that
thinking
came from,
about
but that's
him, I would say I'm probably sharing that notion. And when I saw the comments on this video, one of them was really funny. It said, "This is a terrifying insight into the future." I mean, the pipsqueak academic who goes into politics or into the corporate world and starts
He looks
making
kinda Chinese,
policies
but
and telling you what to do
hard
so
to
they
tell
can feel
sometimes.
some sort of power.
He doesn't have
and
a
compensate for
over-the-top
being small and weak.
appearance.
And Katie, being the comedian,
But he
does
doesn't
not
have
hold back.
over-the-top ethnic
Let's get into her
appearance.
speech.
The way you speak is as if we have free speech in this country, which we do not. As if we have the freedom to offend in this
Based.
country, which we do not. The sensible
British do not.
gentleman up here, which I'm assuming is a gentleman not attending Cambridge University, points out rightly
Got
that we
him.
receive a knock on our doors in the middle of the night now for posting offensive things online. Most recently, my darlings, I had
My
a
darling.
knock on my door. 2 police officers representing the entire constabularies of Devon and Cornwall Police, and also the Dorset Police Force, 2 police force at my door because I had
P26.
committed
It's a
a crime.
pipeline?
Ladies and gentlemen, yes. I had used the word spaz
Yeah.
about myself. You will think, ladies and gentlemen of this fine house, that I am making this story up. You will say, Katie Hopkins, controversial for a living. You will, like the president of this fine house, who didn't read out the CV that I sent in, I notice. He made one up for himself that was far less appreciative of my many talents. The CV that I submitted said Katie Hopkins is a national treasure. Did you miss that bit? Where is the CV that I sent that you should have read?
I did not
Apologise for offending me immediately. 2 constabularies rocked up at my house because I committed the crime online of calling myself a spaz. And I am one.
I was gonna say,
I am a fully qualified.
are we gonna start, like, if I start calling myself bad words, are we gonna be like, no, you can't call yourself retarded? Well, if I'm retarded. You're like, oh no, you can't do that. We're gonna arrest you now. It's like, are we gonna? So we should start arresting black people. Like, 80% of black people, they call themselves the N-word. Why not? Why aren't we, like, I know it's America and we haven't gotten to quite that point yet, but like Canada, UK, you gotta arrest pretty much every black person. I mean, they won't because, they worship them. Like, the left worships them. So it's like, the darker your skin tone, the more they worship you. But still, the point being is but using their logic, it's like, a black person calls themselves or calls another black person the N-word, in a friendly way, in a friendly manner, and then all of a sudden it's like, we gotta arrest you. You have offended him, or you've offended yourself. Like, I mean, that right there, it's like, you have offended yourself. It's like, are you insane? Are you insane? I mean, the left is insane, yes, of course, but like, my brain.
Card-carrying disabled person. I'm missing half my skull, as many of you will know. Teddy, give me your hand. Lend me your hand. How squeamish are you, Teddy? Feel my skull, do you feel?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm a proper spaz. But
I didn't know
because of
that.
the crime
I don't-
of
I don't-
calling
I've
myself
heard
a
her
spaz
name, Hopkins,
online
before,
in order to help
but
other people feel
pretty
better
sure I've
about
heard.
themselves generally, but you know how that goes. I had to go to a police station and be interviewed under caution by 2 members of CID for 2 hours.
That's insane.
And there is a line which I'm very much hoping to get the tape to release to all of you that says, do you not realise how offensive it is to call yourself a spaz? That is the reality of this country right now.
No,
and this seems to be something that has passed you by, Teddy Weddy.
Teddy Whitty. I love that. I've never heard, yes, I've heard someone call someone a spaz before in America, but it's like a little different. Like, in Australia, like cunt is like a word that a lot of people use in like a very friendly term. It's far more used than in America, and America it's more harsh, I guess. So like it's very rarely used in America, spaz, and it's more used as like someone like kind of like freaking out. You know, if you're being spastic or spazzing out, yeah, you're freaking out. You know, you would say like don't be a spaz. You wouldn't say don't be a spaz. You'd be like stop spazzing out or something. So no one would ever get offended necessarily over that word in America. I've never heard of anyone get offended over that word. It must be one of those words. Same thing as like I think I would get banned immediately for saying the word. So the F word, the one for gay people, is a common word for cigarettes and it's the name of a brand of food, of blood sausage or something. And let's see, I'll try that. In the UK. So it's like that's like another common used word. But yeah, another commonly used word. That's, you know, it's like they use it different. I think poofs or something is a word they use, which they can get in trouble. I probably get in trouble for that here, but I don't think YouTube considers that a slur yet.
I do not know where you have been. But
Maybe
I
that's
assume
maybe
it's
that's
been under
Australia.
a rock or a chair or something. You need to open your eyes and
I thought
open
that
your
was
ears, my
UK.
friend, and learn how to say harassment.
What is not protected and shouldn't be is harassment, deliberately blurring the line between criticism and harassment. Harassment.
So, just quickly, he absolutely does need to learn how to say harassment properly. It's not harassment, it's harassment. I was equally as annoyed by that, so I'm happy that she brought it up. But one of my favorite things about women like Katie, women who lean towards the conservative side of politics, is that generally speaking, they have a real contempt for soy boys. And you can see why, because men are meant to be the ones who are standing up and fighting against degeneracy, and men are really meant to be the bulwark against liberalism and leftism and woke feminine politics. And when they're not, and when they're encouraging it and enabling it as a mating strategy, like these guys, you can see that the women just have absolutely no respect for them. So anyways, let's carry on with Katie's speech.
I was removed from South Africa, as you know.
Oh, he must have been damaged. But why did I get an assist?
Speech
I
again.
took off his weed.
And I ask you, this House surely must believe two things. Firstly, that offence is a feeling. It is a feeling. You
completely
feel
cleared
offended.
ground over here.
Let me ask you, Teddy, and your
our side's
cohorts of delicate
Look,
flowers.
there's like no red.
What other feelings would you like
Okay, I
to
guess
be
they
policed?
destroyed our
Would you like us
bases.
to police the feelings of love?
how?
Would you like us to police lust? Which I know you probably feel for me, Teddy.
He's funny.
It's inevitable in this suit.
Order, please.
Would you like us to
He's
police
funny.
hate? What other feelings? What if you
It's
felt a bit
inevitable in
sad
this
in the
suit.
morning? Would you like us to police that? I mean, we could police the fact that I think you're being fucking ignorant by being on your phone right now, or you preparing your speech. Why not prepare in advance of the occasion that you turn up to speak at? That's what I'm asking you. It is feelings you're trying to police. Secondly, one moment and I'll come back to you. Stay there. Well,
She's
wait,
great.
because
I
I'm
like
doing
her.
him next, aren't I, dimwit? Not only is it feelings, but you must agree that offence is not given. I do not give offence. You choose to take it, and you need to make better choices. And I ask you, how...
Offense is always taken because it's as simple as this. I could say hello to you in a very kind and generous way, and you could simply take offense to that. I could wave. I could smile. I could mean in the most gracious, nicest, kindest way anything on my behalf, and you could take offense to anything. So on the very basis, it's just regulating feelings. It's as simple as that. When like it simply say this is what it's like. Oh, at first it's like these words, right? But then the like there was a video I just saw of I think it's a British guy saying Yid Army. There was two people, Yid Army. I'm not great with British soccer and stuff, but Yid Army is referring to the Yiddish Jewish people that are particularly fans or like of one soccer people, because either he's a Jewish player or a lot of Jewish people like this, and so they say Yid Army as like there's no negative connotation. It's simply like you're go Lions, right? Like I like the Detroit Lions, or go Tigers, right? It's like Yid Army. So two guys say Yid Army to each other. One guy looks back and says Yid Army, and the other guy looks at him and goes, yeah, Yid Army. And the British and and he's standing next to a cop, and the cop arrests the guy. Not the first guy that even says Yid Army, but the guy just standing next to him saying that says Yid Army. This is apparently after a football match or whatever. Because apparently they take it as connotations, just bullshit that the cop says, arrests him because he just wants to. So a Jewish like, it makes no sense. People have said it forever. Like, for all you knew, that was a Jewish person. For all he knew, that was a Jewish person saying Yid Army. And it's like, it's literally them just saying, go my team. It's a chant they say. Their team says, like, and he would, and now that I think the other thing, it might be like the guy wasn't technically, like, he wasn't from that team. Like, he was wearing a Chelsea. I don't know if Chelsea is the Yid Army. I don't know which team the chant's for, but I think he might have been wearing a Chelsea thing. But he was saying it back to the guy in like support, like he wasn't doing it, and like he wasn't being negative in any way. Like, there was no way you could take it as negative, and even the guy said, I wasn't being negative or anything. Like, the guy yelled it back, and he goes, yeah, Yid Army. Like, he says it back to him, yeah, Yid Army. Like, it's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It's insane. You can say something so neutral, right? And they'll say, like, they'll just regulate that if you offend anybody in any manner for whatever reason. And then the other thing too is, like, they'll just say, like, it'll just be thought crime because they'll start in neutral words. I don't know what words, but you watch. I don't know what, like, obviously, like that. Like, apparently it's got a Jewish or Jewish undertone to it because it's Yid is Yiddish. For the Jews. So, like, some other word though will just totally neutral. Like I said, like hello, or like someone will say like ta-ta or something, right? Something that is just neutral for the British. Oh, the flag, the British flag. What is it? The Jack. I can't remember what it's called. The London Jack. I can't remember what it's called. The flag. It's considered seen as hanging the flag is racist in the UK. Like that is insane. Just hanging your country's flag. I mean, that's something that the left likes to say here in America. It's like hanging the American flag is considered racist. Like, that's insane. That's insane. And like, to the point where, like, you might start getting people are actually hanging the flag in the UK as a stand against people. And like, there's places where, like, just Union Jacks is there. Union Jacks are just everywhere to be like a big middle finger to the left and to the government, saying that somehow their country's flag is, it's just utter bullshit. This is utter bullshit. It's just you're just a bunch of Karens. You're like a parent trying to. It's like, we're not your children. That's what you're being. Is like one of those parents. You're not just a parent. You're being a parent over children, being like, oh, don't know, like, you gotta behave, share your toys, and this kind of stuff. You're being like that, and everybody hates you. And that's how you try to treat civilization. And you gotta, like, the Karen, and like, we gotta do away with Karenism. All of them. Like, all of Karenism it needs to burn in a fire.
How will we measure?
And that's what the left is, just a bunch of Karens.
How will we measure? Mr. President, do you have a ruler? in your pocket.
It's just the ideology of Karens.
What will we use to measure offence with? What is the metric, my friends, for this offence? And if we could measure offence, how shall we judge how much is too much? How much is too little? Should we find the most offended person in here? The weakest little wallflower, where are you? Who is the weakest in this whole chamber right now? Is it the man that wouldn't read my CV? I don't know. Should we ask the weakest little wallflower, what is too much offence? What will be too much for you? Do you feel sad? Have I offended you? Oh, we mustn't allow that to happen now, must we? I wonder to myself, if we go for the weakest person, what would Darwin have to say about that? And some of you come out here pre-programmed with your offence. Some of you were offended by me before I even opened my mouth. Some of you are offended by my outfit. And I have to say, I choose to dress as Nazi Elvis. It is how I like to go about the place. Yes?
I think the police were interested a little bit more in your statements that Muslims needed to find a solution. I understand you're a humorous drunk at the moment, and I'm going to offend you by saying that. But your statements are beyond just causing frivolous offence, aren't they? They're to mask extremely nefarious and actually violent agenda.
They're to mask, say that again, they're to mask an extremely nefarious and violent agenda. Would you say calling myself a spaz is a violent agenda? Pardon? What did you say?
I said you could find a solution here.
That's not true either. I called for a final solution to Islamist terror in this country. And there are things that you might not want to hear, but those things are absolutely true.
Yeah.
So Jim Ratcliffe, what he said was completely right. And to the point of our individual over here who said, why not refute the point? Why not go to the point instead of just asking people to apologise? Apologising doesn't deal with the facts of the matter, and it's never the facts that people go to. Yes?
Since you were talking about your right to offend,
Yes.
would it be okay with you if I could use my right to offend you?
Of course, go for it.
I don't think you can.
Could you do less hand wiggling and do the talking?
Got him.
What have you said, Miss Biggest Knob in England?
Okay.
I didn't hear what he said.
No.
Order, please. Order. Order. Thank you. If we can let the speaker continue.
I don't think that went so well for you.
I didn't hear what he said, so it sounded something they didn't like.
I encourage points of order from the floor, and I don't want to humiliate you further than you've already humiliated yourself.
Yeah, no, that wasn't it, buddy. Even Katie was secondhand embarrassed for the guy and had to awkwardly take a sip of her water, ignoring much comedic subject matter there, just demonstrating her benevolence. But just quickly, before we move on with this, I do find it funny and actually ironic how easily people get offended and start even protesting speakers at places like Cambridge and Oxford. These institutions are supposed to be the historic homes of cutting-edge academic rigor, debate, and serious intellectual thought in the Western world. When you think about places where ideas are meant to not just be discussed, but challenged, dismantled, and relentlessly debated in order to push our collective standards higher, these are the exact places that come to mind. And I mean, to their credit, they still host debates like this. But what counts as offensive or controversial on campus these days is very different to what it used to be. Put it that way. Let's have a listen to the rest.
So I think it's important that I move on. So if we were to measure offence, and then we find someone, the weakest person, to measure how much is permissible, some of you come pre-programmed with your offence already written into you. Someone in here, some pro-Palestine, pro-LGBTQ, pro-bisexual, queer, curious ally with a nut allergy is pre-programmed. and probably freaking gluten-free as well, is pre-programmed to be offended.
That hurts.
And that is precisely the issue.
I get it.
Why
So many
are we
people-
not? No, Teddy. Why are we not? I'll see you after.
So many people are gluten free that don't need to be. Like me, it induces like vomiting and other unfun things. But a lot of people are just like it doesn't do anything. Like it causes swelling in my face or something. Right. I'm kind of happy that it's caused like a fad, like a BS fad for a lot of people. By a lot of people, right? Because it caught like a lot of people similar to avocados, like more people like avocados got cheaper by a lot because or not by a lot. I don't know. Anyways, there wasn't like a lot of avocados. Then avocados got something that a lot of people wanted, and then there was more avocados everywhere, and they tended to be a little bit cheaper. So the same thing as there was no gluten-free stuff basically 15 years ago when I needed it, and nowadays there's gluten-free stuff all over the place, and it's much it's cheaper. It's relatively like, but even then, like it hasn't gone up in price that much comparatively. So, it's either the same price or even a little bit cheaper. I can find cheaper brands. And a lot of times it was only one option back in the day. Nowadays they have multiple options. So, yeah. But there's a lot of people that don't need to be gluten-free or whatever, or they're just on a gluten-free diet. And they don't need to because it doesn't like do anything to them, right? They're just cutting out wheat and gluten. Yeah. Because it's not an allergy. It's not an allergy. It's not like imagine like all of a sudden like people that are like allergic to peanut butter. It's like all of a sudden like everyone's like, oh, we're gonna cut out peanut butter from our diet. I need a nut alternative. Like it must have almond butter. And all the people that are like there's like a nut diet, like a peanut butter free diet for everybody, and it's like all the peanut butter allergy people are like, it's like I've needed this for ages because I was allergic to peanut butter. So it's the same thing. But nowadays it's like so many people are like, oh, I'm gluten free. It's like, oh, are you allergic? No, I just I'm on a diet.
Why are we not raising people strong? Why are we not challenging people and offending them to build them strong? When I went through the Royal Military Academy, Sandhurst, the point is that your sinews are tested and made strong by being tested. And the reason that people are offended, in truth, is because you touch upon something that hurts them. And it hurts them because when we don't know ourselves well, we can be offended because we are not strong enough. I urge you, good young people of the Cambridge Union, do allow yourself to be offended. Do know yourself, because when you know yourself, you can rise above it.
That
and I
asshole
urge you
just
to
feels
let
like
your
Clyde.
life be full of all the feelings, all the dirty lot of it, including the
I hate
ability
people that are just like,
to
the only thing
feel
I can
what
do
it's
is just
like
collide with
to be offended.
So a really good speech by Katie there, and I think she always enjoys getting up and triggering the snowflakes and just letting her thoughts fly. And I think I would too. And so before we get into the race hustler, the lady who came up after Katie here is a spitting image of what I would see in my nightmares when I think of being told off by a HR lady, or when I think of the horrors of being lectured about equity by some childless Karen. This lady looked like she was literally about to cry her eyes out after listening to Katie.
I'm going to present something very different to you than we've just heard. I won't offend people in the audience. I won't make judgments about them which actually...
Oh, I'm a nice person. I'm a nice person. You should listen to me because I'm a nice person. I'm a nice person. But I'm going to go ahead and put you in jail. I'm going to get you put in jail. But if you do anything I dislike, I'm going to get you put in jail. But I'm a nice person.
Actually weren't true. In my case, I was not writing my speech. I was just sitting there.
Yeah, that's perfect. Well, that's perfect. That was
therefore,
perfect.
some aspects of offence are about having cheap jibes at people.
Sounds like she's about to cry.
Me, Karen. Why do they think that I'm crazy when I scream and go cry like a baby? Making a fuss on the daily. I am a victim, don't hate me.
Anyways, that's all I'll subject you to of that one. And now on to Kehinde Andrews, one of Britain's biggest race hustlers. That is cheating. This is one of the most laughably absurd and incoherent speeches you'll ever hear. And at the end, there's a delicious little logic flaw that really just destroys his whole job. And it totally exposes him. So with that, that's it.
All right, evening. Thank you. It's been a long one, I think. I am going to start by addressing the sparkly dressed elephant in the room, which is Katie Hopkins, obviously. And I will be honest and say that when I heard Katie was coming, I almost didn't turn up. And this is not because I can't take offense. If you know me, you know I talk to anybody. But Katie is the perfect example of where we have to start drawing these lines. It's actually not funny. The stick was entertaining, but it's not funny. It's not funny when you use the language of cockroaches to talk about human beings, to dehumanize them to the point where that language, cockroach, was the language that was used in the Rwanda genocide. That makes life more dangerous for people that look like me. So it's not funny. I don't enjoy sharing this platform, and I actually don't believe the platform should have been given, because I think we have somebody who's gone beyond the realms of acceptable.
Yep, don't let people talk. That's what they do on the left. It's just like I can't contend with the ideology. I can't contend with the words. So I'm not going to let you talk.
Offense. But I did come. I am a follower of Malcolm X on my last book. I'm sure it's in the bookshop. Malcolm said never turn down an audience. And also, although it may be pointless, sometimes you just have to try and shame the devil.
Okay, so there's just so many contradictions already. He comes out terrified of little Katie. She shouldn't be given a platform, he says.
I actually don't believe the platform should have been given.
She's gone too far. Real righteous indignation, right? She pathologizes others. And then you realize he literally wrote a book called The Psychosis of Whiteness. But then he goes on to do a shameless book, Griff.
So my last book, if you want to buy it.
Before alluding to Katie being the devil.
Sometimes you just have to try and shame the devil.
Now watch as he blatantly strawmans her position in one of the most low IQ monologues you'll ever see.
And the thing that's happened now, the one thing that has changed, is 20 years ago, 30 years ago, you didn't have professors of black studies. In fact, I'm one of 200 black professors in the entire country. It's very, very unlikely I'm standing here now. So you didn't have counter thought. You didn't have social media telling the BBC and ITV.
He's one of 200 black professors. Yeah, per capita, you're probably relatively on par. There's also not that many colleges in, like, he says that, but like how many professors, how many colleges actually are there in the UK, in England, in the UK? Like seriously. Oh. Help. I'm not gonna get it, am I? Get it.
But actually, blackface was bad in 2000. But then nobody cared because you didn't hear the voices. Now you can hear our voices saying these things are offensive, please stop, and the line is being withdrawn. And what people are actually saying is that we don't like our safe spaces of white supremacy.
No, people loved white girls. We couldn't do whiteface and blackface. Like, there's a difference between, like, I mean, if someone's going to put on blackface and be mean, they're just being mean anyways. They're going to be mean without the blackface. People loved white girls. Like, white people loved white girls. Or not white girls, white chicks. Right? Like, that stuff was hilarious as fuck. So, he'll argue that, oh, this is the same thing because, you know, whites are in power, blah, 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 blah. And you're full of shit. People... It's funny. Like, just these people. They're just a bunch of babies.
Being harmed. We wanted. Actually, Cambridge is the perfect example. My God, come to any of these universities. Cambridge now, but 50 years ago, 60 years ago, these were the places of eugenics, the places of racial science, the places where Katie would have fit in well with all of her, would have supported all of her nonsense, right? And they were cocoons. They were. You could just do what you like. But now you've had to open up to us. You've had to open up to the great unwashed, to the blacks, to the spazzes. Is that the word? The really terrible word that you used. And you don't like to change. That's what this debate is about. This isn't about freedom fighters. This is about
seriously.
It's about those on the right wanting to have their cake and eat it. To be able to have the right to offend, but not have the right to consequences. The reason I was on my phone, Katie, because I was wondering, why is it that you got banned from South Africa? And unless I'm wrong, because this is what it said online, was that you're making a documentary about white genocide in a country which is, how would I be? I don't know.
Factually correct.
I said I could be wrong.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you're spot on.
So well done there by Katie. Sometimes less is more when refuting an absolute imbecile like this. He Googled it, so it must be true. But even if it is true, even if everything he just said was true, his Google search was totally correct. If she was banned from South Africa for going and doing that, then Katie Hopkins has my absolute 100% respect for having the balls to go over there and shine a light on this. What an unbelievable act of courage to go to a country where white people, white farmers are being targeted and murdered.
What are my teammates doing? It's just like, don't even get me started.
And she made a documentary about it.
There's a replacement going on in the U.S.
And
they just want to flood up.
Would have been on a knee, fist up in the air, when George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose.
They're trying to do replacement in the United States. They're just flooding in millions of illegal immigrants. You know, it's not like, yeah, it's not like the Kate, or not the, it's not like the, there's a little bit of, it's not like the Jews are doing it or anything like that. It's just the left wants to get rid of the white, like wants the white people, very specifically like white conservatives and stuff like that. They want to they just want to get rid of them. It's true. They want to flood the U.S. with immigrants, black, like anyone other than white people, anyone they can get their vote with, that's not Christian or white. And they've said it. They've said it out loud. They want to replace us with immigrants. It's just a fact. And the same thing, like here, it's like they say that YouTube will put stupid claimers on the video and stuff and say that's white replacement is, or the replacement theory is. It's like, no, like I don't know what the original replacement theory or whatever is, but it's true. Like it is completely true. They want to flood immigrants in so that they have more immigrants than white Americans, and very specifically white Christian. Like they don't want Christians and they don't want white people. They want it to be non-white. That's what they want, and they've said it. They don't like white people. They say it all the time. And the same thing in Africa. They are since the ruling white class let go of South Africa, it's gone to hell. Black people have been killing white people on crazy. They've been raped. Like the rape rate went through the roof. They very specifically target white girls to rape. The killing of the Boers, or the white African farmer, which has fed the population for forever and kept the country running. They've been murdering and slaughtering them and taking their land, and now they're like having a major issue trying to keep the population fed. Like South Africa has turned into the rest of Africa. It's now a third world country. It was one of the only stable, like possibly first world nations, right? And as soon as the blacks took over, it turned into a third world nation. How did? And they do. They continue, and it's like it's all racially motivated. Like white people weren't going around murdering, slaughtering, and killing black people, and as soon as they take over, out of racial anger and everything, the black people get in control, and then they allow black people to go around. Like there's videos of black people chasing people through field. Like I've seen videos. I've seen people of them shooting and chasing people through fields and killing people. Like it's insane. It is utterly insane. And then people just say, "Oh, it's not happening." Like the left just loves to gaslight you. "Oh, it's not happening. It's not happening. It's not happening." You know, we're not letting in millions of immigrants because we've said, because we hate white people and we hate Christians and we want to ethnically make America non-white. We're not killing white people. We're not killing the white people because they're white in South Africa. Like, and they're just, oh, it's just not happening. It's just not happening. Like, they are the biggest gaslighters in the whole fucking world.
But when it comes to the killing of white farmers, oh, no. We can't be acknowledging that. So you may think he's already destroyed his worldview, but in the next 3 minutes, it gets way worse. He actually destroys it with an alley-oop for Katie Hopkins and for myself. See if you pick it up.
If you want to give, I'm not going to, you spoke enough. I did say I didn't want to platform Katie Hopkins, so I'm not going to platform Katie Hopkins. So, no, white genocide is not happening. It's completely and utterly ludicrous. But we're supposed to defend your right to say it.
White genocide is happening specifically in South Africa. And replacement, I don't know if it would be considered I would consider it a genocide because they would love to get rid of all white people in America. So white genocide is specifically happening in South Africa, yes. And more specifically, like, of the farmers. I don't know, like, what's going on with the regular population. I don't know how, like, I don't know what the murders are going up in the cities. I don't know how it's going with white South Africans in that case. But a lot of white people have fled and are fleeing South Africa. But if you live out in the non-cities, right, and if you specifically own farmland, if you live not in the city and you own, and even worse, if you own in the farmland, you are a prime target if you're white. So there's definitely a genocide going on there based on racial lines. And then in the United States, I would say, yeah, it's much quieter, but they would genocide the white race in America if they could, and they are definitely trying to by replacing us with either illegals or by any other means. They have said it. They want the white race to disappear in America, and they've tried as many means as they can. So, and they say it's a good thing for there to be fewer whites. So whether you're trying to genocide us or not, you have that's very Hitlerian. It's like, yes, fewer Jews, good thing, right? Fewer whites, good thing. Like they're the exact same, like they're on the exact same table, and it's like they're just trying to gaslight you that they're not doing these things.
Yeah, no, why would we do that? And also, I think take someone
why
like
would
Jim
we do
Ratcliffe.
that?
Should he be arrested? No. But should there be censor? Surely there should be. That's dangerous talk.
Your
That's
ideology
the kind of talk that gets people out in the street.
says white
That's the
people
kind
are
of talk
evil.
that leads
White
to
Christian people are
increased
evil.
hate
White
crimes.
Christian,
It's
evil,
dangerous
evil.
talk. This isn't just, I'm just having a joke, having a laugh. It actually makes my life and the life of the people I love more problematic. No, but look, this not, you could all you like, but this is exactly what she wanted, right? Bleeding hearts for the police coming to her house. Well, guess whose house the police came to also? My house. Police knocked on my door because I accurately described Calvin Robinson, the disgraced preacher. If you see him, big afro, he was so deluded that he got fired from his job on GB News for defending Lawrence Fox, which is a pretty particular psychosis. But I accurately described him as a house Negro, and I got the police knock on my door. Guess who wasn't supporting me? Free Speech Union. Toby.
Because this is totally completely. This is exactly. But this is what we think. Die by your own die by your own rules. He says he doesn't want, he's fine for policing speech, and when they police his speech, of course we're not gonna protect. So if there's the left, right, a group of people that says we're gonna police speech, or specifically police your speech, but when then your rules are turned around and used against you, we're not going to come defend you. You have tried to, when you try and harm us, right? We're not going to come to your defense when it hurts you in return. We're not going to. He would willingly say, yes, I will take your speech away from you, right? And in no chance would he say, I will protect your speech. But he expects us to say, yes, we'll protect your speech and not take it away from you. We're not going to play that game. The people that we will play the game with, right? We're not going to let these people play the game. If you're not going to play by the rules, we play by the rules. We protect each other's speech at all times, right? We protect each other's speech, or we both play by the rules. We protect each other's speech. We both have, we play by the rules that we've set up. And if you don't play by those rules, you get cast out. So It's as simple as that. Yeah, no one's going to say, he has freedom of speech. No, you have advocated for and have made it so that people can get arrested for speech. When you have the same thing done to you, we're not going to be like, oh, poor guy. We're not going to be like, oh, yeah, he should be able to. No. If it goes to the extreme where it's like, oh, we're going to execute people for doing such things for certain words, or, we're going to start jailing people or executing people, and then it happens to you, why would you're going to die? You're going to die by your own rules, and you deserve it.
Young, nowhere to be found. My speech was not protected in that instance. And actually, the police coming to my door was actually the legal problem we have in this country. It isn't people like Katie, it's actually people like me. Incitement to racial hatred came in 1965. You might be surprised to find out that 5 of the first 6 people prosecuted under the Act were Black Power activists.
Yeah, freedom of speech isn't freedom. The UK's never had freedom of speech. The US is the only place that has freedom of speech.
5 of the first 6. There's been a whole period of saying we're actually going to prosecute you for the laws which are supposed to protect us. As Professor of Black Studies now, I guess I'm more acceptable into the elite, right? So I actually get called to defend people in cases where they've been prosecuted unduly by the police. For example, the Maria Hussein. Remember
I bet you he's defended no white people. He's defended no people on the right. I'll bet you $100 right now. He's never defended anybody on the right. It's only people on the left. Yeah. No one that's against his ideology, he's going to have protected.
Maria Hussein, she was the woman who had a placard at a Palestine rally that had Rishi Sunak and Suella Braverman as coconuts, right? She got charged. She lost her job. She had to go into court heavily pregnant to defend herself against nonsensical charges. Interestingly enough, this actually got to court because of the Henry Jackson Society, an American think tank, complained, no, not platforming Katie Hopkins, and this actually came to court because I'm not accepted, sorry, Katie. Calvin House Negro. You called him a... House Negro. I didn't call him, no, let me be very clear about this. I didn't call him a house Negro. I described him as a house Negro. This is a different thing. Okay. No, so
I'm sorry, but he's being fucking pedantic. You are something or you're acting like something. It's the same thing. There's no different. Like, that's just bullshit. That's just bullshit. He's full of shit. He's full of shit. I described him as a thing. I didn't call him the thing. He isn't the thing. I said he's acting like the thing.
There we go. Described him, and this is why it's important.
I described him as the thing. I didn't say I didn't use the word. The verb is. I didn't say he is the thing.
I write books about these things. This language. This language comes from. To my friend up the top, this language comes from resistance. House Negro, I call myself a house Negro. House Negro simply means you have some people who get into good jobs like myself and then somehow think that this is great for everybody. That's a house Negro. Coon. I actually I had to write a report for somebody who sent a Daffy Duck emoji to a black MP because he was cooning on TV. Coon simply means those people who play up to white supremacy. That's a
He's just making shit up.
Political critique. What else we got? Coconut. What does coconut mean? Why did Maria Hussein have a placard that had Rishi Sunak and Suella Braverman as coconuts? She was saying brown on the outside, white on the inside, because they represented a government that was prosecuting a war of genocide in Palestine and was really, really right-wing reactionary. That's critical critique. You might not like it.
That's not critical critique.
But it's political
critique. I mean, I think they should be able to say these things, but it's fine. You should be able to say whatever nasty things you want to say.
So, this is actually the real issue, right? If you defend the right to this debate, we have to think about this debate. This debate is
him acting like, this is some high-brained thing of me calling someone the house N-word. I don't even think I can say the short form, even though it's not the N-word. Him saying that somehow some, big-brained way of me saying something. It's not. And these aren't anything, like, it's like a professor, like, this is the whole idea, is like professors are so full of shit. It's like, I'm gonna write and say, oh, this is what the word. It's some very meaningful way of saying something. No, it's not. You're just saying slurs. You're just saying slurs, and that just be honest and say what it is. You're just saying slurs, like everybody else. When everyone else throws out those words, right? You're just basically saying they're being a slave to somebody else. Just be honest. Stop lying and be honest.
Is asking, does Katie Hopkins have the right to say whatever she likes and there's no pushback? Is the right being carried away, etc.? That's not the issue. The issue is that free speech on our side, the minorities are being crushed. And what people in power are complaining about, thinking about capitalism, Twitter, now X, who's getting shadow banned, who's not being platformed. This is all about capital. This is all the oligarchs, the oligarchs.
So he really thinks he's done something here, but if you look at the logic of his position, which he definitely didn't do,
I didn't think
that's how
it
it plays out. He is allowed
how
to
would he
use
hit?
racial
How did he
slurs
seem
against Calvin Robinson and
you
others.
tell me how
Calvin
I'm sticking
Robinson
out?
being a black British man. And the reason he is allowed to do it is because it's academic. It's because it's a political critique. He's not calling them the name. He is simply describing
what is that
as the name. Because when he's describing someone using a racial slur, that is just an academic political critique, he says. Now, these people don't care about logical consistency. They don't care about double standards. They only care about power. And he doesn't really even hype. But according to that logic, Katie Hopkins is allowed to go to and call out white genocide. And the reason why she is allowed to do this is because it's an academic political critique. He wrote a book about it. She did a documentary about it. And she's not inciting anything. She's simply describing the descriptive reality, the political reality of what's going on. And because she is describing the extermination of white South African farmers as a political critique, that is fine. So, I mean, guys, it's not very often that you get a full-on slam dunk argument like that where somebody actually refutes their own position in real time and where you can point out such a blatant double standard, but it is nice when it does happen. So anyways, if you guys enjoyed that video, don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already.
Of course, go check out Jake Rattlesnake TV. It's just Rattlesnake TV, but it's a Jake the Snake.
In order for your scenario to work, you have to not tell the truth.
This is why I don't think that it's worth it for Walls to take like the ultra kind position and to say, oh, there should be no violence and protest, because people like Sean and all the other Republicans will constantly mischaracterize every single thing they say.
Steven, Sean, thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. No one on the right. Okay. Destiny has admitted to, if not pedophilia, but to, has admitted on stream, right? So with his own words, his own mouth, to, convincing a 8 or 9-year-old to expose himself on stream. He's admitted that with his own words. There's video of him saying he did this on like JTV or Justin TV. He, with a group of friends, convinced an 8-year-old to reveal his genitalia on a stream. So, what is it like? I would say, what is it like? It's not pedophilia. It's distributing child porn or whatever. He himself admitted to doing this. He's admitted to doing revenge porn and talking to underage girls, to revealing possibly sexually explicit photos of a teenage girl. I don't know if it was just bathing suit or not, but possibly other explicit images. There's his conversations with people of him distributing those amongst his friends. And there's other things that he's done. I mean, the fact that he told an 8-year-old to expose himself, and the kid did on a stream, and they streamed that. And that's possibly still out there, or that is somewhere. The fact that he's not arrested, right? The fact that he's not arrested, and the fact that not just anyone talks to him, no conservative or anybody should have this person on. I'm sorry, but I know Brad Palumbo, but I've watched some of his stuff. I think he's technically on the right. At least he agrees with us more. But Justice Warrior should not be having a conversation with him. Nobody should be having it. He's a child pedophile. He's a pedophile. He's a pedophile. He's a self-described pedophile. And revenge, like taking nude material of people without their consent, without them knowing, and then spreading it around. I know he's currently being sued, and he's also someone has finally, one of his accusers has made a report, filed a police report against him and stuff, and that's still ongoing. But he, with his own words, has admitted to doing that to the 8-year-old, and we have the conversations of him admitting to the 15-year-old girl and getting sexually explicit stuff from her and passing it around and asking for it. Specifically, he asked for it and then spread it around. So no one, actual Justice Warrior, like, this is bullshit. Like, yeah. Look, I'm not one for like what is it, like socially or like whatever the word is, whatever peopling, whatever the stupid word is. But Destiny, like I said, he's a pedophile. He's a self-admitted pedophile. He has spread images of 8-year-old boys on the internet. He got them to expose themselves. He's spread underage girls stuff, revenge porn. He's taken stuff. Like, he needs no one. Oh, sorry, I just saw a comment on. Yeah, I'm probably too small than anyone, unless someone like, I mean, people are probably will eventually report me. I don't know. There's a lot of videos that talk, like, I'm just responding about a lot of videos that are going on anyways. So, but yeah, Destiny needs to be kicked off the internet. No conservative, no one on the right should do anything with him whatsoever. Not even debate him. You don't debate with pedophiles. Like, you can debate if someone else that holds Destiny's ideas, fine. But he's already a self-admitted pedophile. If anyone went around administering, like, distributing pictures of underage girls that they asked for or like getting, like, if you had gone and told an 8-year-old to expose himself to people, you would be arrested. And he's admitted to it. He's admitted to the crime. He needs to be arrested. Like, these things, either, I don't know if they don't know these things wholly, because a lot of people don't even know all the stuff he's done. Some people just know that he's being, like, there's accusations against the revenge porn and stuff. But yeah, those there's 2 pedophile things against him too. Like, people, I'm just sick and tired of people, anyone with any kind of, like, Peter Boghossian or anybody with any kind of credibility, like, dealing with Destiny. Like, it's just utterly disgusting. And it makes me wonder, either A, they don't know, or like, people on YouTube, it's like, if I knew somebody had these kind of allegations, or not just allegations, knew they admitted to it, like, are you doing it? Why? Like, are you doing it because you still want just the YouTube stuff? Like, do you have no ethics? Do you have no ethics? Just argue with another person that has similar, if not the same, stuff. It's like, so what if they don't have as big a crowd as Destiny? Destiny needs to be shunned completely, and people need to get, like, they need to send the evidence into the FBI. He's admitted to it on camera. You can't take that back. He's admitted he's done these things. We have tons of text logs, audio logs, and stuff like that of other things that he's done. Like the dude should be so fucked. It's ridiculous, the fact that he's not in jail. He needs to be in jail, and I'm sick and tired of conservatives doing this bullshit. It's not like, oh, well, it's like, no, he's done extremely evil things. You can argue with somebody else who hasn't done these things. I don't care about the ideology. It's the other actions. It's like if he murdered somebody and he admitted to murdering somebody, would you still, collab? Like, this is what this is. It's still a collab. You're debating or whatever, but you're still having the person on the other side. No, I don't argue with pedophiles. Like, as soon as you become a pedophile, as soon as you become a murderer, like, everything you say is moot. So, like, this is don't. If you're conservative, stop working with them. Like, stop working with these people. It's insane. I didn't finish watching
possibility
this
for objective.
I don't want to watch this Andrew debate.
Santa Barbara, California. I'm your host and moderator, Brian Atlas. Full details.
It's whatever podcast. Go watch
Kyla,
it. Andrew Wilson.
In psychology and is a political is on the
yeah. We don't care about erudite.
They could Christianity.
They could argue with erudite. Erudite is a Destiny.
Values. My mistake. Go ahead.
I believe is an erudite
America is not a church, and that is not a weakness.
Yeah, I don't care about opening statements. Opening statements are bullshit. Let's get to the fucking argument. Shut up, bitch.
Some of the reasons that I don't particularly enjoy debating with Erudite is because there's a specific style she has, which is called the pop quiz style. Anything.
Yeah. We'll see that. We'll see examples of that sort of thing. It's like pop quiz. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is?
Just vague appeals to my rights.
That's going to be a bit of, I guess, to clarify, maybe we should clarify Christian nationalism, because I feel like that's going to be a bit of a crux
All
of the
right. Well, that game
looked. How do you want to define it?
To the definition of Christian nationalism would just be the proposition that Christians utilize influence and authority to stay in the moral majority, and that they adopt systems towards Christian ethics.
When you say moral majority, what does that mean to you?
It means that most laws and social systems confined around Christian ethics.
Okay. So you would like to basically see a change of current statecraft to include more Christian policies?
All Christian policies.
Can I ask to what extent? Like, does this...
To as much of an extent as liberalism allows, which is all extents.
Okay, so when you advocate for Christian nationalism, though, I'm sure you and I would probably agree, probably if, say, the moral majority becomes Christian, particularly in the way that maybe you're advocating for, we would probably move in the direction of reducing constitutional policy and increasing Christian policy specifically, probably all the way up to including theocracy.
No, they're not incompatible.
So you don't think that
constitutional policies, so under liberalism, this is a great thing about liberalism. So do you remember, like, you had this conversation with a guy the other day? I don't know how long ago it was, but he was like a fan of mine. He called in. It was about Christian nationalism. I think you got the clip on your channel. There was a point there where I started laughing because he said, basically what I did, he was like, my proposal is that I want all the systems and this and that to kind of reflect the image of my preferences. And you were like, fuck that. You're not allowed to bastardize my religion by implementing policies against, what my preferences are. And I thought, that's like the most American thing I can think of. The most American thing I can think of is that a Canadian immigrant is like, you know what? This is my country now. And you're not going to fucking bastardize it, whatever your shit is, because I don't want you to. And the other guy's like, I don't give a shit what you want. We're going to do it anyway. And then it goes vice versa. And it's like, that is liberalism. Ultimately, if we want to get rid of alcohol via an amendment, we can. If we want to bring it back via an amendment, we can and have. If we want to get rid of guns, we can and have. If we want to bring them back, we can and have. It's like everything is permitted.
So by your logic then, Christian nationalists not only are trying to win the culture, they're trying to win the state. To impose Christian policy on the state.
Well, through
Congress.
They're imposing liberalism on the state, actually.
Well, in this case, I don't want to.
If it's, I'm not going to equivocate. If Christian nationalists amend every single constitutional amendment within the confines of liberalism to reflect only Christian policy, by your metric, that's liberalism.
So the issue is that I'm not like a democratic absolutist, right? I don't believe in democracy in the state. I believe in like some level of limited democracy. In fact, even now we have like electoral democracy. We have elected representatives. We don't have direct popular vote, which I think is good. I think that that's a better democratic system than, for example, pure absolute democracy, like popular vote. So there's always limits on democracy, right? So when you say liberalism, I think the issue is like, liberalism to you just mean, it seems like what it means to you is we can vote for stuff. No. Is that what it means? What does it mean to you?
It's what you outlined in your opening. Liberalism is just a sequence of systems.
You got them.
It's science, man, and it's building shit, and it's industry, and it's all of these isms, which really are just confined to, I want a system. So liberalism is an amoral system.
Do you think science is liberalism?
No, but I think that liberals adopt science as part of their system.
Well, yeah, they're allowed. Do you think capitalism is liberalism?
I think they adopt capitalism as part of their system.
Could they adopt other things?
Sure.
Okay, so then what's liberalism?
Liberalism is an adaptation of an amoral system.
What is this? At a statecraft level, What does this mean?
How is he?
That you have a
How
system
is he
which is an
lobbying?
amoral system.
Why is the amoral piece essential to?
Because
liberals?
that's why you prefer secularism. You want a system which is amoral. So it's based on individualism. It's based on
Is individualism amoral?
yeah. Well, from the liberal view, it is yeah.
How is individualism amoral?
Because there's no ought. There's no ought under a liberal system for you to do anything.
So there's oftentimes, right? Like a liberal
What?
system doesn't impose any certain moral. Well, the most common consensual
Wait,
norm.
what'd you say? A liberal system doesn't impose any certain morals.
That doesn't make it like. So when you say
That means
amoral,
amoral.
oh, so like they're agnostic.
No, they're amoral. It's worse than agnostic.
How is that?
Because
how are these?
under-
sorry, what's the
under-
difference between amoral and agnostic on morality?
Yeah, so you can be agnostic about something which is moral or immoral, right? That's true. But that doesn't mean you're amoral. But what you're looking for is a system which is amoral. So you're saying, like, look, we're not going to make any moral prescriptions because that's not what the function of the state is.
So do you think what the founding fathers did was amoral? Like it's not something to respect. It's not something valuable. What do you think about the founding fathers?
What does that have to do with anything?
The founding fathers created the American world. You're saying it seems like you're saying America is liberalism, and this liberalism is weak. Or
Well,
do you think America is something
It became
else?
liberalism when you destroyed the Republic with universal suffrage in the 14th Amendment.
I mean, the Republic was just the language utilized to talk about a specific type of democracy, right?
No, it had foundationalism.
Oh
I'm
my
talking
God,
about
man.
39 out of 50 signers, only 3 of them were deists. And foundationally, the states, under the 10th Amendment, were allowed to adopt their own religions.
Now, the first two were not
only until we got to the 14th Amendment. That this was no longer the case. And in your opening, you got that wrong.
The Establishment and Free Exercise Clause specifically said Congress should make no law respecting an establishment of religion prohibiting the free exercise
At the
thereof.
federal level, that's true.
The federal level implied to the states.
No, that happened later under the 14th Amendment.
No,
In fact,
under the Constitution.
I'll show
Why
you.
might you just getting
Brian,
utter
pull
bullshit?
up the 14th Amendment stops states from adopting religion. I'll show you so that you understand how the process worked.
So do you think that the founding fathers established a religion for the
No,
nation?
they established the 10th Amendment, which says that all rights which are not given to the federal government are given to the prospective states.
This point is
because
very obvious, and I don't like either people who don't understand, either don't believe, or they're just obfuscating, or they're being retarded, or they're just lying. Yeah, the 10th Amendment says that all rights that aren't given to the federal government are given to the states. And so when it says, it specifically says that the federal government will not make a state religion, will not make a state religion, being the state, being the government, will not make a state religion. Or no, does it say a federal religion or state religion? It doesn't matter. The state is pertaining to the government. It's not to the states. So even if it does stay a state government, it will not make a federal. But the states themselves are allowed to make. Since it says, okay, the federal government cannot, but that doesn't mean the states cannot. So it's just it says, okay, the federal government can't do this, and this, and anything that the federal government can't do, or anything that's not delegated to the federal government, the states can do what they want, right? And then since these dumbass people, especially the left, and all these people saying, "Oh, separation of church and state," it's like the states can have a state religion. The states can the state and church could be basically one in the states if they wanted to. They're either being perfectly obtuse or purposely obtuse, or they're lying or whatever, or they're just believing they're bold. I don't know. It's just utter garbage. What the fuck? What did I get shot by? Yeah, where did that come from? Man, I'm getting pissed. So anyways, he cooks her on this. He tells her that the 14th Amendment does, they somehow use the 14th Amendment to say that the government, they use the 14th Amendment, which mentions nothing about the states not being able to have government, states or the government, not the religion not being allowed to be in the government. And somehow the the Supreme Court or somebody, I think it was the Supreme Court, argued the 14th Amendment somehow supported this, which it doesn't. It has nothing to do with it. It says nothing. It's the same thing with, like, it was the 14th Amendment that they somehow used for abortion, saying in the penumbras and the little like the penumbras of the umbras and blah, blah, blah. It's like somewhere in there between the words, in the paper, in the spaces between the words, it exists a thing. It's like, you know, they just made shit up is basically what they did. And yeah, he's right. There's nothing in the 14th Amendment. It's absolutely, like, there's nothing even remotely talks about it. Nothing remote. There's nothing utterly remotely considering it. Like, nothing.
The First Amendment covered that federally. This was part of a compromise. That compromise happened because of the Articles of Confederation. So the Articles of Confederation initially with the libertarian wet dream, they didn't work because states couldn't have uniform commerce or uniform dollars or uniform military. So they adopted a form of federalism, compromise. The compromise was the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment stated that actually states could have their own religions, and they did. Almost all the states had their own religion post-constitutional ratification. Most people don't know that.
By own religion, what do you mean? Do you just mean the test clause?
No. They had state religions.
The test clause. You had to be
No,
to
not
be
a
in
test
power.
clause.
They had a state religion. Like,
inside each independent state,
how-
they had their
how
own religions.
stupid
minus,
are
I
you
think,
gonna be?
2 or 3.
So why did the federal United States not have a religion? Why did it allow the states to make those choices?
Because of the
again, this is her being retarded.
What was the principle?
Because the
What were
federal
the founding
government,
fathers trying to do? What do you think the
it was
founding
allowing the
fathers-
states to pick and
Separate the
choose their
power of
own.
Federalists between anti-federalists and federalists. So
So-
they compromised on 2 major amendments. The Second Amendment, which initially was way looser than coverage, and they compromised on the 10th Amendment as well. Because states wanted to have their
I
own
think she's just
militias,
lying.
They want to have their own militaries. They
I
want
think
to have
she's
their
just-
own currencies. Congress is like, look, we need
She's
to have the power. to
she's
raise
trying to
armies.
find any hole
We need
or
to have
we-
the power
like
to print
some.
money.
She's trying to find anything.
If you allow us to have those 2 powers,
Her point of view, but her point of view doesn't like have any facts or any basis behind it.
So if the founding fathers intended what for it to be a Christian nation to have some level of
they intended for each state to be able to govern as they saw fit in order to implement religions
But-
if they chose to.
the exclusion at a federal level specifically of any religion, right?
But that's not in what's in contest here.
That is in what's contest,
Why?
right? If we're talking about America, we're talking about the nation. We're
Yeah,
talking
and the
about the
First
founding
Amendment-
fathers, the
Oh my God,
minds
you dumb
behind the
bitch.
founding of
The
the
founding
nation.
fathers put in amendment processes for us to amend things, including the
Sure.
First Amendment, right?
Sure, yeah, but why, if they wanted to blend church and state, why wouldn't they write that
They
in?
did blend church and state
Did
because
not. They
under
have.
the 10th Amendment, they allowed states to adopt state religions. It was only when the Supreme Court looked at the 14th Amendment way later in our history that they decided, and by the way, that amendment had nothing to even do with this. That was about citizenship.
State religions isn't the same thing as America having a federal religion. You knew this, right?
Whoever postulated that we needed to have a federalized religion.
Well, I'm talking about separation of church and state
Yeah, but
for America.
if states can have their own religion inside the state and it becomes the state religion, does that, in your opinion, violate that separation of church
Well,
and
if
state?
there's a test clause, yeah, we potentially would violate that. So if the state imposes a test clause for federal power, that would be an issue. And
Do
in
you
fact,
know when the last...
it was super common at the time that most states had clauses. In fact, the founding fathers were so intense about ensuring separation of power that despite most colonies at the time having a test clause for holding power of being religious, they explicitly barred it in, what was it, Article 6.
Oh, yeah? Then how come in Maryland you had to declare until 1960-something, I believe, that you believed in God in order to hold office?
Because in Maryland they made that decision, but at a federal level, well, we're talking about, I'm not talking about Maryland, we're talking about America.
She can't understand the difference between federal government and state
America is
government.
a coalition of states, which
Yeah,
is
she's
federalized.
either being
That's what's
obtuse
going on.
But
or
don't
she's
you think that
lying.
the
Like she's
Constitution
being
of
retarded
America
or she's
is
lying. I
talking
can't
about
tell.
the ethos of America?
Sure.
Okay.
Maybe
so
it's
when
better
the
for her to
founding
be
fathers-
stupid.
Isn't that completely amendable thing?
Completely amendable is makes it sound way looser than it is. Amending and adding amendments.
It is way
incredibly
looser.
difficult.
Look, what's un-American about amending the First Amendment? Okay. So then, inside of your worldview, it's completely constitutional to amend the First Amendment
Well,
to
it's
get
con- I
rid.
shouldn't- I shouldn't say-
hang on. To get rid of the Establishment Clause, that would be totally appropriate
No,
under
I
your
think that
worldview.
would be a violation of the American ethos. I think it's bad and well
How?
here.
How?
Because America's built on these things.
You gotta
I think
be
that the
joking.
founding fathers.
You don't believe America? Okay. Does America
Hold on.
have?
Do I get to finish my thoughts, or are you going to?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Right. I think what's really important here is that, like, the founding fathers, I think, are essential.
Where
to
did I hit?
understanding the ethos
Maybe
of
right
America. I don't
there
think they're
was
the only
done for?
piece, but if we want to look at like a litany of America over time, what we have, for example, is the founding fathers, despite the nation being dominantly Christian, despite the states having attached religious clauses, the founding fathers looking at that going, no, we need a separation of church and state. It's
not what
essential.
happened.
That is absolutely
Not only is it not what happened, but within the framework that you're talking about, you just said it's not un-American to amend.
How did it not happen?
Hang on. You just said it's not in any way un-American to amend the First Amendment. The First Amendment.
I should have clarified that, because when we say American, I'm meaning the ethos. What I should have said is it's not anti-constitutional. The Constitution would allow.
So okay, then let's follow that line of logic and see if that's true. Does American have any sort of like ethnic ethos?
Yeah.
What is it?
Dominantly white culture.
So that's part of the American ethos.
Yeah, to some degree, yeah, significantly, right? Like white.
Should it stay that way?
I like it, yeah.
So America should stay a white Protestant nation?
But that's not the central point.
What?
of the ethos.
Still invulnerable.
You said, does it have a cultural ethos?
I'm asking should it stay white?
No, I don't care about the white.
And that's not part of American ethos.
How is that the case? Absolutely something that can be a part of the ethos and also change. Because the ethos here that's central isn't the whiteness that I was pointing to. It's
come
some of the cultural
on.
values that come in. For example, Protestant.
What is that thing?
I've taken the value in the product produced in the product that
We
you
won,
use.
right?
If America no longer had any of that
better
and
be
became
we won.
completely atheistic, but
Should
still
be
followed
our
these
dude.
constitutional amendments, that's still plenty American, right?
As long as they hold to central ethos of what I think the American dream and
Which
vision
is- that's
which
why
we
I'm asking
outlined,
you-
for example,
Like,
with
we
the founding
nuked all
fathers
the
of the
friendly
Declaration of
troops.
Independence.
Well, then if it's not whiteness and it's not anything,
whiteness.
and it's not anything cultural,
It is cultural.
$69. Oh my God.
It means
Sorry.
that according to
No idea what happened there. I
yeah.
apologize.
It's okay. No
If
worries.
it's not, so here's what I'm asking: if it's not ethnic, and
What do
it's-
you think
and-
American
and
ethos
it's
is? Do you
not-
have any American ethos?
and it's not cultural.
Well, I
and
said
it's not.
it is
The
cultural.
match
It's
just won't
cultural.
end.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the cultural things? What is American culture?
Life,
Oh, 'cause I was
liberty,
saying,
pursuit
it's a
of happiness,
defeat
doing
Tunisia.
things that work,
That was the
ingenuity,
last.
discovery.
Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
Wait, what do you think American ethos
And
is?
what? Hang on. What was the other thing you said?
I think ingenuity.
Ingenuity.
Those are some of them.
So as long as
Do you
none
reject these as part of the American
so,
ethos?
Yeah, I do. So as long as none of these, life, liberty, or pursuit of happiness, or ingenuity is violated, then it's in the spirit of America.
Potentially, we would have to look at it in a relativistic, right? Like these ethos-like things, we have to understand like what we're talking about. You'd have to give me an
That's
example.
what I'm asking you about. Is what we're talking about. So if
Yeah.
any of these
so what
things,
do you think is American?
Well, so I think that what's core at the central kind of product of Americanism is this idea of systemic liberalism. The system itself
What does
is what
systemic
American.
liberalism mean?
What's that?
What is systemic liberalism?
Yeah, so it's just the idea that like there's a secular separation, there's systems in place within the constitutional confines, there's things which we're appealing to in law. I don't
like
think
America?
I don't think that liberalism and modernity is doing anything other than looking at those systems. I think that originally our founders wanted to have something which was much more akin to ethno-nationalism, for sure. I think that they wanted to have something that was much more akin to nobody voting in universal suffrage at all because they didn't give anybody the right to vote.
Why?
So I don't think that those things were foundational to the American experience because the founders didn't allow it.
Why didn't they?
Because they didn't want people to come over here who weren't Western English, basically.
That's not why.
Yeah, it is why.
No, you can read it in Federalist Number 2. Like the argument for suffrage is very clear from Hamilton.
Okay, wait.
On
Have you read the Anti-Federalist Papers?
No.
Do you realize there's Federalist Papers, there's the Anti-Federalist Papers?
Yes.
These were compromises which were made from the original Articles of Confederation.
What did suffrage mean to
Originally, the 39, I believe it's 39 out of 50 delegates who signed the Constitution. Only 3 were deists. Most of them were Protestants, loyalist Protestants, by the way. And on top of all of that, most of them wanted only white states and made it very clear they only wanted white states. They put that into the very ethos of what they considered Americana. Do I think that modern liberalism is looking at any sort of people group? No. Is modern liberalism looking at any sort of like cultural environmentalism in order to like say, hey, this is what America is? No. All you can appeal to is systems. That's it. That's all you have is a system. Liberalism is a system of life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and ingenuity, whatever the fuck that means. Doesn't even mean anything.
Of course.
It's just what?
What do you mean?
What is life, liberty, and my life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness? I could completely amend the First Amendment and still do all of those things.
I think the issue is that most of the country would oppose you amending the First Amendment because the First Amendment is foundational to what makes America great.
So what? So what if most of the country opposes it? It's built into liberalism. If all it is
what
opposition,
matters if the whole country opposes it is because like America is this consensual emergence of a bunch of people that believe in something.
And what if we decide that we don't believe in the First Amendment anymore and amend it? What's un-American
about that? Do you not believe in the First Amendment anymore?
That has nothing to do with the argument. What is un-American about amending the First Amendment?
Well, again, American is this ethos. It would be technically constitutional, but I would argue that it would be a bad constitutional movement. I think it would violate the Founding Fathers. And I think the Founding Fathers were onto something when they made that first separation of free speech and separation of church and state.
Should we adhere to everything the Founders said or no?
No, not
Well, then who cares if we violate it?
Who
cares?
What do you mean who cares?
Yeah, because if you're like, look, if you violate the things that the Founders wanted, that's not un-American. But this is un-American because it might violate what the Founders wanted. You're in contradictions.
These are contradictions. Like pluralism allows for competing values, right? Obviously.
Sure. That
right? And so what you're kind of doing right now is you're sitting here and you're being like, well, there's two children. They're your children on one side and your husband's on the other side.
Yeah.
Who are you picking? And let's say I pick the two children.
Yeah. You're
going, why do you hate your husband? And I'm saying, that's not what's happening here
I don't even
at
know
all.
that. First of all, that's not the analogy. The analogy would actually be this. You have your husband and your children on both sides. You pick both. This other guy has his husband and children, and he doesn't pick both.
That's not how pluralism and monism work.
Wait a second. As long as you're saying that both of these sets are both moral behaviors because you have an amoral system, meaning you wouldn't restrict either of these things.
That's not necessary. We absolutely restrict people's behaviors, and we often restrict people's behaviors for the benefit of the state, right? Laws exist.
And who makes them?
The people that we vote, elect. Congress.
I see. So if we elect people who vote in different laws, how's that un-American?
So it would be against the American ethos if a whole bunch of Christian nationalists, for example, convince people that we should actually reduce things like liberty. I think that we would be moving away from
You wouldn't be reducing liberty.
Absolutely.
It would just be a different kind
if
of
you start imposing church into state, for example, and the only religion that you can practice is Christianity, that would be violating liberty.
How? If we amend the process, how?
Even if you amend the process. So you can amend the process to make us a less free nation. But what I would say is that would be wrong. That would be un-American, yes.
How?
Because America is built on life and liberty.
America is built on the fact that you can amend America.
No, America is built on...
Why do we have an amendment process then?
Why wouldn't TJ, when he's writing the Declaration of Independence, why wouldn't he, for example, say, America is just what we vote for. It's just like consensus stuff, man. It's just like loosey-goosey. He says specifically an ethos that drives the dream, right? And you're saying, well, this ethos, this dream, it's just silly. It's nothing. I mean, it's just not nothing, right? It makes me go,
it's foundationally
do you hate America?
On liberalism, on
it's
the liberal
curse,
view,
man.
Right?
It's not the
So you
curse.
think
It's
America's
programming
not
of the game. Activate
it's
a fucking...
not built on any sort of ethnicity. It's not built on any sort of cultural union.
Bonus.
Did say culture.
They fucking screw you.
But you just said life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
Is that not? Can that not be cultural values?
Yeah, no.
Why not? What's
because
cultural values?
What does it mean?
What's an example of a cultural value?
Well, what the fuck does it mean?
What's an example of a cultural value, if not something like life and liberty?
A unison of cultural values are usually foundation to ethical systems.
No, they're not. So what's a cultural value that you would say that's a cultural value?
I just
Give me an
told
example
you.
of one.
I would utilize for culture some kind of glue. That would be a unison. Otherwise, it's not cultural.
Okay, what's a Scottish cultural value? Irish, sorry, you're Irish. What's an Irish cultural value?
Yeah, so I think that Irish cultural values would, again, revolve around foundationalism,
Like
religious
what?
ethical systems.
Like what?
Well, for Ireland, I think, the Protestant Catholic.
So the cultural value is of being Irish is being Catholic.
I think that there's a union between the people group and the ethical foundations.
So how are Irish people different than British people who are also on the back of Anglican or Catholic?
Well, because they're not, right?
Fuck me, man.
Completely different sets of people groups which come from Britannians.
It's just a big fucking thing over my head that says, "Oh, he has a booster on." I swear to God.
When the church came in,
it's like they just fucking light you up. It's like you're constantly
now a
on the fucking
different
screen.
set
It's like
of value
attack this
structures
person.
than other places do, including
Would you
in Western
call it
Europe.
Anglican?
What?
The British cultural value? So the
Well, I
only thing
would
that
say-
makes British and Irish people different is one's
No,
Catholic
I
and
said
one's
different people
Protestant.
group. Let's steel
It's
man
not
my
even like me, like, it's not like I'm just like
steel man
scramming,
my
like,
position real quick.
I'm
not like I'm
asking
flying
you
into the
actually
ground
to
or
steal my
anything.
mind because you're insisting that when I list these ethos,
I'm not missing good
can I
shots
steel
or
man your position
anything.
when
It's
you're
just
asking me questions.
what the fuck?
I'm asking you questions because you seem to be unsatisfied with the answers that I
Yeah.
have supplied.
People
because
group-
you're not granting me. Just
people
wait, just
group
wait,
plus
just wait.
ethical
if you're gonna get us on interrupting, it has to be mutual. Okay.
Yeah.
So I gave you an example of a couple of
part is so
cultural ethos,
stupid.
and you said, "What? This is nothing. It doesn't mean anything."
Well, these
and so
are-
then I said,
wait, hold on.
so then I said,
Fine.
"Can you give me an example of, let's say, Irish cultural
Okay,
ethos?"
sure.
Hold on, and you said Catholic, and I said, "What makes them different then from just another group of people that are also Catholic?"
They have
There's-
different set values.
Like what?
Like, for instance, they have different religious foundationalism. They have different values in their society that
What
they
is an
honor.
Irish cultural value? Give me one.
Not life, not liberty, not pursuit of happiness. How am I wrong?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
So
If it's
Irish
just-
values
if
is
it's
just
just
being
isms,
Catholic?
if it's just isms of like a cultural value is life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, then it's like, okay, then cultural values are also just not life, not liberty, and not pursuit of happiness then? Does that make any sense to you?
That's not what anyone's saying. I'm literally
It is
just,
what you're saying.
It's not.
Let each other finish, please.
I'm just asking you for a single example
I'm
of
just-
an Irish cultural
Yeah, when you're
value,
talking-
and you're just saying
let each other
and
finish.
you're
An Irish cultural value would be. He already said their cultural values would be, well, like the identity would be Protestant Catholic. I can't remember. I don't know if it was Protestant, like which religion, but their values would obviously fall under those of Catholicism, like family and that kind of stuff. But the things that flow from Catholicism would be. And it's like, yes, many cultures have very similar things, right? And then it's the really weird, it's like the random things that make them quite unique from those cultural, some of those cultural identities is what makes them unique, whether it be the unique things that, like they're pagan, like if they were pagan beforehand, so things that like worked their way in. So like cultural things like the values and the things that are the values and stuff that are shown in like King Arthur and all that, King Arthur and the knights and all this. I don't like in Merlin and those kind of things. So those are like distinct, interesting cultural things that make them. I think even those establish like Christian, established Christian ideologies. But I think those are from the time. I don't even know. I don't know if those were the time before. But there was pagan things from like even like England and stuff. So can't remember what they were called. The pagan people. Why are you shooting at me, you dumbass? I'm on your team. Oh, that was a miss whiff on my part. He's on fire. Oh, it'll burn out. Now I'm missing good shots, and now that's gonna get me killed. Get him, dude. Get him. But she also doesn't listen. Like, he gives her things, and then her argumentative style is just so. She's a girl Destiny, and it is so fucking annoying. That's all she is. She's girl Destiny. I'm pretty sure she's a Destiny orbiter. But yeah, she argues like Destiny. She's fast, she's quick, and then she like she doesn't answer things. She then turns around and she just asks you questions.
You're just saying Catholic. So what's an example of an Irish cultural value?
So, do you agree that Catholic would be an example of an Irish cultural value?
I wouldn't say it's
Family,
unique to Ireland, no.
Christianity.
So, why would it need to be
The religious values that are
Is
extolled,
life,
that,
liberty,
like,
and pursuit of happiness unique to America?
So are you just saying that
extolled
cultures
therein
don't
of
really exist? They're just
Catholicism.
the religions. Like there's no difference
No,
between
like the
Irish
Ten
people
Commandments
and
and the things
and
extolled by
another-
Jesus,
and another group
and like
that's Catholic as
What a
well,
cul- what-
like Spanish
like-
people.
So,
Like-
what a culture is going to be the grouping of the people the consideration of the value group of those people and then the foundations of those people.
So what's an example of an Irish cultural
Catholicism.
So how is that different than Spanish people who are also Catholic?
Because they have a different people group.
So what emerges that's different between these two groups?
Language, customs, orders.
Yeah, values.
Not just values. No,
Of course not. Of course not just
they
values.
can have. Actually, they have a lot of shared values.
Sure, of course. Yeah.
But
Yeah,
again,
like-
you have to take the people group. Then you have to take
Christianity is
social orders,
everywhere,
then you have to
so
take
lots
the
of
foundationalism
Christian
in
or
order to create
Catholic
culture. For
nations
you,
or
you're
Protestant
saying
like
life, liberty, pursuit
they're
of
gonna
happiness.
have
Now, I gave you concrete examples
similar,
of cultural
like they're gonna
values.
be,
Can you
you
tell
know,
me what
they're
this
gonna have
means?
lots of similar values.
So if we're talking about the culture of people, I think one of the relevant things for the American culture might be, not excluded to, the founding fathers and what they thought. You know, the founding of the entire nation kind of matters. So in the Declaration of Independence, for example, Thomas Jefferson outlines life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So that is a unique thing, a unique hallmark of being
Jefferson
American.
didn't sign the Constitution.
That doesn't mean that he didn't write the Declaration of Independence. We're talking about the Declaration of Independence.
The Declaration of Independence was a propaganda piece built on an axiom which said
still pretty
under
far
God,
up there,
right?
though.
So as an American, you just don't care about the Declaration of
I'm
Independence.
saying that when we're talking about foundationalism, the reason I bring
We're
up
not
that
talking about
Jefferson didn't
foundationalism.
sign the Constitution, we are. We're
Nope.
talking about value structures.
Okay.
You're saying that
I'm
life,
trying to
liberty, and
figure out-
pursuit of
Why am I-
happiness.
I'm pretty sure
You're
that's
saying
a
life,
bow.
liberty, pursuit of happiness is the foundation of Americanism.
Nope.
Then what is?
What is the foundation? It's the foundation of America is the founding fathers. It's the Constitution. It's the Declaration of Independence. It's
Systems.
the entire idea.
It's systems.
Well, it's systems and it's ethos.
You see what I mean though? That's circular.
I think I've gotten a woke
It's
You
not-
say life,
how is it
liberty,
circular?
li-
What's
I
life,
might
liberty,
use
pursuit
it.
of happiness. That is not the
50%,
foundation
it's
of
not
America,
bad.
right?
I
would like
suppose
to
they
do
can
some
be
more vogue
foundations
stuff,
in that, like
but-
they're irreducible. Life, liberty are kind of irreducible
Why couldn't they be reduced?
because it's going to become circular eventually. Like most things will become circular. Say
Yeah,
you have a
keep
culture
rolling.
that
Be right back.
values work ethic.
Yeah.
How do you reduce that? What does that mean?
What that?
All right, we're back.
People work really, really hard.
Yeah, isn't that kind of just like you're just kind of
Yeah,
saying
that's
the same thing?
heuristic,
So
sure.
it's circular.
I'm not sure that it's circular, but
How
it's a heuristic.
how is saying work
Excuse me.
ethic is people work hard, not circular?
Well, you could give qualifiers for what hard work is.
What you didn't. You just said
I don't need
hard
to.
work is.
You just asked me how, and I explained
Okay,
it.
so this is
now,
one of the
when
keys
we're
of-
talking about foundationalism, you said life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, but then said that that's not a foundation, and then only pointed to systems.
I said
as
it's
the-
no. I didn't say it's not foundation. I said it's
Okay.
not foundationalism because when I'm hearing that, and I could be wrong,
Uh-huh.
when I hear foundationalism,
Always,
I'm assuming
you're
that
always
you
wrong.
mean the philosophical framework.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when I'm saying foundational, I
So
just
what's
mean
the philosophical
essential.
framework of the United States, other than a system?
I'm not So when I'm saying the cultural ethos, I'm not talking about the philosophical framework necessarily.
I'm asking you, what is the philosophical framework of the United States other than a system? What?
Well, it is a system.
Yeah, exactly. So all you're appealing to in your liberal ethical system is just systems. It's an amoral system. That's it.
So statecraft systems. Yes.
Yeah. So here
What's
we can make
happening
this
here?
super easy. We can make this super easy then. Is changing the First Amendment immoral?
No, but I think it would make the country worse.
So it's an amoral system.
I would argue like it's probably immoral because probably the people doing it, right? Like which people want to change free speech?
Who cares? What would make it immoral?
Well, the context and the individual who's doing it might make it immoral or not.
I wish it would just stay over. Stay pitched.
It might be, right? Things are relative.
I want you to stay pitched over, damn it.
So in and of itself is not relative anymore because it's just in and of itself.
So I am a moral objectivist and a relativist, right?
What? You're a
believe-
P and a not P?
No, I believe in that morals are objective, but also that they are relative. This is standard. This is like Aristotle stuff.
What the fuck? What?
Okay, so stealing is wrong. However, the guy whose family is going to die if he doesn't steal, relatively, contextually, might be okay for him to steal in that situation, right?
You're just talking about pluralism.
What's the competing values here?
Because under pluralism, what you're saying is that there's many pathways to get to what the spirit of the thing is.
That's not what pluralism is.
It is.
Nope.
Okay, what is it?
Okay, I wrote it down because it's when it's multiple irreducible competing goods in moral.
It's also stupid what she said earlier. It's objectively wrong to steal, but it might be okay for him to steal if his family's going to starve. No, it's still not okay for you to steal. It's still not okay for you to steal because there are other avenues. There are other avenues. Unless there is absolutely no food. I mean, even if there's absolutely no food left on Earth, right? If there's absolutely no, let's just say this is a hypothetical, absolutely no food left on Earth, nothing else. The only thing left is between, like, you're stuck in some sort of vehicle, like a space shuttle. It's your family and someone else's family, and there's no food left. They have the last bit of food, but it's their food. Let's say they own the food. They brought the food. They worked for the food. They own the food. Okay, it is still morally wrong. You are still stealing, right? Now, it might be a Christian thing to do. It might be a moral thing to do to share the food between the two, especially if it's in a case where, like, the two of you, like, there's no chance of you guys surviving or something. But it also might be a moral thing to do to share the food amongst the children or something. Like if you have families, right, amongst the children, especially if they're old enough to survive on their own. Let them live. The parents of both families die in hopes that someone comes along to, say, rescue them, right? They live a little bit longer and they can be rescued or something. So, like, there's always something else. Like, stealing is still wrong. It is not, there's no relativist area where it's like, oh, it is okay. I will, like, don't get me wrong, I will steal. If I don't think I have any other opportunities, like I don't have a weapon to hunt, my child is starving and needs food now, I will take from somebody else, right? Especially in a case where I will try to find somebody that I think is bad or something, or somebody that has more. I will try to negotiate. I will try to ask for and pay back later and all that. But if they won't, if somebody has far more than they need and won't give, right? It's still stealing, and it is also against it is immoral to not give when you have more than you need and someone else is in need, right? That's also a Christian value, but the point still stands. You're still taking from somebody, so it's immoral on both areas. Just because someone else is committing a wrong doesn't mean you get to commit a wrong. And you try everything else, but I would still steal. I would still commit that sin to save my kids, but you can't justify it and say, oh, because I'm stealing to save my kids, it is not moral. She's wrong. She's just wrong, and there's no such thing as. He's right. She's a pluralist. There's no bullshit thing. I'm objective. I believe it is immoral to steal, but it is moral to steal when it benefits me. That's what she's saying. She's saying it's immoral. I mean, she can, I guess, technically believe that. It's fine, but it's not like you can't believe in both at the same time unless you just can't believe both at the same time. You can't say, oh, Otherwise, it's what is it called? Just whatever benefits you. It's a view that whatever benefits you. Which most people believe anything. Whatever benefits me is what I believe in. That's usually the way it goes. So.
Pluralism.
Multiple what?
Irreducible competing goods.
Meaning that there's multiple pathways to get to somewhere.
No. That
No.
means, for example, that you have two moral systems that are both good, so justice and mercy.
And there's multiple ways to use them to get to the thing we're trying to get to?
Nope.
No.
In this case, they're competing against one another. So in the case, for example, of somebody who's cheated on his wife, there's morals of justice that we would want to uphold, but there's also maybe morals of mercy or union of family. And so to make a decision, there isn't an obvious correct answer between justice or mercy. Usually we have to do some type of balance between the two.
Or we could do no type of balance and utilize one to get to the same objective as the other.
What's the objective?
So, for instance, if we wanted to prosecute a guy for a crime, we could say we're only going to prosecute him on this crime based on justice. That could be one value set which we adhere to, right?
Yeah, sure.
We could also appeal to something else like dignity. I don't know. Let's just say we put that up and say that's what we're going to use instead. Well, the justice people and the dignity people, right? Neither one of them are wrong, and they're both going towards the same goal, which is execution of guy just, or execution of guy good, or execution of guy fine.
Well, I guess if you want to make this pluralist, I guess if you're a
because it is.
Are
It's
you a
pluralism.
virtue ethicist?
Yes, of course.
You're a virtue ethicist.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to basically utilize them.
Well, I'm a Christian ethicist, but virtue ethics is involved, yes.
Okay, gotcha. So in the case of, why are we here? Yes,
Because we're talking about systems. How is the United States something other than just a system?
Yeah,
you said in and of itself, if we change the First Amendment, that would not be immoral.
You don't think
it would
America
be
is
amoral.
anything. So you don't think America is anything but its system. There's nothing else that makes America unique that you can point to and say that's America.
Under the liberal view, no.
Under your view, not under your view.
Yeah, well, under my view, I think that there was once upon a time a powerful idealism which was founded around Christian ethics that was foundational to America, which is now basically destroyed by
Foundational as in founding fathers or foundational?
It was foundational to the moral character of the people who lived here.
So then why did they write it out in the federal papers?
Why did the Mustangs?
The church.
Carry
From statecraft.
fire bombs.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't. They separated in the First Amendment.
Like
only
they constantly
that the
have
federal
firebombs.
government
At least the ones I
couldn't
can
pass
see.
religion
Firebombs
on
and
people.
rockets.
Under the 10th Amendment,
Why can't I just
states
carry
could still
some regular
maintain their
bombs?
religions.
And then most states came to agree that actually the federal precept was better, right?
No.
Yeah.
No. What happened actually was a lot of states were looking at moving back towards that, which
seems
is
a
why
weird place to put
this
the
whole
canopy. See how
idea
the canopy is?
of
It's
the
like
14th
right in your
Amendment being
view.
reinterpreted the way that it was to say that states couldn't do that happened.
It's like
I
right
feel
in
like
front
we
of
have
your
a very
view. It's
different
just weird.
understanding of suffrage.
I guess it gives you a good,
That's not
clear
suffrage,
view
that's
of
the
stuff
19th
behind you,
Amendment.
14th
which is
Amendment?
pretty important.
Yeah, the 14th Amendment, I think, is citizenship. It's about birthright
Right,
citizenship.
you're right. It's about birthright citizenship. Yeah,
The
you're
14th
correct.
Amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the 14th Amendment prohibits states from infringing on religious freedom by applying the First Amendment to them through the due process.
Read the 14th. Read it.
I just did, but hold on. There's
I want you to read it in a way that goes to his argument.
I just want him to read the amendment, but I think that that's the case.
Yeah, see, she's such
Besides,
a,
even
she's
if
such
it wasn't, it's not done for you. You didn't remember.
But
He's a
wait, it
sniveling
is.
little
So
bitch.
the idea of remembering isn't what
He
matters
didn't-
in the conversation
first of
of,
all-
like, which idea is more true, right?
Yeah.
He didn't read it. He read a synopsis. He read a synopsis thing from. My brain's not working. He read a synopsis thing from Google. Is what he read. Because that's literally what the synopsis thing from Google brings up, and so he didn't, and he was wrong, and it is stupid for him not to mention the fact that he doesn't. That's not even. That's not. He said, "Oh, I just read it." No, he did. You didn't read it, dude. I know he's not specifically trying to harm Andrew here, but he was wrong, and he should have said, "Okay, I did. I was reading the synopsis thing from Google. I thought it was the whatchamacallit. I thought it was the 14th Amendment. I was wrong." And because in a second here he'll read the fucking 14th Amendment, and none of the words he just read are in there. So it's just a synopsis thing that a lot of people on the left like to. The reason Google gets this is because this is how they fucking use it to write their bullshit into it. So, and then she goes and takes this, and she thinks this is a dunk, right? And then she tries to rub it in his face, and he knows he's right, and so she's being completely disingenuous and a piece of shit.
Hang on.
So it's not about me
Let him
getting it
read
done.
the amendment.
I don't know why you said that. Aren't we trying to talk about ideas here?
Yeah.
So whether I remembered or not, like poo-poo for me, I should have remembered 14th Amendment. But if the 14th Amendment...
See, she just is what she fucking does. How fast she talks, it's just like fucking Destiny. She's not... oh my God, she's so annoying. I'm not gonna fucking debate you because you just got so damn annoying. Like, I'm not going to debate, but I mean, like, if I wasn't, I'd just be like, why would you want to debate this person? It would just be a fucking headache. I would be like, you'd be done, and I would just be slamming my head against the table to try and make it stop.
Amendment says what I'm suggesting. That's
it doesn't
point to my ideas, not me getting a win.
Clauses. Yeah. Should I read all the clauses?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and the thing he read was not even a clause. He read a synopsis from fucking Google or whatever, talking about how the left. It just, like I said, Google or whatever takes stuff from the ether, from the internet, from Reddit, whatever, and it was taking something that how they argue how the 14th Amendment works, which is not how it works, and it put it on Google's thing, and he was reading that, and he just wants him to fucking read the 14th Amendment to show.
One citizenship clause.
Yes, there we go.
It declares that anyone born or naturalized in the United States is a U.S. citizen, including formerly enslaved people.
Yep.
Overturned the Dred Scott versus Sanford decision. Number 2, due process clause. It says states cannot deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
So I was right.
This protects individuals from unfair state government actions. Clause 3, equal protection clause. It requires states to provide equal protection of the laws to all people. This clause became the foundation for many civil rights decisions, including Roe v. Wade, Brown versus Board of Education, Obergefell versus Hodges.
So these were all interpretations of the amendment. There's nothing in there about religion.
You're right, but you said that was the 14th Amendment was saying that states could have their own unique religion, but in fact,
no, that's the 10th Amendment.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. So then she tries to lie and say that exactly this, and he was saying, no, you, the left, argued that the 14th Amendment says this, and there's nothing in there. There's nothing in there about religion. There's nothing about their religion and the states not being able to do, and it's like, oh, dear God.
Wait, why were you citing the 14th Amendment?
Because I was telling you that most of the reason the states wanted to move back to the idea of religiosity.
Either she's really stupid.
It was through the interpretation of the 14th Amendment, which had nothing at all to do with religion, had to do with birthright citizenship.
And due process.
They focused on that.
Yeah, what does due
Here's how
process
they
have
did
to
it.
do with the states?
What they were saying was
having a state religion, you dumb bitch.
Basically, states aren't going to be able to tell anybody who is or isn't a citizen. Okay, they're not going to be able to do that anymore, and it needs to be uniform. So what happened is the Supreme Court began to rule that, oh, well, since it has to be uniform, we'll apply the First Amendment there too. This is way, way, way late in the game, though. Okay. Early Constitution, remember at this time, your founders are all dead, right? All these people are dead. They didn't want anything to do with that. They wanted the states to be able to make those prospective decisions themselves, which they were doing.
Sure, so there was a compromise, particularly the compromise was because they needed to unite the colonies, but a lot of the colonies had a lot of different predilections about how to run statecraft, right? And so one of the reasons why they wrote out separation of churches at the federal level, but allowed states to maintain it, is because they wanted states to still join. It was very important to them, particularly since the revolution was about to happen, that they had the states unified under one another. Well, again, so the 14th Amendment didn't, none of that proved that you were right.
Yes,
at
it
all.
did. 100% did.
That has nothing to do with religion.
That was my point, not yours. That was my point.
I never said the 14th Amendment had anything to do with religion.
You did. You said,
I said the
yes,
First
you did.
Amendment. I have it written. I've only
and I said,
the
no,
First
it was
Amendment.
citizenship. And you were like, nope. Oh, wait, it is citizenship. And then Brian, he did a quick Google search. And what he was reading was an interpretation of it. When he read the actual amendment, no, I was correct.
I've never denied that it was about citizenship. I said, what does the 14th Amendment have to do with
You
religion?
said read it so that it favors Andrew, but it did favor me because I was right.
Well, he started reading it and it had nothing to do with religion. It had everything to do with like equal liberties.
No,
like,
it was the opposite.
Yeah,
He was
now
saying
that he was
first
right, she's
that,
trying
hey,
to-
this was about religion when it wasn't.
So when you think you get a point, try to make a dunk, and once you realize you're wrong, obfuscate and try and say that was never the point at all, and this doesn't go in your favor. Like, she just can't admit when she's wrong. She's just like, I mean, god damn it, just so fucking.
No, you
Like,
what? No,
the
he was
most
not.
annoying.
Yes, what was the first thing you
The
read?
most annoying
Okay.
traits in a woman.
It was the citizenship clause.
Mm-hmm.
There's the due process clause.
No,
You
no,
want
no.
me to
Before
read?
that, the first thing that you read.
Oh, the first one. Before I
He's
looked
gonna
it
end
up.
up alone
Oh, that
with
the
her
14th
cats.
Amendment prohibits states from infringing on religious freedom.
Some
by
guy,
applying-
some guy
Infringing
will
on religious
bang
freedom.
her,
Thank you.
but she'll
He was
end up
saying
alone
that the
after
14th
that.
Amendment was about religion. I said, no,
I
it's
think she's
not.
one of
That
the
was
ones that's not
about.
tested.
That was
no.
literally about
I could be wrong. I
citizenship.
could be wrong.
I can look stuff
but I'm
up for
pretty
you,
sure.
sir.
I appreciate
It's
that.
fucking
Pretty sure she's
crazy.
Wait,
one of the
nothing
ones that's
crazy
left
has
with
happened
us.
here.
Yes, it has.
So would you agree that in this conversation,
And she's
I brought up
like
the First Amendment?
fucking
religion.
gaslighting. Just like
You have
left.
brought up the 10th and 14th to justify why actually the states were given power to decide the
He didn't
Just
bring.
the 10th.
He
The
didn't bring
14th
up.
was
yeah,
how
she's
it
a
was
liar.
Why'd you bring up the
reinterpreted to
14th?
get away from the idea
Because
that
you,
states could have
the
their
left,
religion.
uses this as an argument.
Okay,
Dumb
gotcha.
bitch.
I see. So can we read the 10th?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Where's this guy going?
All right, the 10th Amendment. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people.
Which is why, post-foundation,
Just state power. So none of states establishing a religion.
Maybe I should have launched the rockets, but I don't
This is
think it
saying the
matter.
federal government respects the state's right to make certain decisions, like in suffrage. The state reserved the right to decide.
Probably
who's
just gone
people,
head-to-head
right?
with the
how many
other person.
states maintained a state religion post-constitutional ratification?
I believe all of them did initially.
Then what is your argument?
My argument is that the states are not America. The founding fathers.
Then what is
are.
America?
Well, the founding fathers are
Yeah,
probably a
the
lot closer than what
states are.
Maryland
Oh
thought.
my God, the states.
That's
are.
not Maryland.
She's arguing the federal
states.
government is America
Yeah, well,
only.
Maryland-
The
apparently.
states
Is Maryland a-
would be all.
Is Maryland a state?
But
Yeah.
all states is different than one state.
Sure, and yet all states felt that religion and church should be unified, that they should have a state religion, that there should be a test for religion, and the founding fathers knew that, and despite that, wrote it in explicitly that Congress shall make no law respecting establishment of religion and prohibit the free exercise thereof.
That way the states could do it. Yes.
They were not saying what the states were going to do. They were saying America, which
My
is
God.
federal.
Yeah. No.
God, she's so retarded. No, they said the federal government can't do this. The end. That's what they said. Okay, no, they said federal government can't do this. Anything that we say that, anything that the, it's not working. Anything that we don't say that's given to the federal government, the states can make their own rules about. So they didn't say the federal government has regulation over over state, state religions, or over a religion. No, they said the state. I mean, they said the federal government can't make a religion. That's it. Federal government can't make a religion. Didn't say anything about the states. Didn't say anything like that. And since the federal government, since they didn't say anything about this, God, this is so easy. This is so easy, and their brains don't work. It's like it's like she's like so stupid. God damn. Dude, how am I missing? I think that guy should be dead.
No, it's also state. which is why we have the 10th Amendment.
Yeah, it's like we have
federal
federal
and state government.
state
So
government.
Maryland is America.
America's a state, or Maryland has a state government.
I didn't say that it didn't.
Great. And is that state government allowed to do all the things that the federal government can't do?
Yes,
That's
both
not
are
in the powers
America,
of the
you
federal
dumb
government via
bimbo.
the 10th Amendment.
What matters more to what America
Now, what matters is answering my question. Is
What matters-
Maryland allowed to do whatever Maryland wants to do under the 10th Amendment as long as that's not in the hands of the federal government? As long as those aren't things which are allocated to the federal government, can Maryland do what it wants?
By and large, as long as it's not violating
Great.
any of the
So then,
Constitution.
great. So if that's the case,
Did I hit a rudder or did he just fly
there was actually no reason at all why states could not have their own state religions, and they did.
So so what do you think is more important for America? What a state, Pennsylvania, or what the founding fathers wrote into the founding documentation?
The
of the
founding
entire country?
fathers wrote the 10th Amendment into the founding documents.
Yes, to respect the state's ability to make decisions.
Like
No-
have a state religion.
Sure, but also multiple things like commerce.
And also state religion.
Sure, but then they also explicitly prohibited at a federal level any
That's
involvement
not in
of
dispute.
any involvement of a state religion. There's no federal state.
She said it herself at a federal level.
That's never been.
She's already said at a federal level. There's a federal government and a state government. She's already she's already defeated her own argument. At a federal level, they've forbidden a state religion. Yeah, at a federal level, a state religion just referring to the government, not the actual, like, the providences that are known as states. At a state level, at a federal level, you shall not make a state religion. It said nothing about the states, and anything that it is not said specific, like nothing explicitly said about the federal government doing that the states can or cannot do, like having control over, is relegated to the states, to the provinces. Okay, let's just say like the states were referred to as provinces instead of states, right? I know it's weird wording, but the state is just simply talking about they referred to the government as the state back then. So it's the difference between the state, right, and states. So they were interchangeable as state and government. So it's just she's already defeated herself. She's already said federally there was a federal regulation. There was not a local government regulation. She defeated her own argument. She just said it. She's so stupid.
Been in dispute.
Yep,
She's just
that has
arguing
been in
against
dispute
herself.
Because the question here is, what's more American? What's more American?
Yeah.
What Pennsylvania did in like the
That's
1700s?
not the question. The question is
That
whether
my
Christian
question.
nationalism
That's my
is
question.
un-American.
That's my question to you.
What?
Matters more for America? The American ethos, understanding America as a country. What Pennsylvania did at the founding of America, or
Yeah.
what the American founding fathers wrote.
Both are important.
Which matters more?
And I don't care what she considers more American.
Equally matter.
The system wouldn't work without the validity of both state and federal government.
That's not what we're saying.
There were
We're
state
saying that the
religions back in the day,
Pennsylvania
like
policies
back
are
when
equally as valid
when
as
the country was
federal
formed, there were state
Constitution.
religions.
Yes.
Why doesn't she consider that more American? Why doesn't she consider that more American?
Because you're pretending.
There
what
should
we're
be
talking about
blasphemy
is now
laws still,
statecraft,
and there
that
should be like
Pennsylvania
it's more
policy
American
was
that
valid.
homosexuals
That's
should
what
be
I'm saying.
homosexuality
I'm
should be
asking
banned.
what the American
They should be
idea
considered
is.
bigotry or bigotry.
What matters more?
Bigotry.
History and understanding of
We had
America
slavery. We had
being
slaves back at the beginning. Why isn't
Which
that more
matters
American then? Like
that's
Yeah, so you're saying there,
God, she's so
Pennsylvania
stupid.
matters just as much as the founding fathers.
So stupid.
It's just absurd.
Absent, how is it absurd? The system doesn't work unless you have the state governments. It
What's
doesn't
more?
work.
What's more American?
Nobody here is denying that.
So how could it be more
Nope,
important what
nope.
the founders did when it was intricate that the states had the rights?
To America as an idea, I
Yeah.
think what the founding fathers write kind of matters. Like the
fact that you don't get points for
Because they're founding the
decapping
federal
something is
government. They're
retarded.
founding
Based
the
on a
nation.
compromise with the states.
Yeah, but they're founding a nation.
Based on the states.
But the nation is not Pennsylvania.
See, I didn't get
the
any points
nation
for
is
The
that.
America.
nation is a collection of states.
Maybe I did.
So why is it the case that if all the states had
yeah,
all
I
this
didn't get
religious
points
practice
for
and
that.
all this religious law,
Yeah.
why didn't the federal government, if they wanted to unify them, why didn't they just write in?
You should get points for
that America
decapping
is a
it.
Christian nation.
So
why
if you
didn't they do
decap
that?
it-
Because you had what was called pan-Protestantism. Each one of these states had different religious organizations in them.
Because apparently
and some of them
like
wanted to be this
like,
type
I understand
of
capping
Protestant,
requires you to
some
stay,
wanted
but
to
at
be
least like, you
Catholic,
should get some
wanted
points.
to be Quakers.
Half as many
so they
points
gave
or
them the 10th
something.
Amendment. And the 10th Amendment said that they could do that shit.
They could be a Protestant state.
Why
they
not
could
just
be
say
a
they have to be
Catholic state.
Christian? Why not just say at a federal level that they can just be the Christian?
Because the states demanded that the federal government not step in to tell them what their state religion had to be.
That's not
Yeah, and back then, the idea of there being anything other than a Christian, like the fact that they have to worry about Islam or Buddhism or some other shit like that is like they couldn't even comprehend, like not even comprehend, I would say. But like it just didn't enter their mind. To be fair, it just didn't enter their mind. They're like, there's like so many of them probably like barely even knew anything about Islam or Buddhism. Like they're just like just Catholicism and Protestantism was like to the further, like they knew there was other religions. Don't get me wrong, but the idea that the other ones would come here and be somehow a threat, like, right? Somehow they would be a threat, not something that they would even consider. God, you couldn't fucking cover me for 1 fucking second. Oh, we lost this one.
true. Actually,
that was the compromise.
No, so when
yes,
the first,
yes,
no,
it was.
So
yeah.
no. Hold on. The compromise
did
here
decap it.
is that states are allowed to make certain rules of law within state that are not within the federal purview. That is the compromise, right?
No.
Yes.
That's one compromise.
Okay. Okay. I don't know why you're interjecting there at all. Thank you for the clarification.
Because there's more
It's like
than
being
one.
like, there's
not the
three
only
ways
one.
of feminism, and I'm like, there's 4, and you're like, 3's within 4. It's like, okay.
No,
thank
it's
you.
nothing like that.
It's
It's like saying
identical to
this. It's like saying the states, the reason that this compromise happened in the First Amendment is because a Catholic state didn't want the federal government to tell them they had to be a Protestant state.
So why didn't
but
they just have
they did
Christian?
want the federal government to say that they could have a Catholic state, and they did under the 10th Amendment.
So why is it the case that within like the first federal address, all of the states were extremely upset because they mentioned God, there was no establishment
Why did I
of
get no-
America as a
I must
nation
have
of
been too
God?
low.
There
I
are
don't know,
ways,
but
for example,
I
that
should
it
have
probably
gotten
could have
hits on that
compromised
fucking
between all
H75.
of the religions so that it wasn't saying a Catholic leader, but just saying a Christian leader, right? They could have done that, but they didn't do that explicitly to the upset, actually.
I think he makes this point, but to be fair, Protestants didn't consider Catholics Christian. Catholics didn't consider Protestants Christian. They thought they were each branch was heretical back then. I still think technically we do. We still technically some branches are still considered heretical to like Orthodox. Like Orthodox consider others heretical, and I would consider other branches heretical, whether or not. Like I think there's like 3 or 4 fundamental things that you have to believe for salvation, and the other things I think are important, but I don't think they're going to end your salvation necessarily. So like let's just say for some reason someone doesn't think Saul was an apostle. Saul, who became Paul, was an apostle, or something. Like, I don't know how they. I don't know. Maybe. Like, I think there might be things. Like, maybe you think Genesis is allegorical rather than literal or something. I don't know, but. I'd have to see like how they deal with it, but yeah. I think we're just gonna use this. What? Did I also get this? I'm confused. Did I also unlock that? Did it tell me to choose? Brew. Oh. weird. Am I down here?
Yeah.
To the upset of the religious leaders, to the
That's
upset
true.
of some of the founding fathers.
It's because.
So why did they do
because
that?
Protestants didn't consider Catholics to be Christians. That's why.
That's not why.
It is why.
No, the TJ writes about this. The reason why, right? And you
God,
have this
her
in the Federalist
referring
Papers.
to
The
Thomas
reason
Jefferson
why
as TJ just. Just want to punch her in the face.
is because they were breaching away from a king who was also a spiritual leader, right, in the UK, and they had a huge issue with it. They viewed this blend of church and state, especially at a federal level, as a problem. In fact, I suspect if you go into it, a lot of the founding fathers thought that all the states shouldn't have a state-level religion. They just weren't going to comment on that because they needed to unify the countries.
Incorrect.
Over time,
There was
the
a couple-
colonies adopted the exact same framework
There was a
as the founding
couple
fathers.
of them
if you
that
can,
didn't
just
want
try to let each other
So
finish.
first of all, there was a couple of them who didn't want to. That's true. But the thing is like
Well, they all
the
agreed to it.
entirety
That is
of the
weird.
federal
You might have
government I'm
to just stick
talking
your
about, there was a
hand
couple
in
of
there.
founders who didn't want states to have a religion. That's what I'm specifically
You're talking about the
referencing.
deists.
Not just the deists. There was others who weren't deists, but by and large, most of them were fine with the compromise.
So a majority of the founding fathers.
Is it my turn now? So here's what actually happened.
That was a
Because
polite
since you
way
have
of
revisionist
saying,
history
"Shut
that
up,
I don't know where you came up with.
Okay.
You couldn't say in the First Amendment that this is to be a Christian nation specifically, unless you gave a specific denomination, because denominations did not recognize other ones as being Christian. So what they did instead was they said, look, Congress is not going to make an establishment of a religion, period. We're going to leave that to the states. And then they put in the 10th Amendment. That's exactly what the states did. They put in their own religions.
Why could they have? So why did they ban religious test clauses? You could easily make religious test clauses.
They still have them in almost every state.
No. At a federal level, it's Article 6. It's
Yeah.
explicitly banned. No religious test shall ever be required as a qualification to any office or public trust under the United States.
Because there could be instances where you had people who were representatives of states who for some reason needed to operate at the federal level, right? They didn't want to be like, hey, you're a Catholic, so your oath is no good here. Or you're a Protestant, so your oath is no good here. Or you're a this, so your oath is no good here. That was part of the compromise.
Why didn't they just use the Apostles' Creed? Both Protestants and Catholics at the time acknowledged the Apostles' Creed.
Because they didn't recognize each other as Christians, so the
That
compromise...
doesn't matter. They both recognize the Apostles' Creed isn't Catholic or Protestant. It's just
I don't-
Christian, right?
I don't
Whether or not
necessarily know
they
what
would
she's
fight about who's a
talking
heretic
about.
or
I'd
not.
have to
Why
look
not,
at
if you want a religious test clause
Nicene
that compromises
Creed,
between the two
I don't
religions,
necessarily
why didn't
know
they
what I've
just
heard of
write
the
in the
Apostles'
Apostles'
Creed.
Creed? I'm sure they were familiar with it.
Because they didn't recognize each other as Christians. Meaning, at the
That doesn't
federal level,
matter.
if you swore in as a Catholic, let's say, right, in order to fucking, I don't know, help with some piece of legislation or do something that you weren't, you were supposed to do at the federal level, the Protestant
Something's
nations
hurting,
or states
but-
might be like, we don't recognize that because that's an oath of a Catholic. So at the federal level, they
Do you
had to
think
stay
Protestants
secular.
would have said that the Apostles' Creed is Catholic?
What does the Apostles' Creed have to do with anything we're talking about?
The Apostles' Creed is like one of the central creeds to like what we say
So
who's
what?
Christian.
So what?
No,
that has
that's-
nothing to do with what
I
I'm
think
saying.
she's referring
Of
to
course
the
it does.
Nicene.
Why
I've never
would
heard it referred
you
to
said
as the
if a
Apostles'
Catholic
Creed.
takes the
I've heard
Apostles'
the
Creed,
Why
Nicene
did, why, I don't
why would a
understand.
Protestant be
Why
upset
did the
about
federal
that?
government, it was not within the federal purview to make the determination of getting the states to compromise on the fucking Apostles' Creed. It was under their purview to say, hey, what we're going to do is make it so that you don't have to swear any oaths from the Catholic or Protestant perspective, but rather we'll leave that to the states. The states can make it so that you can swear that you're a Protestant, or you can swear that you're a Catholic,
sounds
or
like
you can
something's
swear
hissing
this,
out
or
of
you can swear that. It was up to the states'
I don't know if that's
perspective
just a sound effect.
under the 10th Amendment.
Right, but at a federal level,
Yeah.
it was barred. And you're
So-
saying there
and
isn't
nobody's
a world.
disputing that.
Hold on.
we're just like going in a circle.
We can keep going in the circle, but I'm not going to let this point go, because I think that one of the issues is that what you're trying to do is say, well, because the states had this rule, that means that was the founding of America. And it's like, no, the founding fathers knew that this existed, knew, for example, the Apostles' Creed existed. And despite all of this, despite the standard of all of the states utilizing a religious test, they rejected. Not only did they reject it, they explicitly wrote it in Article 6 that no test can be utilized, despite the fact that the founding fathers were pretty smart. I imagine if they wanted a religious test in there that could satisfy both Protestants and Catholics, they probably could have found it, like the Apostles' Creed.
So your whole position is, why didn't the founders try to find some way that all of the different religious denominations could agree to some creed and enshrine it in the First Amendment? That's your argument?
My argument would be, if they wanted a blending of church and state, they were pretty intentional to go out of their way to ensure there was no blending of church and state.
Except they gave the states the 10th Amendment so that they could blend the church and the state.
They can't tell the states what to do. That was part of the colony deal.
No shit, that's my point.
But at a federal level, they went above and beyond to explicitly bar this.
They went above and beyond.
They've done this several other times before. The two things are separate. The state, this is what totally blows my mind. Either they're purposely lying or they're retarded. The federal government, the state government are two different things. Okay? They barred the federal government from doing something, but anything explicitly not like delegated to the federal government, or like forbade, like said, is, nothing just for like specifically delegated to the, like, if it specifically has to say this is for the federal government, or the federal government can't do this, or the states can't do that, like something like that. If it specifically has to say something like that, they didn't forbid the states from doing this. They forbid the federal government from doing this. Like, I don't know how stupid she can be.
To make the compromise that each single state could have their own religion if they wanted it, and the federal government wasn't going to tell them what that had to be.
Religious clause would not.
Yes.
Would
that
not.
way, that was the compromise. Federal government can't tell us what our religion's going to be.
Why are you spurting out
And
that?
the feds
Because
were
she's
like,
being
okay,
deliberately
we can do
retarded.
that.
Do you think the founding fathers were like maybe a little bit thoughtful and intentional, that they like worked pretty hard to figure out the compromises?
Some of them were lazy fucking womanizing pieces of shit. But what's the point?
They could be
what is your
womanizing,
point?
and
What is your
also
point?
my point would be that if they wanted a religious test clause that could unify the religions, they probably could have
this
found
is
one that
ending
would have worked,
fast.
because they found a whole bunch of
What?
other compromises.
What would it be?
The Apostles' Creed is one good example.
And, okay, did Quakers follow the Apostles' Creed?
Yes, I believe the Quakers follow the
Did
Apostles'
Mormons?
Creed. I believe Mormons also follow the Apostles' Creed. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Let's find out if Quakers followed the Apostles' Creed. Can you look it up? Look up if Quakers follow the Apostles' Creed.
Do you know what do you know what the Apostles' Creed is?
Are we pop quiz, Kyla?
Well,
Pop quiz, Kyla?
are you saying you don't?
Yeah, pop quiz.
Those
Pop
Quakers
quiz.
do not formally use or recite the Apostles' Creed. Really quick.
Hold
before-
on,
Wait,
hold on.
really quick. We're coming up on the hour. Would you guys like to shift to a new prompt here in a few minutes, or?
Yeah, but
So you're telling me that they don't acknowledge the Apostles' Creed, or are you saying that they don't believe that Jesus was born of a virgin, that he died and rose again?
So the Nicene Creed. I think she's just
Creed.
referring to
they
the Nicene Creed
don't
incorrectly.
recognize it.
That's the Apostles'
That's
Creed.
it.
So
They
that-
don't recognize.
Hold on.
I do have a bit of more information here. It says many Quakers.
Maybe it's
especially
another way it's referred to that I've
evangelical
never heard.
branches,
I've only heard it too as the
with
Nicene
much of the
Creed.
theology in the Apostles' Creed. However, they generally do not recite it in worship or require
Reciting doesn't matter.
require members to affirm it. I don't know if that changes.
So as long as, so that wouldn't have been a unifier.
How would that not have been a unifier?
Because even if they theologically think it's sound, they're not going to recite the Apostles' Creed.
No, that's not what they said. They said they won't say it. It said that they don't require people to say it, which is not the same thing. I'm not talking about a catechism. I'm talking about a
Your
theology.
entire argument is, why couldn't the founders find some compromise that every single independent Protestant, pan-Protestant religion could agree to for some kind of creed for oaths?
My argument is that if
That's
the
the
founding,
dumbest thing I've ever heard. Here's what they did instead. They went, we're just not going to legislate any sort of formal religion on your states, and you can do that instead.
classic Andrew, it's just absurd. It's
That
just
is
absurd.
that's an actual absurd position.
It's not absurd. The founding fathers were
Yeah, this is ridiculous. she's been using the Constitution and everything. And this person, this chatter, the U.S. does she know the U.S. Constitution applied only to the federal government, and states were free to do basically whatever they want until the mid 1900s after the Marxist judges invented incorporation. Yeah, but like I don't know much about incorporation and stuff like that. Just to be honest, I probably learned something about it, and I just don't I heard about it or something, but like I don't retain everything. But yeah, like the U.S. Constitution is for the federal government. It's for the U.S. Constitution was for the federal government. This is kind of like, yeah, it's kind of reminding me of something's coming back to my mind about it. But yeah, the U.S. Constitution, and then we have each state has their own state constitution, and then states. But then anything that states do that's why things go up to the U.S. Constitution, like the Supreme Court and stuff, is because if anything that a state does, if it breaks this constitution, like it goes against the Constitution, then you go to the Supreme Court, you check, and they say, okay, yeah, that's good or not good. So as long as it doesn't bump up against the U.S. Constitution, then you're fine to put it in the state, like do them in their own state constitutions and stuff. So like that was the whole that was the whole point. It wasn't like all of a sudden states could, like the state constitution was the federal government, but like I mean the U.S. Constitution was the federal government, but it wasn't like all of a sudden like states could be like, there's no such thing as a freedom of speech, right? It wasn't they couldn't just outlaw everything. Like, they just couldn't like outlaw everything, as far as I understood it. Now they could still regulate stuff quite fervently or however they saw fit, but I still think they had I don't know if they could regulate. I don't know. I'd have to see. I have to see how far you could like how far the U.S. originally the U.S. I have to do more studying because this is something I can't really remember from like high school, college, and stuff. U.S. Constitution originally for the federal government. I always thought that even the states couldn't impede on like the Bill of Rights and stuff. So, but maybe they could. Maybe like it was just the federal government can't do these things, but the states can lay out rules. Could lay out maybe if say a state said we don't want freedom of speech at all, we'll just throw out freedom of speech. But it's the federal government. The federal government can't incorporate a countrywide thing. But if a state wants to, and then you're like, well, fuck that, I'm going to go to this other state which has freedom of speech. That sounds more like what that sounds a lot like that sounds like that sounds more what the government what they originally intended to me even. I'd have to see how bad it was. Like maybe I'd have to read the Federalist and Anti-Federalist papers. I would have to see maybe whether or not how much power the states had in deferring to these things, whether or not they were allowed to get rid of them completely, or whether there was some sort of maybe the Bill of Rights, or you can't you could put in restrictions, but you couldn't remove these things, similar to the federal government, but they had much wider things that weren't mentioned outside the Bill of Rights had a much wider range of, or the amendments in the Constitution. They had a much wider range of things that they could, if it's not mentioned in the Constitution, then even the state governments even had to apply by the Constitution's amendments. They had to go by the amendments. They could still put restrictions on them, but anything outside of the amendments, they had there was no restrictions on what restrictions they could play. It says nothing about horses, right? So maybe one state could completely outlaw horses. Let's just say, I don't know. There's nothing that mentions in the original 10 amendments the horses, right? So, because slavery, right? Certain states outlawed slavery. So that makes sense, but like I don't. So, but that has nothing to do with like freedom of speech or like the you know, and as far as I know, the first 10 amendments. So, yeah, I don't know how much they had to work within the Bill of Rights, or if it only applied to the federal government, and then they could completely like say, let's just say a state didn't want to have any guns. No guns, no freedom of speech, or any, like, those are obviously the top two. What is it? Is it the Fourth Amendment that is right to a speedy trial and no search and seizure? I should probably know my amendments, but yeah, maybe, I don't know. That was something I'd have to look more into.
Were pretty smart guys. I think that they could think about things. They wrote a lot. I think if they wanted to blend church and state intentionally, they would have done so. But instead, they explicitly wrote into the Constitution that they would not do so federally. And over time, all states agreed with that and wrote out religious clauses.
What was the 10th Amendment for?
I don't know.
That's why I'm researching.
Okay.
We just hit the hour mark. Shall we?
Do you want to tell me?
Shall we switch prompts?
The thing we've been talking about. For
Yeah. Well, I assumed that you were going to give me more information about it.
What do I need to give you more information? You don't even know what it is.
We do have a TTS coming in, so maybe.
Can I just pause? I think something. I don't know what you're doing right now, because I feel like we need to talk about these.
He's showing how retarded you are, lady.
Continue.
I'm going to wait for his tantrum to be over, and then I'll go.
Okay. Well, I'll let you know when it's over.
It's just bullshit. It's just like throw insults at your person instead of arguing. He's not throwing a tantrum. He's just scoffing because you're being stupid.
You were throwing in, not willing to listen to me, and throwing your hands in the air.
That's all.
I'm doing cross eyes and like making fun of me.
Well, that was silly. It's silly to say that you think that the
founders
so what? Should have found some way that every
he rolled his
single
eyes, lady.
independent
Shut up.
pan-Protestant religion would find some kind of unifying creed they would all just suddenly agree to, rather than them just saying, we're just not going to impose any religious standards on states. You guys can do it yourself.
Yeah, I think that if the founding fathers actually believed that the merging of church and state was important, they would have found a way to write it into the Constitution.
They did via the 10th
They
Amendment.
did not.
They did.
No, allowing states to have choice and purview is not the same thing as writing.
Were states allowed to make their own religions or not?
Yeah.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with, for example, saying that the church doesn't get a hand in statescraft.
I'm confused. She just said states could have their own religion. She just said it. States could have their own religion. She just agreed to his point. States could have their own state religion.
Which is written exclusively into the
only at the
1A.
federal level.
Yes.
Because they couldn't.
She's arguing that the state can't control things. The state couldn't be a part of the government. What's the difference between the government setting a state religion and then, like, are you saying, like, the church couldn't run the government? Like, I don't even know what argument she's making now. I really don't. Like, if you're going to have people both in the church or some sort of closeness of the church, or even people choosing a state religion, right? Choosing a state religion, then it's going to have some sort of it's going to have some sort of, like, not control. It's going to have some sort of reflection. It's going to have some sort of, like, it's going to be, the words are escaping me. It's going to affect it. There's going to be an effect by said state religion. Like, it's just stupid. Now, is she thinking that, like, all of a sudden that means the state's going to run the government? I don't know. I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know what she's arguing against. It's not like, what is it? The land that the Vatican's on, or there are places literally run by the church as a piece of like, they are the head of state, right? That's not what we're arguing. That's not what we're arguing for. I don't know what the heck. I don't know what she's arguing. Doesn't make sense to me. I should have dove down instead of up. I wasn't thinking. Yep. There goes my flap. Well, I'm dead. Maybe. Nah, my engine's damaged. I can't outspeed. Maybe I can get this guy on the way out. Aw, damn. Damn. If I didn't have that third guy come down on me. Yeah, so if you have a state religion, and then she's now arguing that we shouldn't have a state religion and say the church running the state. I don't think anyone's technically arguing, even if someone is arguing for that, right? That would be the choice of the people there. So if they either want the church to be in mingled in with the government, or like the two working together or whatever, like a Christian nationalist government, which I think Andrew is a proponent of. I could be wrong. I can't remember exactly. Then that would be the choice of the people who live in that state. If you don't like it, you could leave, or you could get enough people there to vote it out. But yeah, there's nothing arguing against it. It specifically says that the federal government can't do this, not the states.
They didn't have a unification for things like oaths and other things that all the pan-Protestants would agree to at the federal level.
They just couldn't think of any. They were like, man, we really...
They argued about it nonstop.
This is your premise. This is your premise. The Founding Fathers actually really wanted to write in the merging of church and state. It was something that they really cared about.
At the federal level, they didn't.
But they couldn't find a way to federally write these things in together. And so, don't interrupt me. And so instead what they did is they wrote it out and they just let states do, so they could sneakily blend in their blurring of church and state. That's your argument.
Truly, your
yes or
intellect
no? Is that your argument?
Is dizzying. No, my argument is that...
Are we getting personal?
That the Founding Fathers...
Are we getting personal? Because you said no personal when we started this.
Wait a second.
You said my intellect is dizzying.
Yeah, you can call me stupid. So the thing is like, I am so curious about this. I actually don't even understand this.
I just want to be clear that we're breaking the rules of decorum.
So the federal government, was that really harsh? Like, truly, your intellect is.
This is why women stay out of stuff. He said I was the dummy.
For example,
he made a joke.
That's not personal. It's from The Princess Bride. It's a joke.
So you only meant it as a joke. You weren't trying to call me stupid.
Well, this position's stupid.
Are you calling me stupid? Because when you say my intellect is dizzying, it feels like you're saying...
It is dizzying.
So you think
but
I'm
the
stupid?
thing is here, I don't get...
I don't know why you wouldn't just own that you're insulting me.
It's
This
like
is so crazy.
You go, wait a second, Andrew.
This is why...
It would have been way better...
Women's feelings hurt.
For the pan-Protestant and Catholics at the federal level, for them to somehow agree on some kind of unifying creed...
Didn't say better.
Or make more sense that they would agree to some sort of unifying creed, even though Protestantism can also change. You can have like a new denomination which pops up that doesn't agree with this. And so they're like, wait a second, instead of doing that, what we'll do instead is we'll leave it up to the prospective states, and then they can impose whatever religiosity. Hang on. Kyla, calm down. Kyla. I just want to finish. Okay? The states can blend and always were able to blend church and state. Yes.
And yet the federal level can't and doesn't.
That was never in question.
So what is in question here is, by your logic, the Founding Fathers,
Thought I was gonna pull
they
that
actually secretly wanted the church and state to be blended, but they couldn't write it in.
Should be another.
Did you get that?
I was gonna say.
Your argument.
I never argued that.
Where is he?
It's not even the implication
Of
of
course it is.
it.
You're
He should
saying
be crashing
that actually the Founding Fathers, they did want the blend of church and state. Do you think that?
They wanted the states to be able to blend
Do you
church and state.
think that the Founding Fathers wanted America to have a blend of church and state? That they wanted the church to
It depends
help
on which
make
ones you're
state
talking about. Some of them did.
You
Some
said
of
the
them
majority.
didn't.
You said the majority of Founding Fathers.
No, the majority of the Founding Fathers who signed, I said, were not deists.
You
That's
also
what I
said the
said.
majority of them
Yeah.
were like some
foundational Protestants.
Yeah,
yes.
they were men of God,
and
right?
from different denominations.
And do you think that those men of God couldn't have tried to, like, if they wanted to write in that the federal government has a blending of church and state, that they couldn't have found a way to possibly do that?
Or they just give it to the states prospectively, which makes more sense.
Why would they then explicitly write it out of the federal government?
Because they wanted it to go to the states specifically, so that for purposes of things like oath keeping and
Why would
things
they
like
make a
this.
rule
Because
then
they
that
didn't
says
think
states must
women would vote,
maintain
and there'd be
some
people
form
like
of
you,
Christian
and they also
religious-
didn't think
Because
people would be
that
this
doesn't mean
stupid.
anything. If you say you have to be a former
They also
Christian,
didn't think
How does that
like
who gets to
they
make
didn't
the
think everyone would
determination
be
of who
voting.
a Christian is?
Usually it's going to be the Christian people of that state, right? How does
Exactly.
Wait,
That's my whole point.
It's not
Exactly.
your whole point. It's not your whole point.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Who, if the founders, if at the federal level they can't make a determination of who a Christian is or isn't, and that's why you leave it up to the state determines.
So by your implication, you're saying the founding
Mission
fathers
progress.
did actually want church and state to not be separate. However, they couldn't find a way to write it into the Constitution other than through the 10th Amendment, which doesn't even
You're
talk
getting one
specifically
whole
about.
part of this
Don't interrupt
wrong.
me. Don't interrupt me. You can correct me after. Just write it down.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying the founding fathers, by implication,
God,
they
such a
actually
Karen.
did
Don't
want the
interrupt
church
me.
and state to
Don't
be
interrupt
blended.
me.
They actually valued that because you're saying that they wrote it into the Constitution by allowing the states to do it, which is implying then that the founding fathers did want church and state to be blended. They just couldn't write it in within the First Amendment clause, so they allowed the states to do it as a sneaky way to smuggle in church and
Lord,
state.
this is like the worst straw man ever. No, here's my actual position. The actual position is due to the Articles of Confederation and that not working, we knew that we needed to have a federalist nation. Otherwise, we couldn't have currency, a standing army, anything like this. Because of that, the states, who were completely distrustful of having a federal government because they had just fought off a massive fucking kingdom, were very distrustful. And so they needed to sell it to them. The way that they sold it to them is they were like, well, since it's all pan-Protestantism, we can't figure out our foundationalism, we will take a secular approach at the national level. And what we'll do is institute the 10th Amendment, and each of you can put in your own religions if you want to. That was the compromise. It has nothing to do with the motivation of the founders at the federal level, wanting it, not wanting it, loving it, not
Of
loving
course
it.
it does,
It
because
has
this
to
is
do.
my argument.
Hang on. Okay, that's great. But you just said what you're saying is, which infers that's my argument, and it's not. My argument is there's a compromise between the states and between the feds. And the compromise was that the feds were not going to tell the states what religions they could or couldn't have. Period.
And was the compromise, were the founding fathers compromising because they had a hope that the church and state would stay connected? They just couldn't write it in? Is that what you're saying?
At which level?
So they were hoping that the nation broadly would stay Christian within the statecraft, that there would be no separation of church and state. However, they couldn't write it in.
No, they wanted
So
at
they
the
did
national
want-
level to adhere to the idea that only the states could impose whatever their religious value structures
I'm
were.
asking, is it more reasonable to conclude that the founding fathers wanted a separation of church and state, or that they did not want a separation of church and state?
You have to express at which level.
I'm
though.
assuming that if they felt it at the federal level, they probably felt it at the statehood level. I don't know why a founding father would be like, I don't want
Jefferson-
it at the state level, but I actually do. You said compromise, right?
Jefferson didn't like that states had religions, and he made that
True.
clear. But other presidents made it clear that they were fine with it.
So the majority of the founding fathers, do you think that they wanted separation of church and state?
At the national level, that was the compromise. Yes.
Do they want it, though?
I don't know. I can describe to you
presumption?
each of their motivations.
What's your presumption of
Some
the
of them
majority?
did, and some of them didn't.
Do you think most of them did, or most of them didn't?
I don't know if it's most. Do
well,
you?
you said a majority of the founding fathers. Well,
Weren't
I would
deists.
say.
I said weren't deists.
No, you also said that they were loyal Protestant,
Yes,
good
that's-
old
that's
Christian
true.
boys.
They were.
So my argument would be that these good good old Christian boys all agreed that separation of church and state mattered. That's why they wrote it into the Constitution.
At the federal level.
They didn't even prescribe states having a state religion. They just didn't take the states'
That was
right.
the
they
compromise.
They just didn't take the states' right away from them doing so. That's not the same thing.
So they allowed the states to implement their own religions.
At a state level, but they would not at a federal level.
Then what are we arguing here?
We're arguing about whether or not the founding fathers wanted a separation of church and state or not.
At the federal, I don't know how else to make
Why
this
would they
clear.
want it not at the federal level?
At the federal level, they did not want a federal religion because states got make a religion.
Why didn't they want a federal religion?
Because they were compromising with the states.
Sure, but do you think that overall, if they didn't have to compromise, they would have preferred a federal religion?
Well, there wouldn't even, the whole framework of the nation would be so different. I don't even know how to speculate.
You're right.
on
It would
that.
be completely different America if we didn't have separation of church and state, because the founding fathers, despite mostly being Christian, despite being loyal Christians, they understood the necessity of separation of church and state.
No,
and
no,
most
it
of
would
those
be a
founding
different
fathers.
America because there wouldn't then be states' rights, the 10th Amendment. There wouldn't be, the whole system would be totally different.
We're 10 minutes over.
So I don't have any idea what you're even referencing.
If you want to rewrite absurdism into it, that's totally fine. But it's pretty obvious that if the founding fathers wanted to have no separation of church and state, they could have done something. They could have employed in some direction.
I don't
But
even
it
know what
seems
she's
like-
arguing.
How about this?
You could steel man
we
me
are
and
a bit
try.
over time on this prompt.
You seem to be saying that
you guys want to do.
Was it the
I don't know.
was it the motivation? If it was the case that there was no states, would the founders have preferred no religion?
So I've made already an affirmative claim, which I said, well, the founding fathers, despite being dominantly Christian, despite valuing their Christianity, despite most of the nation being either Protestant or Catholic, went out of their way to write religion out of a federal nation, grounding America at a nation level as a non-religious nation state. In fact, so non-religious. So non-religious.
Here's the problem.
Hold on, I'm not done.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Really quick before you go, we are a bit over time on this prompt.
It does give them some time to tantrum, so you can read your TTS if you want.
Well, do you guys?
What tantrum? I'm just sitting here.
You're eye rolling and getting upset, which is totally fine. It's an impassioned.
I actually don't understand what the fuck you're even talking about.
That's kind of the.
I really don't.
Do you guys want to continue on this prompt, or do you want to move on to something else?
I just want to speak to that specific thing you said. That's kind of one of my issues with Andrewism is you're not attempting to understand what I'm saying in any way, and usually.
I just tried to steel man and you cut me off. When I was trying to steel man your position, you cut me off.
I corrected you because you were steel manning me incorrectly.
Okay, got it. So here's the thing.
Well, if you're going to steel man me, you should probably be correct.
Can we
and
agree
in
to
a good faith conversation, I want to understand you, and you want to understand me. So let me summarize your position.
Okay, go ahead.
My understanding of your position is that you don't know. You're agnostic as to whether or not the founding fathers wanted, church and state to be blended. But you believe that essentially they allowed the states to do it so that the states could stay religious. And they wrote it at a federal level because they recognized that they would have to compromise, and they couldn't find a good compromisation amongst the states because they were of different religions. Correct?
No.
How is that incorrect?
Well, the first part is what you're messing up.
Okay.
It's irrelevant whether or not the signers of the Constitution themselves would have ascribed for a state religion or not.
I think the founding fathers' predilection is important.
What's relevant is what they actually did with the states. The state itself, the prospective states, are as much of import as the federal government. That's what anti-federalists thought. You have a federalist mindset for some reason. You keep on, I understand the disconnect. The disconnect is you keep thinking that federal systems are more important than state systems.
No.
They're definitely not.
Let them finish.
Hang on. Not only are they definitely not, but that's where the disconnect is. Here's what's actually happening. There was a compromise that was done. The compromise was that there was no possible way that Catholics over here were going to recognize the oaths of Protestants over there. Not if the federal government was making the demand that you had to be X thing in order to swear an oath or do a thing. So what they did instead was they said, what we're going to do is we're not going to implement a nationalized religion. The prospective states instead are going to be able to implement whatever religious institutions that they want. They were perfectly fine with them blending church and state. Yes, perfectly fine with it.
Do you think they preferred it?
Many of them, yes.
So why didn't they write it into the federal constitution?
I don't know how else to explain it.
So you're just saying the men?
I don't even know how to explain it.
Maybe a prompt switch. Maybe a prompt switch. I think we should probably do.
I want to
How could I ever
two
explain
things.
it better
I want to clarify.
Maybe a prompt switch could be good.
Well, sure. The issue is,
If your
I don't know
opponent
if you
is
wanna have a good
retarded,
faith
then there's
conversation.
nothing you
It
can
seems
do.
like the answer is no, because in a good faith conversation, we're both trying to understand and almost like compare versus one another's opinions. We're trying to actually understand.
Then why did you just ask me, explain it to me when I just explained it to you?
What?
You said, then explain to me why they did that. And I'm like, I just explained to you why they did that.
So again, then I was going to say my next argument is that,
Yeah.
right, which is that you're telling me the founding fathers and all of their intelligence and all of their battling and their ability to do so much, like found America, they couldn't figure out a way to compromise amongst the religions if they actually all dominantly preferred a blending, a church and state blending. They just couldn't
did
figure
find
that
a
out.
way to do that.
So you're saying they actually did do that sneakily through the 10th Amendment.
It wasn't sneakily, it was up frontally.
Why wouldn't they just write that in the First Amendment? Why would the First Amendment bar the union of church and state?
Because of the... Okay.
If they wanted at a federal level.
Federal level, what they did was they said, okay, we're not going to implement any religiosity on independent states. We're not going to do that ever, because each independent state gets to have their own religion as part of the compromise that they made with the federal government due to the Articles of Confederation.
Or... and
There's no
here's-
or.
Yes.
There's no
here
or.
Well, the or here is the more reasonable assumption. The Founding Fathers wrote in an explicit separation of church and state at a federal level
Yeah.
because that's what they wanted. They understood that when you blend church and state, it corrupts not only the nation, which they had just separated from a corrupted nation that was utilizing statecraft and religion, and they recognized that it also corrupted the religion, which there was many issues with the corrupted religion of the Anglican and then Catholic and then Anglican British church.
No, that's not what happened.
Okay.
What happened, first of all, they had not just done this, okay? They had the Articles of Confederation first. That happened first. And what happened is they were just not able to govern because each state was like a mini kingdom, and they wanted their own currency and their own militaries. Okay, and so for like the common defense, they wanted to have some sort of federalism in order to do this.
Did they
So-
unify under one currency?
That was one of the primary reasons they wanted unification, was because of a currency.
So why couldn't they unify under one religion?
Because
Oh dear God, lady. There's so many. I'm sorry, are currencies and religions the same thing?
what you wanted was you wanted to have trade between each state, but when you're talking about their religions, this was pan-Protestant, so there was no unification there.
So they were willing to unify on a whole bunch of stuff, but they just couldn't, for the life of them, figure out a way to unify the religions, because they actually did want the church and state to be blended. They wanted the church to have weight and say on state.
Oh my God, she's so retarded. She just. Yes, they believed different things, and they didn't agree with the other person. That's totally different than, yeah, we can use the same, we'll print the same type of money. We can use the same type of money. Like, I honestly don't think she is. She's not arguing. She's totally in bad faith here. Like, I think this entire time she's just, the last half hour has been in totally, utterly bad faith. Or she has no brain cells. She really has no brain cells. God, everyone just keeps taking a kill.
Statecraft.
Kills
they
that
just
I
couldn't
want.
bring it in at the federal level, so they just let states
Well, who's
do
the
it.
church?
The church would be the Christian church.
Who?
The Christian church.
Who's that?
The Christian church.
Who?
Pentecostal,
There's
Baptist.
multiple branches.
Oh, there are.
Who?
Yep.
Okay,
Who?
so because of that,
Catholics.
were there multiple branches which had different states?
Which
they were in?
branch?
Probably to some degree, although I imagine a lot of states mostly had a lot of everything. I suspect that
No.
a lot of states had
A lot of them had a
Protestants.
lot of one thing.
Really?
Really.
Okay, so there's just like the Quaker state,
I mean, it was mostly brought up like
the
that.
Mormon
yeah.
state, but it didn't.
There was some.
Was there a
there was
Mormon
some
state?
delineation, but no.
Wow.
So
Was
the
there a
thing
Mormon
is,
state? I
no.
think this thing
So the
could-
thing is like, look,
I
When
guess
you
it's
look
got
at
two
it,
engines, so yeah,
because of
should be going pretty fast.
pan-Protestantism, each state independently is going to have their own religion. That had nothing to do with them being able to coordinate trade under one currency.
So say if one of those states happened to be Muslim, do you think that they would have been like, woo, they get to have their own religion? Do you think that would have been okay? Or?
No,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
I
Again-
don't think so. No.
So they
Again,
did want a Christian
stupidity.
nation.
Well, no, I think that they were banking on white immigrants not being Muslim.
Sure, but they probably did want a Christian nation, and they had some feelings about the Catholics.
Well, they
and the
really- I
Protestants,
think that
but they
they-
recognized that they were more united
I
than
think
say
that they
pagan
just thought
religion.
that
No, they
most
weren't.
of the immigrants
They weren't.
coming in would be Western Europeans, and so not Muslims.
Gotcha. So they had no. So, but say the founding.
They didn't have some feelings, you dumb bitch. Oh my God, I wouldn't be able to stand this person not even 5 minutes. I would reach across the table and slap her. Didn't have some feelings. They were killing each other in wars. They were slaughtering each other. Literally about their religion. Like, this is so stupid. This is so stupid. They had some opinions about each other. She can't understand what 100 years ago, like let alone 50 years ago, versus 100 years ago was like. She seriously can't. She can't understand. Oh my God, you fucking retard. You're such a pussy. You're such a pussy. God, I hate players like that. If you go to the outer bounds, if you go out of bounds like that, you should just if you go out of bounds like that, you should automatically just be killed. If you run out of bounds like that, you should be blown up, and the kill should be given to the person chasing you. Yeah, and she's same thing. She's just as disingenuous as the person running away during that fight. Yeah. She can't either she, like I said again, she's being disingenuous or lying. Let alone 50 years ago, 60 years ago, when we were a majority white Christian nation, like how things worked, how people felt, how that kind of stuff, versus 250 years ago, when if you were Protestant versus Catholic versus even the different types of Protestants, like Quakers versus they hated each other or disliked each other or thought each other's weren't Christian just as much as the left hates the right nowadays, or even more. They fought wars, they killed each other over it and stuff back in the 1700s. Like I said, either she's entirely disingenuous or she knows nothing. It's one of the two, and it shows how stupid they are.
Founding fathers did have an expectation that a branch or a sect of paganism was about to be popularized in America. They'd be okay with the state just being some pagan religion, some Nordic pagan religion that a bunch of these white Europeans were appealing to.
I don't even think that at that time they could have even envisioned
Sure, hypothetically though, if there was, would they have been okay with that?
I don't think there would have been a state-federal compromise if that was the case.
Oh, interesting. Why?
Because I think that the states
why did I
allow a Muslim state?
I need to learn to turn away. I need to learn to turn away from the.
Except
they wouldn't have imposed.
That was.
They didn't do that. In fact,
my
the
fault.
federal government explicitly wrote that
I need
out.
to head in the direction fire and turn out of the
How would it
direction,
make your
because I keep
point?
turning
Because
into
if
the
federal
fire.
government wouldn't be okay with a Muslim government, then they probably should have written in that you have to be a Christian government in some way. They probably could have found something connected amongst all the Christians to ensure
They just did
that
it
the
through
states could be-
racialism.
The F4U. Oh my God.
Okay. If that's what you want to.
Were they importing a bunch of brown people from Muslim countries when I wasn't looking, or something?
Importing a bunch of black people for slaves. Yeah. And
You
they
mean
had-
the Christians? The ones that they turned into Christians?
A lot of them had pagan religions and African religions that actually a lot of people. So.
And then they put them all in churches and made them convert.
Yeah, forced them to convert.
Yeah.
That worked super great. That's awesome.
Well, whether it worked or not, they still were banking on Christian, yes.
Yeah, they were forcing them in. But
And by the way, they didn't even see blacks as being a people at the time.
You're right. So why?
I don't know.
One of the issues is, for example, they write about this. They don't want, for example, black people voting because some of the states were worried about other religions getting in. Yeah, because a lot of the black people held to pagan religions.
Wait, okay, who wrote about this?
I believe this would have been in Connecticut. There was a bunch of issues specifically in Connecticut around suffrage of women and suffrage of black people.
When?
Like 1818. I don't have it on the top of my head.
So long after what we're talking about?
like 30 years after what we're talking
So
about.
long after what we're talking about.
Not real. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
really
Wait,
long
why would you
after.
think that that's not relevant?
Because how would that have any relevancy?
Because the founding fathers at the time obviously would have known that the black slaves had their own pagan religion. Wouldn't they be worried,
You
for
mean
example, that the
about
pagan
the
religion
slaves?
spread?
I got the kill, finally.
Why would they be worried about the slaves?
They were constantly worried
Did he
about
jay out
tyranny
or
of any
quit? Where'd
form.
he-
They were constantly worried about
so, I
select
guess
interest
he
groups
jayed out.
rising up and taking away power from other people.
And that's why they put in the 3-5 clause.
Okay.
I love how she, like, it's like it's
Sorry,
his
what are the
fault
three
that
fifths clause? Why
people
don't you tell me?
had slaves back in the day. She's like,
Or is that a pop quiz?
what is this?
That black people only count as 3/5 of the vote?
Right. Oh, 3/5. I heard a different word. I heard I didn't hear 3/5.
Yeah, problem solved. And they were banking on whites coming in from basically Western European
I
nations.
don't know what
Right.
their
So they actually
argumentation.
were a little
She's
bit
like,
worried about black pagan tyranny. They just wrote it out of the Constitution.
Well, they were worried about southern states being able to outvote northern states.
They were worried
Yeah.
in general. So this
Oh my
goes back to
God.
suffrage, right? If you
No,
look,
it
for example,
doesn't.
at Hamilton's writing of suffrage, which is really important. It's one of the founding
I
documents.
don't know what the fuck this has to do with what we're talking about.
Voting?
Yeah, what does this have to do with the fact that you still haven't acknowledged that the whole reason that there was this compromise which happened and that the federal government said, from our perspective, we're going to leave this up to the states via the 10th Amendment,
Because they-
is literally because they wanted to allow the states
go into that,
to,
dude. You're
to
gonna get
put in whatever religious
obliterated.
institutions
But
they
also
wanted.
theoretically, no religious institutions, right? The Federalist.
No, they weren't. They
So the
didn't
federal
have the
government-
purview to tell the
Okay.
states that.
Yeah, so the federal government would have been opposed. Is that what you're saying? They would have actually been opposed to a
I'll take that.
secular state. Like if a state just got rid of all of the religious clauses that it had. Would that be okay?
Under the purview of the 10th Amendment, states could do that.
Yeah, you're right. It's
And?
almost like the founding fathers didn't care about blending church and state. They actually cared about separation of powers. So if you want to ask me about the suffrage stuff, the reason why the suffrage stuff is relevant is because when they were talking about voting is really important as far as like stakeholders. This is what Hamilton and Madison talk about. Right? The voter has to be someone who's the highest stakeholder in the country. And they were constantly afraid that votes could get utilized in such a way that select interest
Where'd you
groups
get that other
could
kill
tyrannize
come
other
from?
interest groups, right? Which is why they had lots of separations of power,
come
like
on.
the separation of church and state,
At the federal level.
which they cared a lot about.
At the federal level.
You're right.
The thing not in dispute.
Yeah, so when we're talking, so the thing that's in dispute here is I'm saying
Go.
America and the founding fathers
I will take
wanted
that.
a separation of church and state.
At the federal level.
Gotta learn
Yep.
to not follow
what?
when someone goes
I
to
think
do
the federal level
This
is
was
pretty important.
never in
whatever
Is
it's called.
America important?
I call
Is
it all
America
you.
federal?
Whenever someone
both.
goes to loop
So
back,
what
don't
matters
follow
more when we're
the.
talking
There
about,
is
like,
no
federal
more.
policy?
The system
Gotta be
completely
inside
doesn't
elite
work
indicator.
unless you have both
Does
state
the
and
federal government have hierarchy over the state?
No.
Yes, on everything that the
No.
federal government has decided has hierarchy over
yeah,
the state.
so the federal government has hierarchy over the state. Over everything, the federal government has the powers of hierarchy over the state
has
with.
decided to have power.
So by that
over.
same logic, does the state have hierarchy over the federal government?
No, because if the federal government, for example, decided to overimpose on the state, they would fight it in courts. Technically, the federal government has rule. It's obviously the
No,
yes.
that's not the case. That's not even how the system works. The states, prospectively, can override the federal government on all sorts of issues. When it comes to the 10th Amendment, that's what it's there for. That's the separation of powers you're talking about.
Yeah, it's
what
one
you
of the
just said
separations
was
of powers.
incoherent. If it's the case that
he's
that
paying
you say
attention to us yet?
the federal government,
There he goes,
yes,
coming at us.
they have authority over the states based on everything they have the authority over the
he's
states
injured?
with.
I'm
It's
not
like sure, but the same thing applies to the
What?
state. What you're talking about when you say more or less important, that's not even a,
I didn't even get an
coherent
assist on that.
question.
Fine.
That wouldn't even be the same.
I don't know what was
system.
wrong with
It would
him.
be a completely
He was flying
different
slow,
system.
so his
So if
engine
the
might have been
federal
dead.
government decides to go to war and draft people, can the
But
states
he had
do
both
anything
his
about
wings.
that?
Under current law, I don't think they can.
Okay, gotcha. And if the federal government, for example, decided to send the National Guard into Minnesota, have they been able to do that?
Only to federal buildings, yes.
Well, there's more than that, but yeah.
No, where?
The National Guard has been sent into
What
just
are you
control
doing,
lines
puppy?
generally across
When?
California, I mean, this year.
Only to federal buildings.
I mean, they go into California's first crowds, like outside.
In front of federal buildings.
Okay, gotcha. So
I didn't realize.
this government,
I was wondering why I
federal
felt like I was
government
going slow.
just can actually impose it to a state.
On federal property?
I gotta get this guy before I die.
Can they go in? Can the federal government go occupy the
No.
state building?
My
Okay,
tail,
then
rudder
what
was
the
gone.
fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about a
What are you
hierarchy
doing?
of two things. Number one,
What?
the American ethos.
Yeah.
Right? This is where we all started. I was saying the American ethos is life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, ingenuity, creation, right? All
Lay
these
down.
things.
You're fine.
And you said, where is that?
I had my mic
And I
off
said, well,
earlier
the Declaration
because,
of
my
Independence
dad
is a
popped
start,
over,
and with the founding
dropped
fathers'
some stuff
values.
off
No, I didn't
before
say
he went to
where
work,
is it.
and
I said, what is it?
my dad dog
You
was
also said
going,
where.
Yeah, what is it?
He gets all excited when he's here.
Okay, I'm not quibbling.
Every
What
time I
is
go
the
to pet him, he puts his
philosophy
paw
of
up on my arm.
And you still haven't told me.
Well, you still haven't told me what an Irish ethos is.
There.
Because all of these things are circular.
Well, I did.
Well, the liberty is the foundation.
Yeah, so you're just referring to
Physical potty.
liberalism as just a referent back to a system. And if it's just a referent to a
Took about
system,
4 hours
and
to
I can
get
change the
potty.
First Amendment,
Well, liberalism is a
and
system
Well, lay
of
down.
I can
reflection of
change
values.
the system
Well, lay down.
within the confines
well,
of
lay down.
liberalism.
You had breakfast
You shouldn't
earlier.
have an
You're not
objection.
eating breakfast right now.
Because if
Go.
I can change the First Amendment, the only thing you would be appealing to that I shouldn't is not the system. It's just your preference.
Well, I would be appealing to what the American ethos is. Yeah, I do not think America.
Which is what?
Free speech is one of them, right? The separation of church and state is the second one of them.
Also,
Ingenuity,
amending the Constitution is one of them.
Yeah, with extremely high bar. And what's amazing is that Americans would probably agree with me that it would be un-American to remove free speech, right?
Unless we go 20 years in the future where they don't.
Those people aren't American.
Okay. Do you think that the
Wait, do you think most people would agree with me
Do
that
you-
free speech is American?
right at this current moment, sure.
Do you think most Americans listening would go, of course free speech is American?
At this
and
current
in the
moment,
future,
sure.
40 years from now, if our children don't believe that, they've lost what it means to be American.
I think
Then
they
how
would
come
have
they didn't
destroyed
the same
America, but
reference
I
to
don't.
it 55 years ago.
I think they're still American.
Yeah, so how come it wasn't, you know, if we're looking just 100
Like, they would have
years ago,
destroyed
we're
our
talking
cultural
about things like the
values.
First Amendment, Second Amendment, various things like this. You could go to a western town and distribute your guns. That was totally legal. That was a violation of the Second Amendment, right? But the way...
It was legal.
When you're talking about present day...
It was a violation of being America, but they could just physically do it?
Well, at the time, it was
I
a
line it up.
violation, wasn't it?
I got another
Okay,
hit.
gotcha. So, but do you think it's more American to have access to guns?
I
We'll
think
see what
that
we get.
you say it's more American, it's incoherent, and here's why.
Of course not.
You're just focusing on what do present people within the liberal system think is American.
No, I'm actually
Do you
creating
think in 1800 they thought it was very American to let women vote?
No, probably not.
Okay, well, do you think that right now that if
Yeah, we
I
need to go
asked,
back to those
do you
days.
want to take the right of women away to vote, that people would say that that was un-American?
Yes, I
Okay,
think they
thank
would.
you, thank you.
Wait, so do you
Thank
think?
you.
Wait,
No,
so you're
no.
just saying
I want to take
America's
the
nothing.
vote away.
America doesn't
No,
mean
it'd be
anything.
very
From a liberal
American to take the
perspective,
vote
No,
away.
from your
just a system.
perspective.
Okay, we
No,
got
from your
double
perspective.
assist.
America doesn't
Actually,
mean
you know
anything.
what? I guess from my perspective too, it is the case that
vote
liberalism,
away.
that the liberal
the vote
identity, which is America, is just reduced to systems.
So America doesn't mean anything to you.
I think that it might have.
just empty,
If you
it's
had something,
meaningless.
if you had some sort of like cultural glue, or you had some foundational glue, or something that we
no
could appeal to.
distinct American culture that we could point at.
Point to it.
Not just point to, but see it historically.
Point to it.
I did. Life,
Where?
liberty, pursuit of
But
happiness, ingenuity.
those are slogans.
No, these are foundational
Then,
values.
then how is it that if I change, so in England, do they have life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness?
I think they don't have those specifically, but they do seem to have adopted a lot of liberal things like free speech. They have like.
They don't have free speech.
They
I'm
don't.
not getting into UK
Can you can go to jail for insulting someone via text message.
Gotcha. So you would say that English people don't value free speech?
I'm just asking if they have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness.
I said no, they don't. That's they probably have different
Is
versions
America
of it.
the only place that has life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness?
No, I think lots of cultures can have
Which ones?
overlapping values.
Which ones?
I mean, the same way that you just said that the Irish ethos.
Just
Hold
tell
on,
me which
stop.
one.
The
No, you stop. Answer my question. Which one?
No, I'm going to
You're
answer
not
your
gonna
question. I am going to answer your question, but I'm going to answer the question the way that I would like to.
You're not going to answer it.
Do you just want to have temper tantrum after
I
temper
want you to
tantrum?
answer the question I'm asking.
Okay, I'm going to
Oh, I got an
answer
assist
your
on the
question
bomber
and have a
too.
conversation with you because I thought that we were going to have a good faith conversation because it's crazy. My favorite debate that I've ever had was with you
The
when
one where you imposed a
beforehand
bunch of rules in the hallway.
the one where we said, "Would you agree to being good faith?" and you said yes.
Yeah. So it's funny.
So you're just agreeing that you're being bad faith with me
Brian,
now?
you know, Brian was there. That's not how the conversation went.
I said specifically that I was concerned about you making personal attacks about my husband and that
which
you
I
are
didn't
not
do.
going to be good faith.
Yeah, but here's the thing that's funny about
I have
that.
no
I
idea
went back
about
and
her
reviewed that
husband.
conversation, right? It was no different than what I'm having with you right now. The
It's
only difference
completely
is that I'm actually holding you to the things you say.
The difference is that so for people who
So
are unaware when I
again,
say bad faith, I just want to be
forget
clear.
the Metacon. Answer
Just
the
wanna be
question.
clear.
You obfuscated.
No, I'm going to
No,
say
you're
the
not gonna answer it.
I will answer it afterwards.
You're just not going to answer
Write
it,
it down.
period.
No, write it down.
Just answer the fucking question.
No, write it down and I'll answer it afterwards. You can be an adult.
That's
we can
good
do
faith?
this.
Is that good faith?
Yeah, it is good faith.
It is good faith.
Yeah, I said I will answer your question afterwards. Write it down.
Just where else do they have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness?
I imagine lots of countries
Where?
value things like liberty. I think most Western liberal democracies value liberty, for example.
So Western liberal democracies have life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness?
I didn't say life, liberty, and pursuit. I said liberty in
So
this case.
I didn't ask you about liberty. I asked you about life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. What other nations have that?
For example, so they wouldn't have the exact language, but liberty is held by most Western liberal democracies. Life, for example, is also in some version of the way that they would describe it, also valued by most Western liberal democracies because America's so great, we kind of set the tone of what the ethos of a Western liberal democracy generally looks like. In the same way, for example, that you said the ethos between Ireland and Spain is both Catholic, and then they're different culture. You're doing this
groups.
like so when here's
But
the
again,
sneaky
back
thing.
to this.
Nope.
I want to finish.
No,
The thing
I
is
said
you
I was
didn't
gonna have
actually
that-
tell me if all Western
on.
nations
Did I
have
not
life,
just
liberty.
answer your question?
No. If you say
Yes, I
all
did.
countries have, because you
I
make
did
this a
say all
contradiction.
countries. I did not say all
Western. Western.
I said most Western liberal democracies
Okay,
share some
just
version
give me
of these
one.
values.
Give me one
I
name.
said Canada.
Okay, Canada has life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Do they have free
No,
speech?
I said liberty.
Which I want a country that has life, liberty, and pursuit of
I
happiness.
didn't say that every single country shares every
Does
single
any
cultural
country
value.
share that?
Yeah.
Which one?
So in the case of liberty,
No, all of them together.
no, all of them together in the way that it's phrased is a uniquely American thing.
So,
I'm dead.
So just to
Yeah,
make
my
sure,
bad.
I just want to make sure I got this right. Only in America can you pursue life, liberty, and pursuit of
That's
happiness.
not what I said, and you know that that's not
Then
what I'm
what?
saying.
Where else
okay.
can you do it?
Now we're going to have the conversation about good faith versus bad faith. So one of the things that has to happen when you have a good faith conversation is you have to actually try to understand the person.
You
so
can
for
lecture
example,
the chair. I'm going to go out of smoke.
Wait.
perfect. Actually, that's even better.
Really quick, let me let the two super TTS come through while we have you. All right, guys. We have Hail Pope. Thank you.
Hail Pope donated $200. It's Lent, so I'll be nice. She's confusing the Apostles' Creed and the Nicene Creed, which would also be wrong. Neither of those were unanimously accepted by the founders or their states' populations.
Me when I make things up, I guess. Good job, Hail Pope. I hope the
Hail Pope,
$200
thank you
is
for the
worth it.
message. We have one more coming through here. Give me just one moment. Guys, if you want to get a TTS in, that's streamlabs.com/. Oh, it triggered.
Hail Pope donate.
A second time.
He's going to pay double for that.
You got to send in another one, Hail Pope. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Kyla. We have one coming in from Not Professor Dave. There's a bit of a delay now because the Hail Pope one caught up our system.
Hail Pope.
Hail Pope.
He's raking in all those dollars.
There it is. But if you guys do want to get a TTS message in, you can do so streamlabs.com/whatever.
God, what is with these guys and getting perfect
There it
hits?
is. Thank you.
Not
Got my
Professor
fucking
Dave
engine
donated
again.
$200.
I got a hit. I didn't even get a fucking assist.
That's an attack of
God is
Rachel.
a social construct with an
That's an attack of
unverifiable
Rachel.
existence, ran through Rachel Wilson, has a double-digit body count.
See?
Smoking increases the risk of lung disease and premature death.
I did not.
That's just a Rachel attack.
Guys,
Rude,
don't be rude to
Professor
Rachel
Dave.
Wilson, okay?
Rude, Professor Dave. I'm sorry. I didn't read it first.
That's
Sorry.
between you and him.
Can I have a smoke now?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
We can talk a little bit about good faith versus bad faith. Are you done your TTS?
You want? Yeah, we're all done.
I'm going to talk to the crowd. I mean, I can talk to you too. So one of the things that you're seeing me get frustrated by is that typically when you have good faith engagement, which the previous debate that we had with Andrew, that was one of the requirements that I talked about.
Morals
So
that she does.
it's just
she
an
doesn't
appeal
have
to a
morals.
system.
Sure,
That's
but
it.
the system doesn't have to be. So my argument basically say, I don't think that Christian.
So
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you guys have a
Nope,
preference over something
that one's
else.
fine with me.
Sure.
So there are no Christian values in modern liberalism. It's just an appeal to a system.
Sure,
That's
but
it.
the system doesn't have to be. So my argument basically say, I don't think that Christian rules should be utilized as statecraft. I think separation of church and state is one of the most fundamentally important things, not just for a state, but more so for a Christian.
That's an ought claim. You agree?
Sure.
Okay. Were you deriving that ought?
From my faith.
So your faith tells you that Christians
doesn't have
should
any
be
faith. She's
liberal.
not a Christian.
No,
She's a liar.
I said that.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta grab something to eat real quick. All right, I'm back.
The separation of church and state.
So your Christian values tell you that Christians should not be in charge of states?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you think that Christians who were in charge of states before were wrong?
Yeah.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which
Yeah,
ones?
All of the ones that came after Jesus and did it.
So you think that historically they just got it all wrong?
Yeah, I think that, like, if you look, for example, at, like, I mean, we can get into the typological argument here, but if you look at, like, all of the history of the Bible, for example, what we see over time is when we go from the Old Testament to a New Testament, and for those, because I'm not trying to do a pop quiz, just for those who are listening that don't know what a typological, it's just like a type. We're looking at types typically from Old Testament to New Testament. It's a pretty standard, like, apologetics or a theological argument that gets made. So when you look, for example, through the Old Testament, we have multiple periods that I'm sure you would agree to. Judges, kings, priests. Agreed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what we see is basically a high blending of statecraft and faith that gets reduced over time with the final answer of Jesus, who actually actively and aggressively rejects statehood, rejects politics, and rejects any kingmanship. In fact, that's a large reason, not the only reason, but a large reason why the Jews felt that he was not the Messiah, is because they didn't see a physical, political kingdom unifying the northern and southern kingdoms.
Okay, so back to the ought claim. Christians ought not be in charge of governments and government systems?
It depends on what you mean when you're saying that.
Well, you said that that Christians ought not do that, right?
I don't think that Christians should try to push for a blending of church and state.
Okay, and does state need to be a nation?
Water.
When I say state, I mean a nation.
So how come it's only at the national level?
Well, it would be at this, I guess, when I say nation, I guess I should say governmental level. I don't want, and when I say this, I don't mean that Christians can't be a government official. Christians should not impose Christian ethics into
tribes?
Rule of law. I don't know. I haven't thought about tribes.
But there's governments, right?
Not really. Not like meaningful.
Why is that not meaningful?
I would not say that anyone who's like a political philosopher would look at a tribe and call that a government. Usually when we mean government, we mean post the invention of the nation state.
What about a nation city?
Yeah, nation state.
That's not, well, a nation city, let's say. The city itself
if there's
considers
a
itself
formalized
the entirety
Roman,
of the nation.
like to some degree, like if there's a formalized actual government, not just like a tribe, then sure, potentially. But again, I would need to know what we're talking about here. I need like more specific examples.
Like you have a city that has 100,000 people in it, and they have a government there, right? That government should not.
So basically, Christians of an entirely Christian nation, or an entirely Christian city, whatever, right? Which there definitely were primarily Christian areas, could not govern with Christian morals via her argumentation, which seems really stupid in Christian nations, don't you think? Either A, or she's arguing that they shouldn't be in government at all, or they shouldn't govern with Christian morals. They shouldn't be in government at all, fine, but then who the heck's going to govern them? So that right there logically is retarded. Or they shouldn't govern with Christian morals. So you have to, in order to govern, you have to abandon your Christian morals or Christian ideology, right? Which that seems like you're then like, so you're Christian, you then abandon Christ and God, like you abandon God and the Bible and those Christian morals to then govern. That doesn't make any sense. That makes logically no sense. Either you have somebody like you don't govern at all, or you govern without the Christian morals, and either you have somebody else that's not Christian have to govern you. Like she doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't. Just because Jesus wasn't a state figurehead like they expected him to be, right? Ruler or state figurehead, doesn't mean Christians can't be in government or can't govern. That doesn't make any sense at all. As a matter of fact, we had many figureheads, both within the state, Like just as a matter of fact, we have governing bodies in our own churches, and everything. So it's like, but like your logic just falls apart when you alone have an entire state comprised. Like just say hypothetically, you have a state comprised 100% of Christians. There's absolutely no non-Christians. All the same religious. Like they're all Protestant. They all believe the same doctrine, right? And then you expect the person to govern either no one to govern them, right? Or you expect them to govern without using those Christian morals. That's just illogical, beyond illogical. Like it's just my brain hurts even trying to think about it. Like where do you expect them to bring their there's nowhere to base their morals on then? You got nothing to base their logical, their reasoning, like nothing to base it on. Like if you can't say, especially like back in the day when there was just Christian nations, you couldn't say like, this is why we're doing this law or why the king's doing this or that or whatever. It's like so stupid. God. Ugh. Forgive this woman, for she knows not what she does. Where did I put that water? Okay, the water was here. I just somehow, when I turned, I must have bumped it. Don't take my headphones, please. I must have bumped it, or the chair pushed it, and it pushed it behind me, and I didn't see it even when I got up. So, let me finish eating my food here, and then I'll get back to playing.
Not mixed church and state.
Yeah, they shouldn't rule with Christian ethics as a thing that makes laws.
Okay, what should they rule with?
Consensus, because I like democracy.
Consensus.
With consensus. And what if the people that are consensus?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
why can't they? And the people that are the consensus, right? So let's say it's not a direct democracy, right? Let's say it's not a direct democracy. It's a republican like ours, right? Republic like ours. So we elect people to go and make laws for us. So are they? So by consensus, the people who elect them can those people. So even if we vote, are we not supposed to use our morals, right? Are we not supposed to vote based upon our morals? Because then how is that not opposing our will upon the government if we're saying, oh, this person's Christian, this person has more ethics, this person isn't, this person is doing immoral things based upon my Christian values? Are we supposed to somehow throw those out the window when we vote? Anyway, so say we vote, we send a Christian person, and then that person, is that person now supposed to throw their morals and their things? Because how are they supposed to vote based on consensus? Because how is that person supposed to vote? Now they have the Senate there and the House of Representatives. Okay, so it's not direct democracy. So every time they do a law or some shit, they don't send it back to the state to find out how their people would vote. They have to do it based on what they would vote, based upon what the people who voted them in. So that doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. How are you going to do it based on consensus when someone else is voting? It's like, so the consensus, and it's like, how am I supposed to make the decision? I was voted in because of my ideologies or my like, these are the things that I believe in, right? I believe, like, I'm anti-abortion, so I'm pro-life. I'm anti-abortion. I'm small government. I'm anti taxes, or I want to deregulate. I want to nuclear, have more nuclear things and less wind farms or whatever. Like, say that, right? So you got some positions, and one of them is Christian. So moral Christian ethics is another thing that would guide you. And she expects you to go, and then once people vote you in, the consensus is they vote you in, and then you're supposed to, everything that you believe in is guided by those moral Christian ethics somehow. How are you supposed to vote on consensus? Like, how is it supposed to be consensus then? How do people not vote on consensus? Like, how do you not vote? Even in direct democracy, they're still participating in the government, and they would still base their vote off of their morals and beliefs, which would be Christian. Like, what would guide you? Now, if you weren't Christian, then yeah, you would just be like, okay, they're not Christian, they're not believing in those things, but then something still is going to guide you. Like, you can't, like, separate yourself somehow. Like, you can't, like, completely compartmentalize yourself. Like, you can't, like, somehow wipe your brain of those, go and vote, and somehow still have yourself based on your brain and choices based on something, right? And then all of a sudden, like, reintroduce everything back into your head. It's just stupid. It's just stupid.
And more importantly, laws have to be what works.
And what happens when the consensus says kill babies?
Well, that would be against like what works, right?
No.
Yeah, a nation is not going to work very well if they kill all their babies.
Our nation does.
Our nation would work just fine if they kill other people's babies.
No, because that nation would be then a target for probably war, not just from that nation, but probably neighboring nations, because it seems like in general, most people have this emergent value of not killing babies.
Okay, I don't understand. Let's say that for like 100 years, a nation kills every third baby that comes up in the nation. It's like overpopulated, so they just take a rock and bash its fucking brains in. I don't. How's
we have
that?
China as an example.
How's that not working?
It seems like it was really, really bad for China. It seems like it was really bad for the fact that people don't like seeing dead babies skewered everywhere.
No.
It seems like it crushed their population.
As long as
'cause
the
people
nation, though, consents to that.
Well, it's not just about what the nation consents to. Like,
Yes, you said, and your exact words, I wrote them down. They should rule via consent because I like consent because I like democracy.
yeah. So when I say rule by consent, that doesn't mean that states craftsmen aren't imposing laws that are reasonable and work, right? The law is about like what makes a state work.
Yeah, but there's no contradiction in how the state would not work if they killed every third child.
How would that state logistically work? I feel like that state
It
would.
would-
And yeah, it wasn't killing their children technically that made them, like, if they killed every third child or if they killed every so many children, it was because they killed all their female children. If they didn't, it's because they killed their female children. It's because they viewed boys as more important and better than girls. And that's what happens when you have a godless, heathenless, heathen society. They have absolutely no God. They're a secularist state. The communist government has tried to destroy all and any idea of God. And okay. So you could completely, like you said, kill every third, but it was the fact that they were killing all the girls. Like, it's not the fact that they were killing kids, it was the fact that they were killing one sex of the kids, preventing reproduction. So they were still increasing their numbers even. They were having so many kids, right? But they just couldn't, and it wasn't even killing the kids that were technically harming them. It was the fact they were limiting them to one. So if the family, like you said kill every third kid, but if each family was having 5 kids or, say, 6 kids and they were only keeping 4 of them, they would kill every third one, right? But they were having 4 kids each, they would still be above replacement, and they just killed every third one. And let's say the averages of boys and girls were still kept, then they would be fine. But they'd still be a civilization of killing kids. So, where's your argument?
Work fine. They used to do it all the time.
And we
They
do
used
it
to
too.
sacrifice
Abortion.
children all the time.
Just
inside
because the
Rome,
left
inside
doesn't
of many
want to
states.
consider them kids and they're liars.
Well, not really.
We slaughter our children left and right.
Where are those nations?
Over 1 million every year.
They lasted a lot longer than America, some of them.
Where are they?
Well,
They
wait,
died.
are you saying that? So that's a fallacious argument.
It's not fallacious.
You saying because this didn't continue in perpetuity, that means it didn't work? That I could just say, well, don't you agree that America as it exists right now is not going to exist in perpetuity, therefore it doesn't work?
Probably because there are theoretically and hopefully there'll be better systems that emerge.
Okay, so then it doesn't work?
By and large, no. Not by what I'm meaning.
What? Okay, so I just want to make sure. What?
So Rome didn't fall, right, just because of one thing. But when we look at, for example, a nation that kills every third
Can you
baby,
grab me another beer while you're out?
Fell because
this
you let the
probably wouldn't
barbarians
work for a number of reasons. Number one,
trying to do now.
citizens don't like killing their babies.
But if they did,
That's not true. There was
Yeah, but
plenty
if
of
they did.
civilizations that had child
What,
sacrifice,
what person enjoys
including the
killing-
Aztecs. The Aztecs were around and they
I would
sacrificed tons of
basically argue
children
that they don't enjoy
and
killing
adults.
babies either. Usually, like even when you look at pagan nations where babies are killed, right? Oftentimes, when you can find evidence for it, the mother of that child, for example, or the father of that child are completely opposed to it. It's usually forced upon them, right? They don't enjoy it necessarily.
No,
and usually
she's-
the child sacrifice was occurring.
No, she's just lying. She's just lying. Women today abort their children with plenty of glee. They were pretty. Many of them are plenty happy to abort their children in China, because they wanted boys. They would, if they found out they were having a girl, they would abort the girl without worry. You know, so like she's just lying. Like there are people that would be sad, but there's plenty of people that didn't give a. They don't give a crap. They don't have morals. She's forcing her morals upon other people. It's just stupid. He's on my butt. I might be able to outspeed him though. Oh, he got him. Thank you.
But if there's
some pagan
consensus, what grounds would you oppose the consensus?
What makes the state work best for
You just
most
shouldn't
people.
agree
That's
to it. The
typically
fact
the
that
argument.
People
women
have now given you consensus
I mean, like I
that
said,
this is
most
working best for us.
women abort their children like
You
crazy
can't get
nowadays.
consensus that this is working for us. We actually have to look at like material like outcomes,
Don't
right?
give a
So, for
crap. In
example,
fact, they
how we
celebrate
know
it.
that America's law system works pretty well, although there are problems, is the fact that our military is the strongest. We have the most amount of scientific output, which is awesome, right? That we are the #1 currency in the world, the largest like thing. So we know, okay, the system that we essentially kind of erected around, for the most part, works pretty well. It's a pretty competitive system.
Okay,
boy, go
but
lay
that's
down.
post hoc. Do you
You're not
agree
getting
with
any
me
more
that
food.
It
Go.
takes time for
Go
you
lay
to
down.
gather data on a system which is
Go.
implemented.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So for
That's why
five-
we've seen over
for
history
5
things look
years.
different,
So for
right?
5 years, we have a consensus that we kill every third baby, and the people go along with it, and they adore it. They think it's great. We don't have the data to show
Sounds
them
about
how wrong-headed they are yet.
I don't think that would emerge.
So okay, but it has emerged.
I think it's.
But it has.
No, it
yes,
has not.
yes, it definitely has. There's definitely been many nations where they kill their children, including China. So I don't know what you're talking about.
But it didn't work.
What?
In fact, one of the
Yeah, that's post hoc. That's you post hoc
Yeah,
saying
that's
it didn't
typically-
work after the fact. We're talking about in the
That's
fact.
how you develop statecraft.
In the fact, though, when it's happening,
Yeah.
what are you appealing to oppose it?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Oh, me personally. Well, I'm a divine command theorist. I would say that murdering babies is wrong.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
So the consensus would be wrong.
Against my morals, yeah.
Okay, so you hold a form of dualism.
No, this is really relativism.
Well,
It's
not really.
not relativism. It's relativistic. It's probably the word.
Relativistic, perhaps, but this sounds like dual ethics.
No, it's just relative. It's
Why?
just relativistic.
Well, why is consensus good?
It's not ontologically good.
Okay, good.
I think
So-
it makes the most. I think for the most
Okay.
part. Well, I can answer you.
All right.
Breathe. You're gonna be okay. So for the most part, I think that, for example, consensus is
Just
good because it's worked. I think it's worked insofar as America mostly has a democratic consensus type system, which has worked pretty damn well. I think the world outside is pretty good. There are a lot of problems that people will point to, but I think America overall is a pretty good nation. I think most Western liberal democracies are better than we've ever developed at any time in history.
So the grounds that you would oppose a consensus of killing every third baby would be Christian ethics, right?
Well, it would probably be multiple things, yeah, that I would appeal to. Like I would use multiple evidences for it.
Well,
The reason I personally wouldn't kill babies is because I think it's wrong to murder babies.
okay, gotcha.
Do you think it's wrong to
But
murder
if
babies?
there was a consensus
Well, yeah, of course. But if there was a consensus,
See,
you
she,
said
she was
that's
trying
the
to
thing that we
she was trying to
should
get
run
him be
things
like,
by consensus.
That
do
might
you think it's
become
wrong to
state
murder
law,
babies?
but I'm saying to you, I think that would fall out of state law very quickly, and I would probably be a person who would advocate strongly against that state law, because not all
Based-
state laws are moral.
Based on your morality.
To some degree, but I wouldn't be imposing my morality.
What
on
if the consensus is that you're not allowed to oppose the consensus?
like an authoritarian regime?
Well, no, that wouldn't be authoritarian. That would be democratic.
How so?
Because you can democratically vote in laws which are oppressive.
You got my engine.
Sorry, so I feel like you're just making something into democracy that doesn't exist. Could you explain it more?
Yeah. If everybody votes
No, don't burn.
Kyla can never say another fucking word, or else I don't know. She gets
Got
beat to
him.
death with a rock.
I would have due process.
Okay. Well, the thing is
And
you
I
didn't
argue free
say
speech.
you
That
didn't-
violates my amendment.
No, you didn't say due process. You said consensus. Is how we should rule.
Consensus is typically how you select for like electoral people, and then electoral people are
Scratched my
hopefully,
nose when I itched it.
although not always, supposed to be educated in such a way that they
I'm
can
gonna
make
have a
statecraft
scar scab,
policies
so-
that brings about most good for citizens. Because I don't think statecraft is in and of itself moral.
Okay, so we're not actually appealing to consensus for how we should run things then?
Well, to some degree, because the stakeholder is the voter. So to some degree, you have to appeal to what stakeholders believe.
So what's
which is the
preventing
voters.
what's preventing voters in a liberal democracy from voting in laws which go against your morals?
Well, I would argue that God puts like a sense of conscience within each of us. And I don't think that almost anyone actually emerges in such a way that they say it's good to kill babies. I think, for example, pagan institutions did erect very historically, and you will notice that they don't exist anymore because they don't work very well and people don't like them.
No, the Aztec didn't, it wasn't, the Aztec didn't get destroyed because the people within didn't like it or something. Some bullshit. It's because outside people didn't like it. Like, I guess that might kind of goes to her argument, but at the same time, I don't think it's quite. Like, let's say the Aztecs are completely fine with it. Like, the Aztecs are completely fine with it, but then, yeah, the outside people might. Let's say the Aztecs, they sacrifice their own kids, I mean, let's be fair, the Aztecs probably wouldn't have been stopped okay, so my point is the Aztecs wouldn't have been stopped if the conquistadors didn't show up. Oh, you little sneaker got me. The other guy should burn down for us, though, I hope. So, like, none of the other groups were able to stop them, and they would sacrifice people left, right, and center. So, it wasn't that the other people didn't like it. They still couldn't stop them, because the Aztecs were the largest group. It wasn't until the conquistadors came over with guns. It wasn't until they came over and said, oh my God, this is... Like, they stopped them on moral principles. Like, the other people didn't like it, mainly because they were the ones being sacrificed. I don't even know if they morally had issues. Like, they didn't have moral qualms about sacrificing people. They had moral qualms about them being sacrificed. But the only reason they were stopped was because, a much larger force, if the conquistadors never showed up, they would have gone about sacrificing people for a much longer period of time. So, and in China, same thing. And there's still, like I said, America is still a perfect example of we have child sacrifice. We kill them early enough so we don't call it child sacrifice. We don't call murdering babies. I'm sorry, I call it sacrifice, but murdering babies. We just don't call it that because it's early enough. It's so early in in the creation. So it's like we murder over like 1 million a year. It's just so stupid. It's like it seriously goes to my point. There's plenty of like every Western nation murders their children via abortion, and they're doing just fine. So, like, I don't think they're doing necessarily just fine morally, but they're not like falling apart.
them. And I also would argue that they were moral at the time, right? And so in the case of statecraft, we would use consensus to vote in elected representatives, and these elected representatives would impose laws. But if we don't agree with those laws, then we can oust that person.
Yeah,
we have
but
federal
that's
courts.
not my question. My question is, what actually prevents inside of a liberal society from people utilizing consensus in order to pass laws which are immoral, from your view?
Immoral from my view?
Yeah.
Nothing, but I don't think that I don't think that all of my moral system should be rule of law.
I understand.
Do you think that?
All I'm doing is making
ask you
sure that
back?
I get it right.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think that
But
all...
before you do, I'm going to interrogate the position, then you can interrogate mine.
I would
That's
just
the
like
fair
to
way.
have some back and forth.
That's the fair way to do it.
Well,
But the problem is
no.
you just divert.
Wait, no, that's
Yeah,
not
it
true.
is.
The first conversation we had, the first segment,
I don't
was
care about the meta. Just let me finish the
I'm not
interrogation
dropping
of
the
the
meta
position.
because you're doing like the
Refuse to
sneaky
allow.
bad faith.
I want. How's it bad faith to want to interrogate
Because
your position?
I haven't said you can interrogate my position. I said, can you wait for a second so I can ask you some questions? Because in the
After
case
I'm
where
done
I
with
was
mine.
interrogating your worldview with the first prompt, I also allowed you to interrogate
Great,
my worldview
great.
in return.
Let me do the
So I'm
interrogation
asking for the
first,
same
and then
in
you can do it
response.
yours second.
Okay, so do you think that we should
No,
rule?
no. I said let me do my interrogation first. You can do yours second.
I'm saying I would like a back and forth.
But all that does is derail from the questions I have.
Derails from the dunk that you're trying to lead me into.
How
I
is it a
understand that
dunk?
it does that. Well, because what you're trying to do is to get to some foundational thing of being like, see, it's born on nothing. It's like, okay, Andrew,
That's
do you want
what's
it?
bad faith.
Do you want to
Not
just go to
allowing
Agrippa's
your-
trilemma?
Not allowing your position.
Everyone knows that this is what's happening.
Wait, so you're saying that your position, when it's interrogated, its foundation is going to be incoherent?
I would say every single foundation of any worldview, normative, or meta-ethics is unjustifiable. Yes, this is what axioms are.
Oh, really?
They all fail Agrippa's trilemma. Yes.
Oh,
How
because
do you
of Agrippa's trilemma.
How do you not fail Agrippa's trilemma?
What the fuck shot me?
That's really weird. What? Tell me again. What does Agrippa's trilemma say?
It's dogmatism. All justification systems fail.
Okay,
at a
Yak 9. All right.
Foundational level.
I was
because
like,
they
there's
will fail
no way those are the guns.
Or all of three ways. Dogmatism,
No.
infinite regression, and circular reasoning.
Is that position justified?
No.
Okay. So anyway, back to this.
I was like, no way were those the guns from
Okay, you know what?
I ran
thing
away
I
from
just
it?
shot down,
Yeah.
the bomber.
You just said that Agrippa's trilemma is not a justified position.
What do you mean by justified?
Well, whatever you mean by it in Agrippa's trilemma.
Well, it's an internal critique of justification systems. Agrippa's. What do you mean is Agrippa's trilemma unjustified? It is a philosophical tool that we can utilize to understand that at a foundational level, no belief systems. How do you solve Agrippa's
like
trilemma?
truth.
How do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
Well, it's self-refuting. This has been known for 1,000 years. I don't know if you know this or not. It's a self-refuting. Agrippa's trilemma is self-refuting.
So how do you not engage in dogmatism?
If all things are axiomatic,
You
right?
assume.
The reduction to axiomatic, are we making a truth claim?
You are making a truth claim. Yep.
Okay, and is that truth claim justified?
No.
No.
Yeah, because you assume. Wait, are you not making a truth claim?
It doesn't matter.
Of course it does. Are you not making truth
Well,
claims?
wait a second.
Does your moral system
When you go,
not utilize
when you move,
truth claims?
did you posit an argument to me, which was Agrippa's trilemma?
Yep.
And was that argument justified? No.
No more than any. Wait, is your arguments justified?
What does that have to do with you?
I'm internally critiquing you.
You can internally critique me with your arguments?
How are you not? Yeah. So I said, how do you not fail Agrippa's trilemma? And you said, Agrippa's trilemma doesn't matter. That's not how you solve Agrippa's trilemma. You said it's unjustified.
Well, it's self-refuting.
How is it self-refuting?
Because if you claim that you're making a truth claim that's unjustified, then you're not making a truth claim.
Sure you are. You're just assuming. Agrippa's
it's not
trilemma, I guess, engages in dogmatism.
That
in and
it's
of
not
itself.
justified?
Yeah. So Agrippa's trilemma, I suppose, engages in dogmatism itself. But how is it self-refuting?
You just explained it.
Every single system is self-refuting then by this
Is
logic.
that a truth claim?
Yes.
Okay, and does that fail because of Agrippa's trilemma?
Yes,
So
all
should I
truth
take
claims.
anything you say seriously? Because
Give me a single truth
I
claim.
don't have to make your
He's
argument.
gonna run from this one again. Watch. Give me a.
Oh my gosh, she makes an argument. He didn't make it's like she made a thing saying this is what Agrippa's does, trilemma, whatever it does. He doesn't like. It's just like saying I state a thing. This thing is true. Therefore, it defeats your thing. It's like he didn't make the argument for this thing. God, I hate this woman.
Single truth claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's trilemma.
I hate leftists
Go.
so much.
First of all, back up. Whose argument is this?
Give me a single truth
Whose
claim that
argument
doesn't
is
fail
this?
Agrippa's trilemma.
Whose argument
I
is
knew
this?
you were going to weasel on this one. I'm just going to stay here.
She's like, disprove my argument. Disprove my argument. It's like, it's your argument. It's your argument. You dumb bitch.
Okay, stay here. Whose argument is it?
Right now, both of us. We're both
I'm not
having a conversation.
Wait a second.
Are we not both having a conversation?
I didn't argue that Agrippa's trilemma is true. You did.
I said it's true in like an assumed way, in the way that all things are assumed.
So is it true or not?
It's true in like I suppose, like, yeah, true in the way that we mean true for everything else that's true.
What does that mean?
Well, give me an example.
Yeah, it's not my argument. You
So
don't get
if-
to interrogate me for your argument.
No, I'm asking you for counterfactual to prove
I
me
don't
wrong.
need to. It's
So
your
my
argument.
Yeah, she needs to prove herself correct. He doesn't need to prove her wrong. She's just stupid.
My argument is nothing is. Nothing is this thing you're saying.
Nothing's
Can
true?
you provide me a counter?
So nothing's true?
I didn't say nothing's true. I said truths
Then
are
what's
assumed.
true?
Truths are assumed. Tautologies.
Truths are assumed tautology?
Do you know? Yeah. No, truths are assumed. They're
Yeah.
tautologies.
Truths are tautologies.
Oftentimes at a foundational level, yeah.
Often or are?
Are.
Are.
Yeah.
So is Agrippa's trilemma a truth tautology?
It's not an axiom. It's a philosophical system, and it's a philosophical equation how you test your own thinking. So how do you?
And so,
you're
okay,
not gonna give me
I'm
one.
super
Give me a
confused.
truth claim that doesn't solve.
I
Agrippa's-
don't
that
have
doesn't
to
fail Agrippa's
make your
trilemma.
argument.
This isn't my argument. My argument is all arguments foundationally will
Uh-huh.
fail Agrippa's trilemma.
Okay, so you are
And
making
you're
an
saying,
argument.
You're saying
Yeah.
that's not true.
I didn't say anything like that.
Of course
I
you
asked you
Do you think that
how
that's
it was true.
Wait, so you're agreeing with me that no truth claim?
I didn't agree with anything.
You have to, those are the
I
options.
don't have to do
lucky ass
anything.
shot.
You're making an argument.
I guess you could be a coward. And
Like,
you could
directly
decide-
below his
You
plane,
posit
and yet
that there's-
somehow
that
it's still
Agrippa's
there.
trilemma is true.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm saying that's assumed.
I would
because
love
all
to. I
things
want
brought
to see
out
a play
foundational level
back.
are assumed. And I said,
Play
can you
back
give me an
of that
example where
bullet
that's
assumed?
actually hitting me. I
Yeah,
swear
God
to
is
God,
dogmatism.
the
Okay,
hitboxes
so
are
you think-
fucking
Assuming God
huge on
exists
these
is
So when
plays.
I ask you, does God exist, and you say yes, that's not true,
It's true, and I'm assuming it.
how is it true?
It's true because I believe it's true. I'm a divine command theorist.
So, okay, so I just want to make sure I got this right.
How do
When
you
you
solve for
posit,
Agrippa's? He's just
when-
going to run away
when
from
you
this.
when you posit, well, you
Do I have to pay like $10 to
you
force him to answer
posited
this question?
How do you posit the arguments, and then
Gosh,
I
she's
have
so
to answer to the
annoying.
argument?
So if I pose an argument and
Yeah.
I give you the justification for my argument, and
Yeah.
it seems like the way that you're acting is that you think that that is incorrect, then you have to pose me a counter. So I said, if I'm wrong, Andrew, you can just prove me wrong like that. Find me a truth claim that isn't fundamentally unjustifiable.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
so-
How do you
okay.
find me one truth claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's
First of
trilemma?
all, who posits Agrippa's trilemma is true, Andrew or Erudite?
Agrippa's trilemma isn't. This is like saying Euthyphro's dilemma is true. Is Euthyphro's dilemma true?
Okay, again, why are you asking me questions about your argument?
Because what you're doing, I think you're. I can't tell. I can't tell if you genuinely don't understand Agrippa's trilemma, maybe, or if you're being bad faith. Those are the only two
How am I
options.
being bad faith when you posit an argument and I
hold
ask
on,
you about
relax. Andrew, I said there's two options. You
Oh.
genuinely don't understand, or you're being bad faith.
Or
But
there's a third option, which is maybe you don't understand?
I do understand how dilemmas work in
Okay,
philosophy.
then let's...
Are
if-
trolley problems true?
If Agrippa's trilemma...
Is like a trolley problem.
Yeah, I just want to make sure.
It's a
Agrippa's...
philosophical test of logic.
Okay, I got it. So when you're talking about...
I didn't even get a
Agrippa's
hit on
trilemma,
that. What?
Would you have any criticisms for this argument that you're making?
I can't solve it. That's the point of the dilemma.
Okay, so when you say that when I ask you, is Agrippa's trilemma true?
I can't solve it.
Is it true though?
Is a trolley problem true? Is Euthyphro's dilemma true? What are we doing right now?
Yeah, I think philosophically you can say that the
Euthyphro's
conclusion
dilemma.
is true
Wait,
or false.
No, the Agrippa's trilemma isn't a conclusion.
Look, I'll be completely honest. I don't. I know what a trolley problem is, but I don't know. She explained Agrippa's dilemma and stuff. I can't even barely remember what she said. She talks so fucking much. I don't know the other dilemma. These are, philosophical things. I don't dive too much into like a lot of these philosophical things. I enjoyed the arguments and stuff, but there's just a lot of things that I just don't know that I never really learned. So I don't know these. But she's posited, to be fair, she's posited something towards her argument, right? Like, this is a thing. This is such. And whether the true part or whatever, the best thing, she needs to prove her argument, even if it's not true or false. She knows to show something. She needs to show how this works factually, or she can't just say it's not. She can't just try and gotcha, be like, oh, this, like, just slap this on the table as try to like Uno reversed win card or something. And that she's not positing how this somehow works towards her argument, and say, now you, not only that, in your argument, you have to prove how it's factual or true, like how it's true in your argument, right? You have to prove. Okay, I understand. I kind of understand what's going on. At the same time, it's like it's weird. The word "true" is not like true is not working, and I think in the same way as it normally would here. But she has to prove her statement is correct, right? And it's not in Andrew's. It's not when she's positing something, like when she's positing something as a true or correct thing, then it's not Andrew's job to posit it, to prove it to be incorrect or not true. She has to. But she keeps saying, well, you haven't proven it as such. And it's like when you make an argument, you got to prove it as, it's like someone stating God exists. Now show me that he doesn't. It's like, no, you have to give evidence that he exists. Or it's like, it's just, and this entire time she's definitely not winning. She's doing the fucking she's doing exactly what Destiny does. It's just so retarded.
Conclusion. Agrippa's trilemma is a problem. It's a philosophical problem. Is Euthyphro's dilemma true?
Wait. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about Agrippa's trilemma.
Yeah, it's a problem in the same way that Euthyphro's dilemma is.
Okay, so
walk me through.
Okay, it's a problem, but even though it's a problem, she has to show how it proves that her statements or her ideology or whatever is true. It has to prove how it goes along with her side. Okay? Or like how it aligns with her ideology. Or even the statement, because like he was talking earlier about how apparently it's like a self-fulfilling, or it's a it was not disparage, it disapproves itself. Like someone that's like someone that says like I don't believe in things being objectively true. Like things aren't objectively true, right? And then you're like, oh, is that objectively true, what you just said? Like if you make it so like everything is like it somehow like my brain's not great, but it somehow disproves itself, or it somehow works its way back on itself to show that it doesn't work. But then she wants to try and use it. So and then they get into the stupid damn meta argument because she doesn't either want to concede, or she doesn't want to make she doesn't want to show how it works for her favor, or how it works on her side, or how her ideology is true, or point out stuff on her side. So they just go into a fucking argument over this. It's really stupid.
Problem's true.
Walk me through Agrippa's dilemma. I'll make sure I understand it.
Okay, Agrippa's trilemma posits that no beliefs are justifiable foundationally because they will fail one of three ways: dogmatism, infinite regression, or circularity. And I'm saying Can you find me an example of a
So
truth
then
claim that doesn't fail Agrippa's trilemma?
Well, that sounds to.
Just a second. I'll be right back. Okey dokey artichokey. Oh, I actually wanted to.
To me, like you're positing propositions in a conclusion.
I'm giving you something similar to like a Euthyphro dilemma or a trolley problem to
Yeah.
see if you can solve it logically.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with Agrippa's trilemma, which we're talking about.
It
So
has everything to do with
what
Agrippa's
is
trilemma
the-
because you're asking if it's
what is
true,
the
which is
pro-
like asking me if trolley problems are true.
No, it's not.
Are trolley problems true?
If it's propositional, this sounds like propositional logic to me. You're actually giving me premises and a conclusion. Is the conclusion true?
This is not what's happening. It's a dilemma. Is the Euthyphro dilemma true?
Well, that's a whole different thing. But I'm
These
talking
are
about
one-to-one comparison. This is the comparison I'm trying to make because I feel like you're not understanding what a dilemma is.
Write it out for me.
I don't need to. Do you wait? How do you solve Euthyphro dilemma? Or do you
Well,
think
right now I just want it written out so I can see if this is a non-propositional problem.
Okay, I'm just gonna write out what I've said.
Okay.
Okay. All
I actually approve of what Andrew's doing. He's actually trying to think it through and see either if he's having an issue understanding something.
Chat, Nathan, if you want to pull up.
Yeah.
Or,
get the TTS in here. Make Brian some money, okay?
This mic.
Oh, no, I was going to pull up Agrippa's trilemma.
Oh, so it's on screen.
So people know what the heck you guys are talking about. Go F11 with it, Nathan. Do you have it? Okay, can you? It also goes by Munchausen trilemma, I guess.
I would
Right,
just
right
look up-
there. It's a circular argument. The circular argument in which the proof of some proposition presupposes the truth of
specific Agrippa's trilemma.
Well, it
Oh, okay, no, okay. The Munchausen trilemma is there are only three ways of completing a proof. There are only three ways of completing a proof. Circular argument. Okay, regressive. I'm sorry. Okay. Circular argument, the regressive argument, the dogmatic argument. Possess unaccepted precepts which are merely asserted rather than defended. Requires for the proof in which proof of some proposition presupposes the truth of that very proposition.
Scroll down.
Anyway, just finish it writing. I want to see if it's
Scroll
proposition.
down. Yeah.
Okay.
Continue on though. Go ahead.
So,
keep going. It says the name. Scroll down. It says so. Munchausen trilemma is also known as Agrippa's trilemma. So I guess it's just a different name for it. Scroll back up.
Yeah, so
Okay,
see
so
the
I'll
three
read this.
there?
Here,
Yeah.
keep working on this.
So is she
the
stating-
circular
she's
argument
stating
in
that
which the
nothing
proof
has
of some
ever
proposition presupposes the truth
has ever
of that very proposition,
beaten this
the
or something.
regressive argument in which each proof requires a further proof ad infinitum, the dogmatic argument which rests on accepted precepts which are merely asserted rather than defended. The trilemma then is having to choose one of the three equally unsatisfying options.
Hopefully you can read that. Sorry if you can't. Just tell me if you need me to rewrite something.
Circular argument, infinite regression, or dogmatism. So then, you believe in objective truth, right?
I believe in objective morals, yeah. And like
Objective.
scientific realism.
Are they objectively true? Morals?
Yeah. Well, objectively, like they exist outside of me.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, what makes it true?
I'm assuming.
So, is everything you assume true?
No, but everything I assume is true because I'm really good at philosophy. How do you solve?
God, her
all
laugh
I'm
is
asking.
so
nothing to
fucking
do with
annoying.
me.
It does.
You don't believe.
So here's what's
it
happening.
doesn't.
How do you solve Euthyphro's dilemma?
Why do I need to solve your problem?
Because if I'm posing you Euthyphro's dilemma, a philosophical problem, you can't go, is the problem true? That's
I'm not even asking about that.
That's like
I'm
sidestepping
asking
the conversation.
If you believe that this is correct, and you also believe that objective morality is correct.
Correct in the way that we're assuming Agrippa's trilemma. Correct in the way that like trolley problems are good at testing
So
logic.
we're just both making assumptions about everything?
Everyone is, well, that or you're infinitely regressing. Those are your two. Well, there's your circular reasoning, which is just tautology. So everyone's kind of doing tautology.
So we're just assuming God.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
How are you not?
So all of these things in philosophy are just going down to these three categories for you?
No, not these. These aren't categories. These are ways in which you're fallacious. Your thinking is fallacious. So it's saying all beliefs, all meta-ethics, normative frameworks are fundamentally unjustifiable because they can't solve for one of these three things. Thank you.
I see.
And I'm asking you, how do you solve it?
I can't. I'm going to adopt it.
He's like, Euthyphro's dilemma. I don't know.
Hey.
Can't find an answer to
No.
it.
I'm going to adopt it. You're right. I'm just going to assume everything's true because I assume it.
That's fine, but now
That's what you said.
now you're in line with like, so this is one of your issues.
That's what you said.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Welcome to my world, okay?
I'm in your world.
We're based over here.
Yeah.
Okay, the issue is that I wouldn't go to secular people and be like, you don't have a moral ethical system because it's unjustifiable. Because I already know that mine's unjustifiable. I'm assuming I'm doing dogmatism and they're doing usually infinite regression.
So then
or they're being cowards and they're being like, oh, I don't know.
So then you can't make a justification for why I shouldn't pull out a machine gun and kill everybody.
These are not the same thing. You understand?
They're not?
Me. Yeah, so when I'm talking about foundational beliefs,
Yeah.
pop quiz, what's foundational? Do you know what foundationalism is?
Yeah, it's going to be the pillar on which a belief stands on.
Yeah, okay. So not all statements or
Jesus.
beliefs
Thanks for
are
pop quiz, by the
foundational.
way.
You're welcome.
No, she's
Well, I don't
doing it.
actually do pop quizzes. I usually
That's
ask
your whole
questions.
debate style, but go ahead.
It's not. Me knowing more information than you is not like some crazy maniacal tactic.
Well,
and in fact,
when we get to the point where you do,
well,
I know.
this is the issue, Andrew, is it speaks to your insecurity that when I ask you questions about whether or not you know something, I'm asking in genuine good faith because
No, because obviously he wasn't insecure enough to ask you to write down the thing, try and figure it out. Like, to see if he was misunderstanding and try and figure out what you've been talking about. He didn't just blow it off or make some bullshit up. He write it down, try and figure out what you're talking about, and then for this argument, he just fucking adopts what you're saying because he can just now assume whatever he wants. So, like, he literally no, but what she tries to do is she goes, do you know this? Do you know this? Do you know this? Try and make herself look smarter than the other person, but also to overwhelm the other person. Like, it's a simple debate tactic. Usually it's like, do you know what this is? And they're like, someone either lies and says yes they do, and she goes on talking about things that they don't understand, and then they get confused in the conversation and it makes them look really dumb, or it makes her look smart for knowing things that she doesn't, and that somehow usually wins her points for her side, or usually wins points for people that don't listen to the substance of a debate rather than just like the stupid things in a debate. So yeah, that's exactly what she does. I've heard her debate before. It's the same thing, and it's a very similar thing that fucking Destiny does.
because they're like esoteric and I don't expect people to know them.
He just
but you take
vomits
it as
a whole bunch
insult
of
to like your pride or
words
something like that. Of course, because you think
to
I'm
try
doing
and make
something like
himself
maniacal when it's
sound
like me asking you, do you know what Agrippa's trilemma is? Isn't to say, haha, idiot. You don't know anything about Agrippa's trilemma? Why are you even talking about philosophy? It's for me to go, okay, if you don't, let me explain it to you, and then I'm curious how you would reason through it.
I don't know why you would
just reason that I'll adopt it.
I wouldn't trust her to
Anybody
explain
that I
anything,
decide
honestly,
to
to be
impose my
fair.
will on can't actually say that I'm unjustified.
Of course you can.
How?
Well, you wouldn't say that your foundations are unjustified, but they would say, for example, here's a list of evidences and arguments as to why I don't think
Yeah,
you
but
should
none
do
of
this.
those are justified. They're
Well,
all
you
going
would
to be
build it off of
circular.
tautologies.
So what?
Everything's built off of tautologies.
There's no justification. Tell
Do
me
you
you
think
can't do
math?
anything.
Wait, do you think math doesn't exist because
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
math is tautological?
Oh my God.
Wait, do you not know that?
What is the
Pop quiz time.
So,
do you know that math is
so how
tautological?
can you tell me? You see what I mean? Pop quiz.
Well,
Can you
I'm
tell
doing
me-
it now because you're just being ridiculous. Yeah.
Squirrel brain. Can you tell me?
I'm pretty focused.
Can you tell
Laser
me?
focused,
Tell me
actually.
how it is then that you can create any justifications that anybody's ever doing anything wrong.
Logic and reasoning are built on top of like tautological axioms and that seem reasonable.
Oh, that was
based
so
on kind of
close.
assumptions,
I'm glad
but
I
they
turned
seem
left.
reasonable, and you build upon an entire structure of world belief, which is
But
what
none of
defines
them are
Going down.
justified.
At a foundational level, no.
Can't
All
tell.
beliefs are unjustifiable.
Well, then you don't.
How do you solve dogmatism?
When you just told me then that I can't go to secular people and tell them that their beliefs are unjustified.
You can't and be consistent.
Oh.
So then we should just throw philosophy out.
No.
Why
Spitfire
not?
on me.
Where the fuck justified? At a
Because
foundational
logic-
my
level,
neck
it's
is
just
killing
a
me.
tautology that
yeah,
we make up,
because
right?
people accept tautologies because that's how you think about the world, right?
I probably
Like
should take a break,
math, we
but
just
then I
accept
don't know if I'll be
tautologies in
awake in
math.
time
We
to
have to
finish
because
it.
you have no starting point if you don't. So we assume these things,
You should
and
just
then
take
we
a break
build on
and
top of them.
finish it up
And
in
then the
a
beauty
couple
of
hours.
things like math and science, in the case of like science realism, is you can use math and these things to observe and test and see if you're actually mapping onto the correctness of the world.
I see.
Yeah.
So then if
Isn't
I
inductive and deductive
if I
logic?
utilize the assumption that God is real, this
That's
would
dogmatism. Yeah.
yeah, this would satisfy you because you also use the assumption that God is real.
I'll just grant it, of course.
Okay,
I always
pillow
So
grant
then
it.
if that's the
nearly
case, and
big
we
man,
assume
yeah.
that God's real, and then we assume God's commands, and then we build our case off of that,
Yeah.
that's justified. As justified as something can be.
Yeah.
Okay, well then I don't know what we're arguing about. We'll just do that.
Well, we were arguing because you wouldn't answer Griffith's dilemma and saying that it wasn't true and coping.
No,
super
I was
hard about
asking
it.
you if it was true.
Well, we're arguing
trying to
this
work-
because you were walking me along this thing and being like, secular
Yeah,
people have
but
no
I'm still
justifications
gonna get-
for their worldview.
I'm
And I
s-
went, well, we
yeah.
can go there,
You
Andrew,
still
but I'm just
don't,
going to jump
lady.
ahead to a Griffith's
Great, but
trilemma.
I'm
You're just
still- I still want to
supposing.
get back to the interrogation.
Okay, but
now.
your line of argumentation is going to fall apart because when you go, well, why are you assuming that this is good? I'll go, we're assuming it.
Okay, that's fine. But anyway, back to can we get back to this now?
Sure.
Okay, so when we're talking about the issue of secularism,
Yeah.
or not secularism, I'm sorry, liberalism. So we'll pull back up on the notes since we went down that whole train of nonsense.
Not nonsense. It's like foundational philosophy. Phil 101, really. It's kind of important.
You're right.
And you like to weaponize it for your dumb audience against mean people to like innocent OnlyFans girls to be like, see,
Innocent
their belief
OnlyFans
system isn't
girls.
justified. And it's like, no one says
Name
at
a single
foundational
time when I've
level.
done that.
Every time you were on the
She
show.
says she's a Christian.
Give me. Do you have one?
Yeah, when you debate any secular person, when you debated Charlie, when you debate Destiny, when you debated Naima, when you debated Xena, when you debated like et cetera,
No,
et cetera.
no. My argument is
you
actually
usually go,
that
your
if
belief
you're
system's unjustifiable.
that's a dire
And it's
thing.
like your beliefs are
I do the
unjustifiable.
opposite. I start at the end. I just say if it's the case that it's just preferences, then you have absolutely no criticism for me imposing mine.
Well, most secular people, if they're good on philosophy, would say, well, it's not just preferences, right? It's some mixture of like we use tiles.
I have no idea what.
Not really. These are like there's no more preferences than you preferring God.
That's my point.
But then all of this is empty.
That's right.
So your
So then
arguments
you
are
would have-
wait, but then you have to grant that your arguments are just as empty as theirs.
If that's the case, then you would have no room to criticize me for imposing my preferences.
Sure, we could, because then we could just use reason and logic and evidence of what seems to
Preferences?
benefit people.
Your preferences
Yeah,
versus my
I think
preferences?
it's reasonable to assume that I prefer that like people are like people.
She
experience less
somehow
harm,
thinks-
Right? I think that's a reasonable preference
Why?
to have because.
She somehow thinks her preferences are somehow more logical or better or smarter than other people's preferences, which is it's bullshit. It's just preferences are preferences. There's no unless they're completely unless they're actually even based in anything based in preference. There's nothing to say that they're better than someone else's preference. So
I want it.
Then it's perfectly reasonable for me to say no.
I didn't say it's unreasonable.
Then there's nothing to argue
because
there.
you're insisting that they're unjustifiable while you are. And I'm saying, no, you're all unjustifiable, but both are actually reasonable. You can have your Christian preferences, but as a Christian, I'm fighting you and saying, actually, your preferences are icky and bad for the faith. Don't do it. Also, Jesus wasn't political, so you're
Got
kind
it.
of going against what Jesus taught.
So-
also bad to do.
Okay, so then back to this when we're talking about liberalism.
well, I don't take my Christian moral values from whore heretic. So
And the system of liberalism, and you're appealing to consensus, right? If the consensus is that they want to kill every third baby, which is just part of their preferences, man, and they assume that it's fine, you can't actually critique that.
Of
then.
course you can. We do it all the time.
With what?
You could use utilitarianism, and you could say actually killing babies is bad because it makes a worse world. It harms that specific baby. It probably also harms the mother, which would actually decrease the amount of flourishing and increase the amount of harm, which is why I think it would be bad to do. That's what a utilitarian could say.
And then say, but you would say that
God doesn't like it when you kill babies unless he orders you to do it, like in the Amalekites.
And which one of you is right?
Well, we would have to fight. I mean, the issue is we have to assume at the end of the level.
Fight, right?
Yeah, and I would go, I think my argument's more reasonable. I wouldn't say my argument's more justifiable at a foundational level. This is what you do. You try to say, my beliefs are foundationally justified and yours are not, which is why I'm reasonable and you're not. It's like, that's not true.
Actually, I do the opposite.
No, you
I start at the
definitely
end
don't do the
of the
opposite.
argument and say I agree with you. It's all preferences.
Just because the chronology of how you get there is different, it doesn't change that this is the tactic that you typically utilize when you debate people.
No, listen, I'm doing the same thing with you. We're at the end now.
Yeah, you're like, I start at the end and I walk people all the way back to their foundational axioms.
I'm just asking
and
you
then I go, see how silly this is? I'm not silly. And I'm saying you're just as unjustified.
I'm just
but there's
asking
reason that
you
you
a
can
single
utilize.
question here.
Yeah,
which
you would
is
use
that
reason and
is
logic.
consensus, when you're talking about consensus, that's how you want things to be, right?
Well, no, this is not an ought. Like a consensus isn't an ought. I think it's the best system that's arrived so far.
So when I
if
asked
you can make up a better one,
so when I asked you earlier, this is an ought, and you said yes, that's not the case.
Well, there's a second part to what I was saying, I believe, at the time.
No, I asked you, is consensus how Christians ought do things? You said yes.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No.
I specifically wrote it down.
If I did, I didn't mean it.
You didn't?
No, I should have clarified. What do you actually want to ask here?
Yeah, so I want to just ask you about consensus. So if they want to kill every third baby, okay?
I would oppose this.
Yeah, but why would they be actually wrong?
I would, for example, in the case of a pagan, I would probably appeal to their own moral system. I think that most people, for example, I believe, you probably believe this too, that God gives us conscience, right? He puts a spirit in.
If you appeal to a pagan, what if a pagan's moral system says to kill babies? What if they literally, a pagan literally worships Moloch?
Inside of us, that God's meta-ethical system emerges naturally out of us, right? So what I would do, for example, is I would probably first of all try to examine that pagan's belief system. And I would be like, do you actually think killing babies is okay, right? I would actually morally
pagan.
And one of the issues is that this is unobservable. We can't truly know whether somebody thinks something is wrong or right. But I think the knowledge of wrong or right is really important, kind of biblical, one might even say. So I would question whether or not they know it's wrong or right, and then I would appeal to things like state, so like civic ethics. For example, it doesn't work very well in nations to kill every third baby. You're just reducing your population. Usually the mothers don't like it, usually the fathers don't like it. It doesn't seem to have any good outcome. In fact, most of the reasons why people in the past killed babies was to satisfy some sun god. And we would go, that's not an overly reasonable argument. It's probably more reasonable to say we shouldn't kill babies. That seems more reasonable. So I could appeal to them within their own worldview of secularism or their own worldview of paganism.
Sure, and they say, yeah, fuck you, we don't care.
Are they in my state? They're in another country?
Yeah, I'm just asking why they're wrong, why they're doing something wrong.
Why they're doing something wrong to me?
Why is that wrong, yeah?
Because I think it's immoral to kill babies.
Why?
Because I think God doesn't like you to kill babies unless he orders it, like in the Amalekites.
Because you assumed that.
I assumed God, yep.
You assumed it, and so they assume.
Well, I'm assuming God, yeah.
So they assume not God.
Yep.
And so they come to you and say, well, you're just assuming this anyway.
And I would say, so are you.
And then they would say, good, we're going to go back to killing babies. And the problem with that is what?
I would say, I'm going to use my language and quill to convince you that you're wrong and that there's a more compelling and better way to live. And I'm going to appeal to the spirit that I think God puts into all of us to try to pull out of you the fact that murder is actually really bad.
I see. So
and when they say,
does that within a liberal
and when
system,
they just,
not doing anything wrong,
hit you with the club.
Yeah. So you guys can try to compel people to Christianity, but my issue isn't.
No, we can compel ourselves to the will of the state. Why not? What's wrong with that?
Sorry.
I mean,
I don't know what
you
you're saying right now.
If Christians take over the entire state, rewrite the entirety of the Constitution within your liberal framework,
they can in the liberal framework, but as a Christian, I think that they're being unchristian by doing so.
Yeah, but who cares? You're just assuming it.
God cares, and I'm assuming that we're all
Christians.
Christians.
But I assume God doesn't care.
I'm assuming you're not a Christian.
Theology.
Oh, well, why? I just assumed it.
I'm assuming you're a heretic.
Do you think that logic, reason, evidence, scripture doesn't exist outside of foundations?
It doesn't matter. What matters is what I assume.
How would scripture not matter when I'm talking to fellow Christians?
Because I just assume things.
Well, no, you don't just assume things. You're,
Why not?
Oh, you're equivocating again. So what
How
you're
am I
doing?
equivocating?
Because you're saying assuming at a foundational. So when I say assume, I mean
Uh-huh.
at a foundational axiomatic level.
Yeah.
That is not the same thing
My
as
axiom
assuming
is that I'm always right
That's
about
not an
everything. Why can't it be an axiom?
because it's not tautological.
I'm right because I'm right. That's a tautology.
Yeah. Now now I can go. Oh, I don't think that's justified, and then I would prove you wrong.
Okay, but who cares? You just said nothing's justified.
Sorry, are we just doing like nihilism warp tour? Nobody should care. Nobody should care about. You granted me that even at Christianity, you granted me that your worldview is just as unimportant. So how do you make people care?
Because that makes my point, actually.
So
If
you're
it is the
hands
case-
off. You're like, none of it matters. My system
Yeah,
is just as
if it is the
viable and assumed
case,
as
now I
everyone else's.
at least understand what you're saying. So great. If it's the case,
Took
if it's
2 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, if it's the case that we're just assuming the worldview at a foundational level, and it's an axiom, I'm right because I'm right, now we have a tautology, then there's actually no good reason for me not to assume that I'm just right about reforming liberalism after my own image.
So reason can be, it includes things like inductive and deductive logic. This is the stuff that we build off of our axioms, right?
Can.
Well, that's what we do. That's what all philosophical systems are. That's what you do. That's what I do.
Well, that's an assumption.
This is crazy.
Because
Okay.
foundationally you're assuming it, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right, Andrew. Everything doesn't matter anything at all. And in fact, everything that you say doesn't matter. And none of your systems are justified. And it's all just arbitrary and silly.
So then if
that's what you're saying, too.
If by your view, yeah.
No. You granted my view. You said, I'll grant you a purpose.
How? Yeah.
No.
But that would,
This is our
yes,
view now,
I'm
baby.
grant-
You said you're
yes.
joining me. You're in the Agrippa's
For the-
trilemma
and for the
acceptance state,
and
okay?
In fact, then, if that's
so
the case,
you're just as arbitrary
sure.
and just as
So if
stupid,
that's-
and we can't assume anything.
So if that's the case,
we shouldn't
then-
talk about anything. Why are we here?
Exactly.
Each other finish, please.
So I just want to know.
Well, you're in my worldview.
what
How
would
are you
the-
solving that?
What
now?
would the
Let him
argument?
finish, please.
What now is the argument for me to impose Christian nationalism?
Let me ask that to you. What's your argument for it?
Because I want to.
You're just assuming that.
'Cause I want to.
Yeah, but you're just assuming.
That's tautology.
That
so
doesn't
I'm
make it
supposed
right.
to.
That doesn't make it right.
Exactly. So it's fine to do.
So why are you saying that it's an ought statement?
Oh, wait a second. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah, so why is it an ought statement?
Because I want it to be. Because I assume it.
Okay, so your system is fully under
Fuck off! God damn it!
They're just like moving on vibes.
And there's no
preference.
reason.
Fuck off. You couldn't have fucking killed him a second earlier.
I
dumbass.
believe in I'm a foundationalist. So I believe in.
Yeah, but
Sounds
you
like
assume
she
your
was like
foundations can't
fentanyl.
be justified.
Everyone assumes foundations. You've already granted me this.
Then if that's the case, then who cares what your foundation
Because in
is?
philosophy, we typically ground foundations to some extent.
We don't do anything in philosophy. I don't know what you do with philosophy, but
Okay, Mr. Philosopher. In any level of respected philosophy, we assume
which respected philosophers are you
Aristotle,
referencing?
Plato, Socrates. What are some modern ones that I can think
What
of?
did Socrates?
Heidegger.
Socrates assumed that
Yes.
you couldn't justify anything.
Well, no. Sort of. What we do is we grant assumptions because
Uh-huh.
we understand that at a foundational
Yeah.
level, they're all unjustified.
All you did was destroy the possibility for there to be objective morality. That's it.
Nope, because I think God exists.
Yeah, but you just assume it.
So, but non-Christians also assume that He doesn't exist.
Yeah, so then if they have an anti-moral realist position,
I would use logic and reason to compel them as to why
well,
I'm correct.
okay, let's assume for a second I'm a moral anti-realist.
Mhm.
Use logic and reason to compel me when you tell me that your whole worldview is just assumed.
Sorry. I love that assuming word. Can you rephrase that in a way that's coherent?
That was coherent, but I'll do it
Okay,
again.
let's assume it wasn't.
Foundationally,
Let's assume.
I'm a moral anti-realist.
Okay.
Your moral foundations are assumed
hmm
and not justified.
And I would say, how do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
No. You told me, the moral anti-realist, that.
Yeah, and then the anti-realist goes, well, your opinions are just assumed, right? And I go, yeah, how do you solve Agrippa's trilemma?
Why would they need to? They're anti-realist.
So even
You just destroyed the
Wait.
possibility for objective morality.
No, I didn't.
You
so,
did.
No, even subjectivists fail Agrippa's trilemma. They fail by infinite regression.
Okay, again, who cares?
You forgot about that one, didn't you?
That doesn't hurt my argument.
Yes, it does.
If I'm an anti-realist, a moral anti-realist, I say there are no moral facts, and that is completely and totally in line with Agrippa's trilemma.
So Agrippa's trilemma would say, how do you solve for infinite regression?
I set him on
Why would I
fire.
need to?
Hopefully he
Because
burns.
it's a fallacy.
So thinking's a fallacy.
No, infinite regression's a fallacy.
Okay, but everything's going to reduce to an infinite regress, right?
So what comes before thinking?
Well, that would be transcendentals would come before thinking.
Okay, what comes before that?
Well, we would make the justification of God, right?
So you're assuming, so no, secular anti-realists
I'm
would
talking
not assume
about
God.
you.
No, not me.
You don't assume God?
I do assume God,
So
but
then
we were
all
talking
the
about moral
transcendentalists come from
anti-realists. Andrew, respectfully, we should
Yeah.
probably, I don't think you're ready for this conversation. I don't
Oh,
think.
no, I'm having a good time with this one. I
Okay.
just want to make sure that me, the moral anti-realist, right, that you are telling me that objective morality is real, right?
Mm-hmm. And I would
Okay.
use reason and logic and argumentation, and I would build off of my foundational axioms that a good faith moral anti-realist would just grant me. So they'd be like, well, why do you believe God? And I'm like, I just assume.
Why would I grant
God.
you
okay, Well, I
anything?
can't really contend with that. It's just assumed.
Why
and then
should I grant
build
you
my entire case for why I think morals are objective, because I think God instilled them outside of us and that they are in every person. And I would say, you can see this in the universal ways in which morals consistently emerge. We see this trajectory of humankind moving towards greater and greater moral systems, right? Free speech and respecting one another and treating
voice
everyone
is so
kindly.
annoying.
And what you'll notice most importantly is not only are those morals objective, but they're the Christian ones, because God is real. My God specifically is real. That's how I would do that argument.
Okay, so are there moral facts?
Yeah, yes.
And are they just assumed?
Yeah, at a foundational level.
Okay, so then any moral facts that I assume at a foundational level are equivalent to any moral facts you assume at a foundational level?
No, not equivalent. I didn't say these are all equivocal.
What would make them different?
My use of inductive and deductive logic is better. I use better reason. I have more evidence for my
better,
claims.
hang on. What does better mean here?
Better means like more coherent, more consistent. Like
Yeah, but why
logical
is
things
that
we
better?
value. Because it seems to produce better.
And why do
thinking.
you
It
think
seems
anyone
to,
would like?
work
Why do you think the
alongside
person
all of
opposing you would
Yes.
agree
It's better
that
'cause
yours
it's
are
better.
more
Yeah, tautology.
coherent?
Welcome to philosophy.
Yeah, so
Andrew.
then I just want to make sure. So you're just going to endlessly be in a case of infinite regress in tautology,
I appreciate that.
and then there's no moral facts or just assumed.
Just let me pour my energy drink then,
Okay.
Brian, respectfully, and then we'll get back into you really struggling with philosophy.
Oh, I'm having a struggle. That's true.
You are.
This has been very difficult for me. I agree.
No,
Hey,
I
you've
missed
at least
twice.
accepted the reality that your beliefs are just as unjustified as everyone else that you mock, which is great.
So might makes right.
No?
Yeah, it does. Yes, it. Why wouldn't it?
Because of things like coercive power versus legitimate authority.
Who cares about that shit? You're just assuming.
Got him.
No. So
Yep.
again,
After at
pragmatically-
its foundation,
Do you think
whatever
that-
arguments you have
Do you think
are
like all of this
assumed.
around me just doesn't exist because I'm assuming it?
Wait. Material things?
Yeah.
Is philosophy material?
Yeah.
How?
Pragmatism is often.
How?
Oh, I had flaps up
Pragmatism?
still.
Yeah,
It's
how's
often
it material?
interested in like material effects.
That's not material. That's
So-
you're just saying what it's.
I am so sorry. Hold on.
Party foul.
You were so sweet to remind me, and then I destroyed your tech.
Yikes.
Did we get all the tech out of the way?
Can we get paper towels? Yeah, just pass them to Kyla there. A little spillage. It's okay. Here. No. It's all good. I'll take care of it. You guys can.
So,
When I knocked that over, did that happen materially, or did we just all assume that it happened?
well, I would say that happened in material reality.
Oh, and so how do we think about that? Like, how do we decide that actually it fell because of gravity
Such a
versus like God trying to push it down?
Such a
We'd probably
disingenuous
run an
prick.
experiment or something like
Yeah,
this.
we would use like reason and logic to build up a belief system.
Well, the thing is, though, is like
You
that
really
wouldn't
don't
make
like that
that
you're
wouldn't
feeling
make
this.
philosophy material.
So not all of philosophy, like the art of loving wisdom, isn't material, but it commentates on materialism
Yeah,
all the
but you
time.
just said it was material.
Well, parts of it can be material. Yeah.
Which parts?
The part that is your brain thinking about things.
No.
Is your brain not material?
Okay, so is the
Could I have this
philosophy-
conversation if I
is
didn't
the
have a brain?
philosophy itself material, or is
no.
the brain material?
The brain's material.
Okay, so then not the philosophy again.
I don't know why you think that this is a dunk.
I'm
Saying
not
that
trying
philosophy,
to dunk.
I said philosophy can engage in the material, of course.
But you said.
And then I said, for
you said it
example,
was
one of the
material.
schools is pragmatism.
Yeah, but that's not material.
Sure, okay.
Okay.
You won. Oh,
That's all.
You're so smart, Andrew. You got me.
I don't know. Hey, you're way better at this than me. Help me out though. I'm actually fine, kind of staying right here.
So you accept that your belief system is just as unjustifiable.
Oh, sure. Especially for the purpose of this
Do you actually?
conversation.
No, not for the purpose of this conversation. Don't be like bad faith and
That's not
presume
bad
things.
faith.
It is bad faith to presume things that you don't actually believe.
That's
don't
not
purport.
bad faith.
Do not purport to me that you believe in things that you don't believe. That is definitionally bad faith.
How?
By self-delusion or self-deception, or in this case, explicit deception, saying, "Yeah, I believe this," and it's like, "No, you don't.
Yeah.
You literally don't."
Got it.
Or do you?
Do I what?
Do you believe that Agrippa's trilemma means that all?
You convinced me.
Okay, so now I don't know what to do with this. I guess falling into snark is your way of solving your bad philosophy.
How am I falling into some snark?
Because you are either being genuine.
You convinced me.
And rude.
You convinced me all moral foundations are completely unjustified. And since all moral foundations are completely unjustified, any facts we build off of those are not going to be justified.
He's doing it for the argument.
Well, they're not going to be axiomatically justified, but they can be reasonable and coherent.
So they're still unjustified.
Yeah, but we seem to like
Or-
value these things that seems to produce good outcomes.
can't-
that
but you
seems to
couldn't-
build
you
a
could
better
never
society.
Or to be fair, he doesn't have any argumentation against it, so he's going to do it for, like, he's like, okay, I don't have any argument against this right now because obviously someone during the argument can bring up something you don't have an argument against, technically, because, you know, you didn't think of it or it's something you haven't heard of yet, you know, something novel for you to go find something. But then he'll later go find something that, find a good argumentation against it. So... yeah, that's why you say for this argument, I will agree with, because I think I don't think that's disingenuous, especially because, like, yeah, for this argument, I will go, because they might not believe it the next time you see them, right? The next time it might have been like, no, I did some more research. I think I figured something out. Or someone can also make an argument from another point, even if they don't believe that point. It's called steel manning, right? You can steel man someone's argument and make an argument from said point without believing it. So it's not being disingenuous.
We seem. It seems to me like that men
she wants to
beat shit out of women.
She just wants to get the win. She just wants to be like, your fundamental beliefs are now bullshit, even though he's thought about his beliefs very hard.
Stuff them in cages too. That seems to me like a possibility.
Sure, the issue is that
other
men wouldn't like that because men aren't a class.
A lot of men would love it. They did it for years. Half the world enslaves half the women. What do you mean?
Okay, men also freed a lot of women, right?
And they also enslave them.
Okay.
And so who cares? It's like, if that's the case, if all it is a reduction to the idea that there are no moral facts.
Things that are unjustifiable does not mean that things don't matter.
Well, it means that there's no moral facts.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, because you have to assume.
You're assuming there's moral facts.
Yep.
Do you know what a fact is?
Yeah.
What is it?
A fact is something that is real and true.
Okay, so you're making a truth claim.
Yeah, I'm making a truth claim that God exists and that he has made a real objective world with real objective moral systems. Are you not doing the same thing?
And you're assuming it.
Are you not doing the same thing?
I am. I'm here, baby. I'm right here with you.
So what, do you think that you can't state moral facts now?
I think that anything that I would state as being a moral fact now becomes unjustified, and since it's unjustified, I can do whatever the fuck I want.
Okay.
And there can be no actual objection to that now. We've destroyed all possibility for objective morality now.
No, because people have accepted that Agrippa's trilemma exists for a long time, and we
So?
still object one another. Because
So
whether
what?
or not, so you and I assume the
Those
same
aren't
things.
moral facts anymore. You don't have moral facts. You just have assumptions.
Sure you do, because God exists. We're assuming that God exists.
No. That's an assumption.
It has to be.
Then if it is and has to be, there are no moral facts.
Nope, that's incorrect because we're assuming moral objectivity.
Okay, give me a stance-independent reason for the existence of God.
Sorry, a stance independent of reason?
Stance-independent reason, sir.
I don't know what that means, sorry.
So give me, other than because erudite believes it, God is real.
Yeah, so I'm kind of a Thomist in this way. I think that like God demonstrates and shows himself in every part of the world. I think that he is in the design of the trees.
That's
and
a
the ducks.
stance.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need a stance-independent reason.
So you want me to not use any logic or reason for
Just something outside of you, which would demonstrate this.
The Cambrian explosion.
Okay, saying that demonstrates God.
I think it does, yeah.
Okay, and that's a stance-independent reason.
Yeah, because the Cambrian explosion literally.
So therefore it's a stance-independent.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Okay, I just want to make sure. So your stance-independent reason is there's an explosion, and that proves God.
I think that's one of the proofs, yeah.
Okay, got it. And that's not your stance of that?
You're just doing like word games now.
No.
You are.
Nope. I'm just
Yep.
asking for a stance independent reason.
So how do you
What it does has nothing to do with me.
you get to do like
I'm with you.
Th-
There are no stance
what you're
independent
doing-
reasons for God.
Okay, so what you're doing,
Nice
and I
shot.
guess I need to just be meta again because we can't engage in any fucking substance in this conversation.
This is the most substantive it's
He's like
been.
one shot a
Literally not
second. He landed
substance
it
for
where
you
he
to
needed
go,
to.
I guess I'm assuming the same thing as
How
you.
does it
So
do
you're
that?
just assuming and you're just assuming and you're just assuming and reason and logic don't exist. It's like, no, of course reason and logic exists. I would make an
Where?
objective.
Where do they exist?
Out there. You can.
Where?
Math tautologies. Humans don't create math tautologies. They exist regardless of whether or not I want to engage with them.
Where?
2 + 2 = 4, always.
Where?
Out there.
Where's there?
2 ducks and 2 ducks = 4 ducks.
Yeah, but where's that?
The material world.
In the material
This is
world?
what I mean, by the way, when I say that he's just trying to do word games now. Because
How is it a word game?
it's necessarily a word game because everything that I am saying is completely reasonable, coherent. You're just trying to make it seem absurd. That's what you're attempting to do.
How am I making anything seem absurd?
This is obviously what you're attempting to do because you, A, will not allow me to internally critique you in return and show the audience, for example.
You've
that my-
convinced me. What do you mean?
No, I have not convinced you, and I'll just take it. I'll just grant that I've convinced you.
You've
but
convinced me.
But you're not letting me internally critique you now.
Go ahead, internally critique me.
Okay, so how do you believe? Like, why do you believe in God? What do you think is good?
Because I assume it.
Okay, but why do you assume that it's good?
Because I assume it.
So you just assume it?
Yeah.
So it's just preference.
Yes.
So nothing. There's no moral objective fact.
Correct.
So you don't believe in any moral objectivity.
Yeah.
Okay, so when other Christians insist that there's moral objectivity, what would you say to those Christians?
I would say that they're wrong.
Oh, okay. Is that what you're actually going to say to people going
Yeah,
forward?
of course.
Okay, so you're looking at the camera right now and you're telling all of your Christian followers that when they
Erudite
believe...
has convinced me that the Christian position is that there are no moral facts. Yes.
Okay, wow. I don't believe that there's no moral facts, but that's fine that
You don't?
Yeah, I assume that there are.
Oh, and you assume that there's moral facts.
Yeah.
So therefore there are?
By the word games that you're playing now, sure.
So you assume that there's moral facts, so therefore there's moral facts.
I believe that God is real. I assume God is real, and I don't think that God lies
So
to us.
you believe that there's moral facts because you believe there's moral facts.
And I have evidence for that.
What?
Math.
Math has evidence of moral fact. Moral fact.
Because something that's objective
What
has to
the
occur
heck?
outside my mind.
Yeah,
So
that
regardless of
How would
whether
that
it's
show a moral fact, though? Even if you
Uh,
could demonstrate math occurred outside of the human minds.
We were just talking about facts, but sure, in the case of like a moral fact, I would point to, say, for example, emergent universal values. Seems like over time, universally, what has emerged is people valuing sanctity of life, and I think that that comes from God because I think God is good.
Okay, got it. But that's just an assumption, right?
Thank you so much.
How would that be a moral fact if the foundation's assumed?
Because you can build on top of your axioms.
Yeah, sure, but they're just assumed. So how could it be a fact?
Because I think that God objectively exists.
Yeah, but that's just assumed. Again.
How do you solve this?
How could that be a moral? I just told you I'm a Christian, now a Christian moral anti-realist. You convinced me of that through your argumentation.
So I think facts exist, and I can point to evidences like math, like tautologies.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that there's moral facts.
So I think there are also moral facts like kindness is good.
How's that a moral fact?
Because I think that no matter where you look, kindness is viewed as good. We appreciate kindness. I think that it is something that God decrees.
If everywhere you looked, people were like molesting children, would that then be a moral fact that you should do that?
No, Andrew. Are you tracking this conversation?
I'm trying to.
Why would you ask that
Because
question?
when you just say, I observe that some people reciprocate kindness, that doesn't demonstrate how kindness is a moral fact.
I didn't say that some people reciprocate kindness. I said that kindness seems to emerge as a value overall. And I think that God specifically likes things like
So kindness is an emergent property?
of God's will.
Okay. How is kindness a moral fact? You
come on.
Because God decrees it.
But you just said God's assumed.
Yeah, you have
I don't
to
know
say
how
that.
I fucking
But I think that it's
fucking
So that if you
gun
assume God-
upgrade
Look,
bullshit.
you're the Christian anti-realist.
Like,
I'm not.
I don't know how.
Yeah, but you haven't told me why I'm wrong.
Yeah, so I believe in God because of a process mostly of like personal experience, right? He's shown himself to me, which is why I assume this preference of God is a fact. You're saying, well, if I can't prove God, I guess, what, do you think he doesn't exist?
Well, no, I just don't think that there's any moral facts because
Well, if you
we're
assume
operating
that God
on an
exists,
assumption.
that could be a moral fact, right?
No, that wouldn't be a fact.
So you don't think God exists?
Those would be, when you're talking about universals like moral
Wasn't
facts,
attacking
right?
allies.
You're saying that this is
It feels like it should know if there's an enemy in the direct
No,
area.
that's not the same thing as a moral fact.
Okay, what's a moral fact?
So a moral fact would be something that justice exists. And we can,
That would be a universal.
outside of us, yes.
That's a universal claim.
No, that's not an absolute claim. That's a
I didn't say absolute, I said universal.
Yeah, universal is the same
crash
thing as
land
absolute.
this.
Right, so the way, well, hold on, the way that justice looks in different contexts
Oh.
are different, right? Justice is basically...
Contexts are different?
Flat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was a little like redundant when I said that, but yes, the point still stands.
Okay, so I'm confused.
Do you need another beer
When
to
you say
relax?
justice exists, are you saying that justice,
so sorry.
you're saying that's not a universal claim?
I'm going to put this as far away from my pen as possible.
Keep it far away. Keep it far away.
Say that
Because
again.
a moral fact would be universal, wouldn't it?
No,
Then how would it be a fact?
because something can be objective and relative. Welcome
Okay.
to Aristotle.
Okay, so help me out here. When you say something's a moral fact, what does that mean?
What I mean is that God created it.
Yeah, see if we can sneak in and take
it
A.
exists outside of us. Because
And ought
God
people
exists.
adhere to what God says?
Hmm?
And ought
I'm
people
hoping
adhere
those
to what
guys
God
fighting
says?
back. can
Ideally,
maybe
yeah, I would
take
like
me
that, but
back.
they don't all agree with God.
Okay.
But my preference is God, obviously.
Okay, but it is a moral fact that they ought to,
Yeah.
based on your assumption of
Mhm.
God.
Mhm.
Okay. So I still don't understand how we got to
I know you're
how we get to
You're making that very clear that you
how do
don't
we get to moral realism from this?
Okay, because I think God is true. Do you think
Yeah.
God is true?
Sure.
Do you think God exists outside of you?
Sure.
If you didn't exist, God would still exist.
I think that, yeah.
Yeah, me too.
Great.
There's your first.
But that
basis.
doesn't.
That's your axiom.
I don't understand though how we get to moral realism.
Well, because if God then says,
I don't care if I die, just let me take it.
love exists.
Yeah.
Okay, then love must exist because God said love exists.
Sure.
So our axiom is God exists, and from that God says love exists. So unless we think God is a deceiver, which would be a different belief system, but you and I don't think that. We think God is telling the truth.
Okay.
Then love exists. But the way love looks, hard to know. We have
Dude.
to work to figure out what love looks like.
What
Yeah, what do
horseshit?
How do we get to a? How do we?
What horseshit?
Love is the moral fact.
What dude?
because
One
it's
bullet,
because
just
God
one
says
fucking bullet.
that love's
Whatever.
good.
What horseshit?
Okay, so
What
the thing
horseshit?
that you assume becomes a
Mhm.
fact because you assume it.
Well, it's a fact because God. Part of the assumption is that God exists outside of me.
So you assume God, and so therefore, because you assume God, now we have actual moral realism.
I assume the existence of God. Correct. Yes.
So if somebody assumes not God,
Then I would fight with them.
yeah, I get that you would oppose that, but how do you do that with an unjustified axiom?
Reason.
Yeah, reason.
Yeah.
Why, if reason reduces?
Do you think reason just stops existing because Agrippa's trilemma
yeah,
exists?
if reason reduces down to cannot be justified, then why do I care if when we get to your pillar, you just say because I assumed it?
I'd say it's obvious that you care, man. Look in your soul. God put it there. You do care.
You do
care.
Gotcha.
That's why we're all here. That's why we're talking about what's right or wrong. Is every human has this universal.
I can't
predilection
tell if she's bullshitting with this argument. That's not an argument. Everyone will be like, there's no one. Sure, there'll be some people that you could convince. Sure, right. But at the same time, there'll be so many people. Let's say even if you convince 50%, 50%, it's like, I don't know what argument she thinks she's going to win when a person says, I want thing. There's just people that just says, I want thing. I want to do thing. And you say, God, you do care. It's like, but people just say, like, I don't understand how she thinks she's going to be able to argue for her belief system. Like, just, yeah, try saying that to the local warlord. Being like, you do care about all the people that you've been murdering. You really do care. You really do care. For everyone you'll convince, there'll be another 15 to 20 or 100 of them that'll murder you. Like, it's so stupid. Like, I don't... Like, missionaries, good, great, all that kind of stuff, but that's not the way you fucking run a country.
seek right and wrongness. And in fact, even when moral anti-realists insist that there's no such thing as truly right or wrong, and they insist on these things, the moment that you put them in a pragmatic situation where they have to act as though that's true, they don't. They act as though moral facts exist. And that would be my evidence of saying, see, moral facts do exist. I'm more right than you are. I'm more reasonable than you are. My argument is more compelling
So
than
it
yours.
just comes down to what most people would do.
No.
Well, if it's a moral fact and you say, most people would just do this thing, and so it seems like an emergent property.
Well,
Aren't we
I
just
think that
back to
God put
consensus?
do you think that God put his spirit in us?
Well, it's your view.
I'm asking, do you agree?
Why does it have to do with me?
Because I'm assuming that we both agree to this.
I'm saying there's no moral facts at all. There can't be. Because any pillar I have to base them on is
So you think God
completely
doesn't exist?
unjustified.
So you don't think God exists?
No, if I assume that God exists,
Uh-huh.
right? And then I assume that assumptions cannot be justified.
Well, one of your prompts. What is one of your prompts here? Christians, Christian ethics is superior. How is it superior?
Oh, well, I just think it's better because it's better.
How though?
Yeah, because it's better.
Can you make an argument for
Sure,
it?
because it's better.
In what ways?
The ways in which it's better.
What do you mean by better?
The same thing you meant by better.
No, not necessarily. Can you
Whatever
point
that
out?
is.
What do you mean by better?
I don't know. I think outcomes for people, they like it better.
Okay, well then why did Christians like power get shirked off by the people?
It didn't. What do you mean?
Well, most
Right
of the
now, there's
most,
a bunch of people who are proposing that Christians retake power. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and there's not a lot of political will, thank goodness, behind them, right?
But if there was, why did I still
well,
haven't
Western
actually
liberal
heard an
democracy.
objection for it?
Yeah, I would say that people did want to shirk it because of Western liberal democracy.
But Western liberal democracy allows the conditionals for Christians to do it.
Yeah, then
I think I got
So then I
totally
still don't. I've
biffed
never.
by the
more ethical for
BF-109
Christians
things
to
come
not
back
do
at
this.
you.
I guess back to the heart of it. Now
yeah,
that we're
got
tying it all
away.
back in, what is the objection to Christians utilizing the framework
It's
of the
unchristian.
Constitution to take over and amend the Constitution?
It's unchristian. I've already said this.
Oh, why is it unchristian?
Because I think that the faith
Yeah.
itself, Jesus is not political. I think there is a typological argument for over time we see a complete reduction of statehood and priesthood, and it separates entirely to the point that in the typology of Jesus, we see him rejecting being a king, rejecting statesmanship, and refusing to make a physical kingdom on earth. And we have it through multiple verses, which we can get to if you want.
Okay, well let's get to them.
Okay, so John 18 is a good example. My kingdom is not of this world. If it was, my servants would be fighting. And this is when he's talking to Pontius Pilate. Okay, so that's a good example of him saying, I'm not a politician. I'm not a king. And if I was, there'd be civil war. But I'm not this thing. So Jesus says, I am not a political figure.
Is Jesus God?
Yeah?
Okay, so when God
You
anointed,
just assume that?
when God anointed kings, was he doing something wrong?
No.
I'm super confused. Why would Jesus anoint kings?
Jesus didn't.
Jesus is God.
So why did he? Because I don't think humans were ready for a secular state, a state where Christianity is separated from church and state. I think it took us a long time to get there.
So God was anointing kings and putting them in charge of entire kingdoms based on the fact that he thought that humans weren't ready to not have kings.
Yeah, for the same reason that like before we get to like certain parts of the Old Testament, men could have many, many wives, and then over time that got reduced because God's like, look, you were blind then, now you know better, now you can't do this thing, right? We've seen this. So why was it permissible for people to have multiple wives for some time, and then at some point in the Old Testament that got barred? Do you know
And
why?
How come post Jesus we still had kings in Christian lands? If God had changed his mind about, having kings, why did he continue to allow there to be kings?
Because humans can sin.
So it's sinful to have a king?
I would say it's heretical to engage in politics, yeah, as a Christian.
As a Christian?
Well...
Do you engage in politics as a Christian?
Let me correct that statement. Not engage in politics, specifically to rule from a Christian ethics, to say, I am God, or inspired by God, and therefore my rules come from God.
You son of a
listen to my
bitch.
Christian rules. I think that's wrong.
Why didn't I got a critical hit on him. Why did I not get an assist?
Actual moral purview of Christendom.
That is so bullshit. That is so bullshit.
That like merge church and state together. So saying.
Well, hang on. Now you just made a different statement. You just before said that it's sinful to rule from Christian ethics.
Yeah, in specific ways. Yeah.
So why would it be sinful So it would be sinful for a politician to utilize Christian ethics to promote legislation?
No, I said in specific ways. So one specific way would be, for example, forcing non-Christians to observe the Sabbath or Lent, forcing non-Christians to do that from like a state level. I think that would be
When have we ever done that?
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but so there are forms of Christian ethics which you can impose on people?
Well, you shouldn't impose it because it's specifically Christian ethics, but you might have.
Why not?
Because again, you shouldn't impose Christian ethics on non-Christians.
Why not?
Jesus doesn't do it.
Wait a second, I'm confused. You're saying that the apostles, that when they were, let's take Paul for instance.
Sure.
Okay, when Timothy you're obviously you've read Timothy, right? Are you familiar with what happened with Timothy and the cult of Artemis?
Is this like pop quiz style debating, or is this okay?
No, I'm actually asking. Are you familiar with what happened with the cult of Artemis?
Nope.
No. Okay, so
Do you want to tell me that?
I'm gonna tell. Yeah, I'll tell you. The cult of Artemis.
By the way, that's how you react to these types of questions. Is normally and
Okay.
God, she's such a bitch.
Just as a heads up.
Okay. Anyway, the cult of Artemis was a fertility cult, and it was essentially really pissed off that Christianity was taking off, and it was because they had a silver trade. And that silver trade, they were making basically mock statues of their religious figures. And so they were doing everything that they could do to undermine Christianity. And a lot of them, because it was a fertility cult, had priestesses, and they were trying to subvert Christianity, which is where you get in 2 Timothy saying that I don't like it when women speak in church, right? The whole idea there was that a lot of these women were fertility cultists, and Timothy was asking for help. But at that time, Timothy had a massive flock and was definitely, because they were diametrically opposed to the government as persecuting Christians, was definitely ruling the Christians. Definitely ruling them.
Are you saying so they rejected Roman occupation, they were shirking it, and they were only imposing Christian law, or were they telling Christians how to act? Because telling Christians is totally fine. A church, like the Pope, telling fellow Christians how they should conduct themselves is exactly what the church should be doing. But the church should not be going, hey, secular people, you have to do this same stuff too. That's not what the Pope should be doing.
Yeah, so when there's a policy like women cannot speak in this church, they can't do that, okay? Is that a command?
From what?
Is that a command from a bishop or a priest or something like this?
It might be.
How are you not ruling?
Because it's not, your church isn't a state. Like, you can just leave that church, right? You can say, I'm not of the faith
You can
anymore. I
leave a
reject
state
this.
also.
Whereas if the Roman occupation says you must pay your taxes, what happens if you don't pay your
What
taxes?
happens if the Roman Emperor converts to Christianity?
Then he began to impose Christian ethics through fiat, which I think was wrong.
Yeah, but why? But what would make it wrong?
I don't think that, I think that like the whole principle of the faith is regeneration. And I don't think that regeneration and legitimate salvation occurs when fiat imposes Christian ethics on you, which is why I actually think that blending church and state is so bad for the faith, because I think what it does is that A, when you force it upon people, it makes people hate faith, and B, nobody gets to actually personally know and understand God by and large because they're being forced to it. This is actually what makes Christians very different than like Muslims. Muslims believe, for example, that you can act according to the faith and you can be saved. Christians would say you can do every single thing you're told to act like a Christian, but if your heart isn't regenerated, if you don't believe in God and have a personal relationship, you are not saved.
So let me just talk briefly.
Sure.
I just want to make sure that because I'm not strawmanning your position, I want to make sure I got it right.
Appreciate that.
Christians are in power. They should not directly appeal to Christian ethics for the things in which they prescribe in policy.
Didn't say that. They can't appeal to Christian ethics. What they can't do is impose specific Christian ethics onto non-Christians.
Why did I not get that kill?
So they can't. If
He
they
crashed
have a law,
himself
for
into the
instance,
ground.
like,
I should have gotten the kill.
I don't know. No prostitution.
Like, so it just, if someone just
that's purely
like
informed
collides
by
himself into the
Christian
ground
ethics, not from
to not give you the
empirical data or
kill.
anything like that. They should not actually impose that.
Such
They can impose it if they think it would actually be good for
I don't
the
think he
people, but I don't
purposely
think
collided himself into the ground to not give the kill. I think he just didn't realize the ground was there because we were circling, but
Okay,
still
but
stupid.
let's just assume it's not a democracy.
I am assuming it's a democracy.
Yeah, but let's assume it's not.
Okay, in an authoritarian regime, are Christians acting ill all the
If a
time?
Christian
Yes.
says,
Yeah, I think that would be bad.
yeah, okay, so a Christian says there's no prostitution allowed.
Yeah, I think theocracies are bad.
Yeah, okay, but anyway, so if he says,
This is answering your
if he
question.
says no prostitution's allowed, right? Let's say you agree with everything else that he says, right? What would make you specifically disagree with him appealing to Christian ethics for the imposition of no prostitution?
Well, as a Christian, I probably wouldn't disagree with him, right? Because we share the same Christian ethics. The issue is that there may be a non-Christian in that state that does disagree and is now being forced to do it only and exclusively because of Christian ethics. Now, if the Christian found like statescraft argumentation for why we shouldn't have prostitution, like for example, it leads to high levels of STIs and the abuse of women, then that might be something that could be, in my case, collectivized and worked towards to oust. But again, I don't really believe in authoritarian governments. I think that they're very bad, just generally.
I think she's.
So, do you agree that fathers and mothers have ruled the household? Yeah. would you advise then that a father who had no empirical data to tell his daughter not to be a prostitute, but only relied specifically on Christian ethics to say that to her, and then impose that as a rule as doing something wrong?
What's the difference between
That's
a
a
father and a state?
weird pattern
No,
on
I'm
the
asking you.
front
That's my
here.
response.
Oh my God! Your response is a question.
My response is this is disanalogous. What's disanalogous between these two things?
Well, because I asked you about politicians, you said no.
Sure, I'll say fathers aren't statesmen.
So that's okay for them to do it?
Potentially, yeah, within their household, yeah. As
Within
long as it's
their
not
household.
abusive. Yeah, as long
Okay.
as they're not being abusive.
Why is it wrong for them to do it at the state level?
Because at the state level, that's not what the church is for. Statescraftmen is for politicians, and church things.
The
is for-
state is also there, or the church is also there to help with
It's
moral
funny.
information.
The Eastern Orthodox agrees with me, right? Symphonia.
Yeah, Symphonia is a blending, actually. It's a blending of church and state.
Okay, so you're saying they don't disagree with me, which would probably explain why, like, the Russian Orthodox Church is such a bastardization of the faith.
The Russian Orthodox Church?
Yeah, I mean, we know, for example, what Kirill is like not excommunication, but he's basically just not talking to the church because they allowed Ukrainians to have their own Orthodox church, the ecumenical patriarch, right? And the reason that they did this is because Kirill, who's just an ex-KGB agent, is insisting that the Russian war is a holy war, right? So, yeah, if it's the case that Eastern Orthodox actually is for this, and they want to go back to the Byzantine and say, well, it makes sense why Eastern Orthodox is such a it's such a weak branch of Christianity.
Okay, but I don't know.
And Russian Orthodox is the worst
I
version.
don't know what this has to do with you.
Okay, Russian Orthodox is a great example of why church and state should be blended, right? So what happened to the Russian Orthodox Church when the Tsar was there? He was good about respecting the church.
And the communists killed him?
Not just killed them, replaced 50% of the clergy with KGB members.
Yeah, after they killed them.
Yeah, which is awful, right?
And were the communists secularists?
But then the communists used the
communists
Russian
were
Orthodox. Hold on, he
secularists.
doesn't want to get to the last point. The communists used the Russian Orthodox Church because they actually put in place clergy that are KGB members, and they warped the Russian Orthodox Church. And unfortunately, because the Eastern Orthodox Church is so traumatized by the schism between Catholics and them, they wouldn't even excommunicate the Russian Orthodox Church that had been
Are
completely
you saying
killed
that
off.
there was KGB agents at the time of Tsar Nicholas?
No, I didn't say Tsar. I said
Then-
in communism.
Yeah, so then 'cause the communists killed Tsar Nicholas and then imposed communism after that.
They also
They were
killed a
not
bunch of the clergy.
infiltrating the church with KGB agents at the time of Tsar Nicholas.
I
That
didn't
was
say
not
that they
happening.
were. Tsar Nicholas wasn't when communism existed.
Yeah, communism definitely existed. Yes, it did. It was all Marxism, and yes, that ideology existed. I don't know what you're talking about. Yes, it did.
Wait, the ideology existed, but Stalin, like when we're talking about communism, we're talking about Lenin, Stalinism, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Stalin, I believe it was Stalin that killed 50%.
Well, we're also talking about Marxism.
Well, when I'm talking about Marxism as like a state, I'm talking about this specific state.
Yeah, but we're talking about the ideology of Marxism.
No, I'm talking about the Russian state that
Yeah, the Russian state, which was secular, came from communists, killed Tsar Nicholas.
killed 50% of the clergy and then replaced that clergy with their own people because
Yeah.
they recognized that the
After
torch...
they killed them.
Yeah.
Secularists killed the Christians, not the other way around.
But then they used the church and implanted their own state members into the church
Yeah,
to
so what?
That's a good example of how the state corrupts
The
churches.
reason that, no, that would be the opposite. What happened is that the church was doing what it was supposed to do, and they fucking killed them, and then replaced the people within that structure.
True,
and
and
they
they're
did
still
that.
replaced to this
They
day
did
because
that.
Kirill was
They
found
did,
to be
no.
an ex-KGB
First of all,
agent.
First
Yes,
of all,
he was.
No,
He absolutely
no, the Eastern
absolutely
Orthodox
was.
Church, the Eastern Orthodox
why
Church
am I missing so much
has
shit?
determined that the Russian Church is in communion with them.
in communion, but the issue, so that they're willing to still talk to them. The issue is that the patriarch Kirill will not talk to them because what happened is the patriarch, what is it, Bartholomew the First, I think, right now? Bartholomew and the Ecumenical Council,
The
whatever.
ecumenist Bartholomew?
Yep, they gave autocephaly to the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, which means self-governing, for those who are not like EO words. And this made Kirill so mad because he's so in line with Putin and insisted that the Ukrainian war is a holy war that he stopped talking to all of them. But all the ecumenical, they opposed what Russia was doing insofar as they allowed Ukrainians to self-govern away from the Russian Orthodox because they recognized that there was a problem here.
Yeah, but this
is a good example of
but
why church and state should
I don't
blend.
understand. Your example of why church and state is bad is because secularists can come in and kill the members of your church and then replace them with people who aren't real Christians.
My argument.
That's your argument.
No. Do you
That's
wanna,
exactly her
do you wanna
argument.
Steal my argument? Do you need me to
Yeah,
explain it
here's
to you again?
your
That's literally her argument. The church was working with the state, and then they can replace the people in the church with people that are loyal to the state. So the state can do bad things to the church to then make the church fall in line. They could do that anyways. They could do that right now. They could kill a whole bunch of clergy and church people and replace them with whoever. They could do that with the Pope.
Your steelman argument
No,
is
you're about
if,
to straw man.
if
No,
state...
stop. You're a straw man. I can
How do you know? I haven't
because
even made the
your
argument.
tone. Your tone. I can tell. Okay.
God, she's
Here's
such
the
an annoying
actual argument that I make. Though. I'm not saying that the state was bad, that the blending of church and state is bad because the state came and killed. I said what's bad is that they later then used the church as an arm of the state, so they blended church and state. They used Kirill and other people to impose theological
church and
law
state was
that
already blended, you
just
dumb bitch.
sympathetic to communism because
It was
the
blended
state
already.
utilizes. And what happened is when 50% of the clergy got killed and replaced by statists, which were not clergymen, the Eastern Orthodox Church wouldn't even excommunicate that
Yeah.
church, despite the fact that their theology changed dramatically, significantly, and has maintained that to such a point that Eastern Orthodox didn't even send people in to correct the theology. Do you think that the church would remain what it is supposed to be? Yes, I'm moving my hands. Very exciting, Andrew. Do you think that the Russian Orthodox Church would be what it is if the KGB had killed 50% of it and removed it? This is why, by the way, the separation of church and state is valuable. It protects the church and it protects the state.
How is the separation of church and state protect us from communism?
Because it doesn't allow communism to utilize the church as a statecraft.
It does.
Oh my God, the communists could have killed the clergy and then they could have combined church and state anyways. This is so stupid. It doesn't protect us from anything, you dumb bitch.
It doesn't need to. It can just take over the state.
Yeah, that would be bad.
Yeah, but it can do that within your liberal framework, no problem.
No, because
Yes.
liberalism is opposed to liberalism.
Yes.
Liberalism,
Yes, it can,
no,
literally.
Liberalism is opposed to tyranny.
Okay.
Inherently.
First of all,
Particularly of monarchs.
your
and
liberal
autocrats.
framework has amendments in it, and these amendments can be at any time changed
Is
by
my
consensus.
liberal framework the Constitution, or is
Yes.
it a framework of no? It's political philosophy. The Constitution isn't my
Now
liberal
we're to
framework.
political philosophy.
Yeah, if we're talking
So
about
your
liberalism.
liberal-
Wait, what would we be using
Yeah, I
if?
just wanna- and I want to make
Do you
sure
not
that
think
your
political philosophy isn't kind of important when we're talking about liberalism,
Sure, but
a
I thought your
branch of
political
thought?
philosophy was just life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
No,
Oh,
that was something I pointed to as like a central American ethos.
so
that
what
people
is the
care about.
liberal foundational philosophy then?
Typically, it's going to be maximizing like freedoms and rights of people. So giving people both rights and what's the other one when it's not rights? It's
All
like
right. I just can't stand listening to her anymore. Ooh.
Well, that was weird. Well, because some people were complaining, like, oh, I don't feel... There was a conspiracy that I was drinking something weird on the State of the Union stream.
That was really strong
People were like,
beer.
why was he blowing on it? I was like, the first thing was a hot toddy, because I have the... We call it the evening stream curse, where I wake up sick.
Every time.
But it doesn't go anywhere. It's just like, it's like mild sickness. So I had a hot
Well,
toddy.
except that one. No, for the election, you were like...
The election, I had to get an IV.
Yes.
I had a fever that was 103.5, and I had to get 2 IVs. Also, I didn't really... I mean, he didn't need to do the prostate exam, but it was included. He
was here.
Yeah,
What's in a hot toddy?
It's whiskey, bourbon whiskey, lemon juice, honey, and like hot water.
Oh, okay. I thought it was tea.
It kind of is.
Oh, that is weird.
Josh Firestein, March 20th, 21st in
Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Fort Wayne. I'm telling you, Fort Wayne, they are due for the comeback.
It's all happening.
They deserve it. Summit
on the
City
up and up.
Comedy Club. Captain Morgan, CEO, how are you?
I am better than Josh.
Yeah? That makes sense. I don't know why you say that.
Yeah, I mean, if you did count strength, height, finances,
general demeanor.
Yeah,
Charm.
yeah, but
now
not.
I'm starting to feel bad about being better than
But the
Josh.
good
not
news
eyesight.
is...
Look at me.
No, exactly. And the good news is you can still feel things.
Not much I can talk about right now.
So you don't believe that there is actual evil?
No, I don't.
There's upsides to the murder of children?
Yes, there's upsides to it.
I think I think we're going to have to stop here, John. I've wanted to hit somebody and not done it.
You've repressed it inside yourself and then attacked your customers right here.
I'm attacking you?
Well, you're basically taking information that goes against what you say, and you're saying, I'm just going to refuse to put it on my show because of it. That's what you just said right here. Can you face that?
Your hands are shaking.
No, it's attack.
I'm calm.
Welcome back to Rattlesnake TV, guys. In this video, we are going to be watching a recent debate that I saw between Dr. John DeMartini and Aubrey Marcus. It may be a little bit dark at times and a little bit sinister, and it may offend the sensibilities, but it is, for me, a very interesting one to analyze philosophically. You've got Aubrey Marcus, who's more of a new ager, more of a woo-woo spiritual sort of guy, and then you've got Dr. DeMartini, who is a moral anti-realist, and we're going to get into more about what that means as we go. And Aubrey Marcus isn't a debater, so he kind of struggles a little bit to give proper arguments or pushback to what Dr. DeMartini is saying, when he's saying things like, there is no good and evil that exists, for example. And there's nothing necessarily wrong with very heinous acts. So throughout the course of this video, we're going to try and steelman Dr. DeMartini's moral anti-realist position and provide actual counter-arguments that you can give when you encounter these sorts of people. So first of all, let's let him introduce himself, which gives a little bit more context to these talks.
I mean, I fully understand and appreciate and receive the deep wisdom that is being transmitted here.
Oh my
But
God, that word, he just wants me to punch him.
I have a kind of a cautionary feeling that this is in some ways akin to a type of fundamentalism where people believed when there was a calamity that it was their sins that brought upon that calamity. Like, I didn't please God, so God sent the flood, or I didn't please.
No, there's no displeasing or pleasing on this. It's just an event. We make events positive or negative. In parts of the world that in the Middle East, older men and younger girls are married for centuries, for at least 1,500 years. In America, that's you go to jail for it. So in their culture, it's
Yeah, maybe there is, because maybe there's something wrong with marrying a 9-year-old. They do that all the time. 9, 10, like tens of thousands of 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds get married in Yemen and the Middle East. Every month, just every month it's insane. The numbers, just find out. They have 10-year-old, 9-year-old, 10-year-old, 11-year-old girls who bleed to death on their wedding nights because of it. You think there might be a philosophical reason behind it? Yeah? Not just a cultural difference?
It's a different culture. So if you have an international or a global view, you don't react to either of those poles. You don't see one because of your localization as good and the other bad. You see it from a perspective that is now understanding these are pairs of opposites, and there's a unity of opposites in the world.
No, I have a global view. I see all of them, and I still see
the other to counterbalance it, to keep the body and the you might say the soul of the world, the anima mundi, in equilibrium. So I don't like to
I think he's
negate
full of shit.
Something
They're
because of
full
my
of shit,
lack of
but
seeing the
he's
whole.
definitely
I'd
way
rather
more
go
full
and
of
dig
shit.
deeper and find it. But I don't label it with it's bad or good. I just say it's an event. Now, how do we use it?
It's just an event.
In
Just an
consequentialism,
event.
nobody knows the consequence of an action. We can assume it's
So
positive or
mean.
negative because of our training. But if we look
I could say
over
so
time,
many
the
terribly
central limit
mean
theorem shows
things to
that
him right now and just be
the
like, oh, it was just an
bell curve
event.
distribution of
I
positive
could do so many
negative
terrible
outcomes
things
will
to you and your
eventually
family. It was just
surface.
an event.
So if we take a narrow, short-term view, we'll see positive or negative. If we take a long-term
I'm
view,
sorry.
we'll
The
see
fact
that it's
if that's a wedding ring, if the fact anyone married this piece of shit, like these are the type of people that need to get kicked out of America.
just inevitable growth process of learning. I mean, sometimes people in their 50s realize the things that they thought were terrible in their childhood, they now go, thank you. Why wait 30, 40, 50 years to do it? Why not look now and find it?
So, Dr. John DeMartini is a moral anti-realist. He treats morality as value relative and perspective dependent. He does not view morality as objective. He does not think that there are any universals when it comes to morality. Good and bad are not fixed features of the world. They're interpretations based upon our own personal value structures and hierarchies. And throughout this debate even, DeMartini speaks about the idea of the synthesis of opposites. The idea that every single event contains both benefits and drawbacks. And if you know anything about the Hegelian dialectic, it echoes similar sentiments to this. This is the notion that competing perspectives are constantly synthesizing and forming new value structures and even forming reality. And so what he's doing here is he's trying to operate more within the descriptive paradigm. He's trying to not give moral instructions or moral oughts. He's trying to not engage in normative philosophy. He's saying that human beings act as what they perceive to be beneficial within their own value structures. He's trying to analyze the behaviors instead of telling us what we ought to do, or at least that's what he says he's doing. But there's obviously a tension here. If morality is purely descriptive, we can explain why people act, but we lose any basis to justify criticism or praise. We actually can't meaningfully say that cruelty is bad, or that growth is better than stagnation, or order is preferable to chaos. All we can do is just observe a series of preferences. So later on in this video, we're going to dig a bit deeper into how this plays out in practice. And we're also going to explore whether his own teachings do delve into the normative sometimes. Normative, by the way, just means what we ought to do. Making a normative claim, you're saying what people ought to do. So we'll move on, but it might be fun throughout the course of this video to see if you can pick out spots where he is actually making these claims. See if you can notice little contradictions where he seems to imply that growth or balance is positive. These are all moral claims, and his worldview, strictly speaking, precludes him from actually making these claims. So let's move on.
I have a really hard time with this, honestly, because if I went home today and somebody was assaulting my wife, I'm just driving home, had a nice podcast, we worked out some differences in our opinion and our ontology of morality and value, etc., and had a good time, and someone was in there assaulting my wife, I would forcibly stop it.
Probably.
Because
you would
not
value...
probably, 100%
Well,
certainly. I wouldn't say, maybe this is his belief and this is my belief.
You're going to react in that setting exactly proportioned to your morality at the time. If you see what he's doing as evil, you're going to do what you can to stop him.
But it is evil.
In your perception, it will be. But
so you don't believe that there is actual evil?
No, I don't. I don't believe there's actual evil. I think what we have is we've personified that and give names to it and call it good or evil or God or devil and things like that. But these are anthropomorphisms. The reality is that there's an event there. I'm not negating that the person is doing something that challenges you. You may be taking your wife's life or trying to. If you value your wife, you'll try to save her life. That's perfectly understandable. And that would be good in your perspective. If you valued him and somebody was supporting him and he thought that she had done something that challenged him, they may see it completely different. I'm not one to take a side on that. I'm the one to say, I'm going to look at what I'm going to do in that moment. And in that moment, I might find out that I would be favorable on your wife's side for sure. Probably so. And I would probably do what I can to stop. But then you're going to be in situational ethics again. You're now going to go, okay, I may have saved her life, but I've just killed somebody.
Just quickly, guys, if you're enjoying this topic, I'm going to be doing a deep dive of this with Jim Bob from the YouTube channel Made with Jim Bob on Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. That's this Sunday, the 1st of March, 4 p.m. Eastern Time. This video here only scratches the surface, and we'll be going for hours on this one. You won't want to miss it. So if you want to be a part of that, then you can hit the notification bell below, and whenever I go live, you'll be notified, which is at least 5-6 times a week, sometimes even 7 times a week. But the best way that you can be notified is you can join the Discord. It's going to be pinned below in the comments, and it's also going to be in the bio. And that way you will get a notification every single time. Discord is obviously free, and it always will be. So jump in the community down below.
Last year I tried to do all my holiday marketing myself. Spent 2 weeks getting product photos, updating my sales site, launched late, lost sales. This year, I got GenSpark.
Make a snowboard poster from these images.
I will see you there.
So I'm now taking I'm doing a situational moral system there. If I murdered a person out of self-defense, that's considered good in some countries. In other places, you've just killed somebody. Over here, you just saved somebody's life. You're a hero and a villain at the same moment. So you have to decide which one is your belief. If you have a belief that that one's good by saving her and this one's bad by killing him, but saving it because it's defense, then that's the situational ethics that you put yourself in. I'm not going to make it good or bad. I don't know.
This is insane. So you could just make yourself the hero, and so Hitler's just the hero. Hitler was just morally good. And his ethic, like...
know exactly what that's going to be in that setting. I know that hypotheticals, it's easy to come up with hypotheticals, but the probability of
You
your
don't need
wife having an attacker
hypotheticals.
is less likely
use
unless she's somehow
actual
trying to live in
events.
anxiety and overprotection and putting
Not
herself in
bad.
a position where that
Probably
might
should've just
happen.
fought, but
I would rather her, not be in a position where that happens. Rather do what I can to keep that from happening.
So once again, he's a moral anti-realist. He doesn't believe in good or evil. He just believes that things happen. And when this moral anti-realist talks about situational ethics, what he means is pretty simple. There aren't any fixed moral rules built into reality. Right and wrong depend on circumstances and situations. You look at the situation in front of you and you decide what is justified in that moment. And this is a particular worldview, but it's obviously only one branch of ethics. It's only one way in which people choose to actually think about ethics. When we talk about ethics more broadly, we're basically asking, how do we decide what the right thing to do is? And there are all different types of ethical systems and philosophies that people debate the merit of. Some people take a deontological view, meaning there are moral rules or duties that shouldn't be broken. Others take the utilitarian view, where what matters most is the outcome, the greatest good for the greatest number of people. And then there's virtue ethics, which focuses on character, becoming the kind of person who tends to act right. So you probably already know that, but I think it's important here to give a little bit more context about the ethics debate.
So let's just say Hitler, not the deontology, but the other one, I can't remember the name all of a sudden. But he just said it. But so if a certain if a certain action has a good outcome, like say Hitler got rid of all the Jews, all the stuff, but somehow the world became better, right? Say we didn't go to war, right? Say he took over Europe and that he stopped there and he got rid of all the Jews but the world got better. Like the economy was booming and great and everything. It's like, so you think, so his actions would then be moral. You could do a terrible, hideous, evil thing, right? You could kill a million babies, but because there's somehow a good, like after that evil thing happened, you then have an outcome that you like, right? It is now a good thing that you did. That is just hideous evilness. Like just utter evil. It's disgusting.
Itself. At the end of the day, this is an ethics debate, whether or not Aubrey Marcus knows it. And the ethical system that John is using here is situational ethics. Now, an immediate critique that I would level at the situational ethicist is that it completely lacks any objective standard. So therefore, with the right situation and with the right circumstances, absolutely anything could be labeled as morally justified. Think about that for a second. Let's move on.
Take out her anger on him, so she took it out on the child.
Hitler was morally justified.
I'm not making it. I'm just trying to give
It's not okay. It's just fundamentally not. It's not okay to beat a child to a pulp. It's not okay to sexually assault a child. It's not okay to murder people wantonly. There is something actually fundamental inside of us that is actually on a driving force towards life, love, freedom, the experience to live this beautiful world.
I
And
think
if
it's
somebody
built
is
into people,
intentionally interfering
but
with that,
people
we
still do
have
bad
an
things.
obligation, we have an obligation to try and prevent or stop it.
Well, all I know is that the
I
gentleman
actually agree with the
grew up,
whammy-pammy dude,
To
surprisingly.
continue my point that I'm making, at 8.5 years old, all the girls that he targeted for pet were at 8.5, even though he went up to 33 years old. Now, some of the girls were meeting him in a dressing room at a mall and having multiple sex with him. These are 8.5-year-old girls having sex multiple times with him. So I'm not interested in the morality here. I'm interested in why do people do what they do? What is it that drives these behaviors? Because if you just make it black and white and you don't look deeper, you assume that that's bad and good, and you never get to understand why that's happening.
No, I don't assume it. I actually know it. I actually know it in my body.
I mean, it's pretty simple. I'm assuming the 8.5-year-olds either didn't have parents that taught them well, or they were already abused. You said they were meeting him. Do we know? Do we know they were meeting them on their own? Do we know if they were being taken there? Do we know maybe they were already abused? Like, yeah, there's gonna be like, I have a 10-year-old sister, 11-year-olds now, I think. So, like, I know, like, I have somebody around that age, and not too long ago was that age. Like, I know how they are. I know how they behave. Like, just know there's something fundamentally inside of you that knows there's something that knows the morality in this is just so wrong. Even like I said, like either the child doesn't understand what's going on, which is more likely. They don't have parents that taught them. They're confused, like not just confused, but like maybe they are searching for something, right, and experience something. Because like at ages you do like something like that, but doesn't mean they're adult. They don't understand the repercussions of their actions. Let's say they just completely were willing. They aren't understanding of their actions. That's why you can't do these things. They're not an adult. They don't understand what their actions mean. They just don't. And also I don't trust that they were doing it completely willingly. So I don't know who he was talking about or whatever, but
like I think,
Well,
and I think this
but-
is actually a common sense sacred axiom with if you see somebody abusing somebody innocently, that's wrong.
Okay. So I have to say, Aubrey Marcus, I think he's a smart guy. I've seen him a lot over the years. I think he had a business with Joe Rogan, the On It company. I believe that they started that together. But I really don't think that he's actually equipped to have this debate. You can see throughout this exchange that he's talking about and appealing to universal morality and ethics. And he seems indignant with the Doctor's worldview. And look, fair enough, on face value, you can see why people would be indignant about this. But Aubrey, within his worldview, is also the kind of guy that would say, well, there's no right or wrong way to do religion. Just do ayahuasca and follow Jesus and love is love and my freedom and all that. It's a fundamentally contradictory worldview. He's mashing together all these different perceptions of God and reality and human nature and moral codes into one big cosmic smoothie, making him ultimately a relativist. Now, this might seem like a controversial thing to say, but the only difference between him and the Doctor here, really, is that the Doctor has a more airtight worldview and can actually explain what he means by things. And the reason for this is that Aubrey is a spiritually eclectic New Ager, and I could be wrong about this. I don't know all of the details of his worldview, but I think that I've watched enough of him over the years, and I've spent enough time in Bali to kind of understand it. He's essentially a relativist spiritual humanist. I would assume he thinks that morality and spiritual truth are subjective, experience-driven, and synthesized from multiple traditions. And this is in contrast to Dr. DeMartini, who is an anti-realist that has a coherent system explaining behavior and values psychologically. The problem with Aubrey is that he makes all sorts of universal claims that he actually can't ground in anything objectively. He might say that there's something inside us that makes us strong, but when pressed, he'd probably appeal to some vague life force or energy. He talks about inner drive towards life, love, and freedom, but I doubt he could explain it clearly outside of his cosmic spiritual soup. But the key point here is that, like Dr. DeMartini, Aubrey Marcus is a relativist. But the difference is that Aubrey very often oversteps and tells us what we ought to do. Now, I want to make this clear. I don't actually disagree with the surface level claims that Aubrey is making a lot of the time, but it's how he got there. That's what I disagree with. And we're analyzing this philosophically here, just remember that. So, I agree with a lot of the things that he says, but I don't think that we get there from the energy god lob. But anyways, this video is a critique of moral anti-realism, and it's a critique of New Age philosophy, in case you haven't noticed. Both of them, in my opinion, are just as useless and arbitrary as each other. Anyways, on to the next one now, which is a good one in terms of picking up contradictions in the Doctor's worldview. Let's see if you pick it up.
That's a perspective.
That's not a perspective. That's not for that to be a perspective. Then why do we even have laws? Why do we feel? Why does like you could take all kinds of different individuals and you could expose them to this image and they'd be like horrified by this, right? Because it lives anthro-ontologically. It lives in our body. We actually have value built in.
Let me add something here. I've had the opportunity to work with thousands of people that have been through these traumas and these terrible things.
Oh my God. I love the fact that he just did the quotes. I would love to get him into a room of people that have been raped and all these stuff and have him do that exact same thing with those tones. They would tear him limb from limb.
And as long as you have that idea that it's all bad or it's all good and it's black and white, they're trapped the rest of their life. Because now they're a victim of that.
Just because you don't have to be a victim because something bad happens to you. You don't have, just because something bad happens to you doesn't make you a victim. I know it's a word, like, yeah, a word, but like the idea that we talk about a victim, of like the victim mentality, where you're a victim in your head all the time. No. But even then, what are you supposed to think? Oh yeah, that person doing that thing to me was good somehow? Like, now, so you're saying, oh no, that person murdering me or cutting off my arm or murdering my child, that was good to me. That was good somehow. Like, these people are so sick.
I'm at teaching people how to be a master of their destiny, not stay victims of history. When I show them how to find the blessings out of it and the upsides to that and be able to see the things,
the upsides of being raped, the upsides of child
right
molestation,
now is out
the
of jail.
upsides of
He's not a
murdering
pedophile anymore. We've dissolved the issue. He hasn't had any issues because we found out what the real reason was, and we changed his life.
Yeah, you're full
We
of
also
shit.
helped him appreciate
You're full
what
of
his mother
shit.
was doing because he had an overprotective person in the family. Whenever you have overprotective people in the family, you get a perpetrator that's aggressive.
I think you're full
When
of
he
shit.
starts to, when you understand the psychology
I think
that's driving
I
both
think
of
that
these
same
poles,
person would do the
you take out the morality on this, and you
bullshit. I think the exact same the person he's talking about, whoever he's talking about, will offend again. Well, they'll either offend again or I don't know where the, like, obviously if he's done that kind of stuff, he better be not locked up or something. If he's done this to a whole bunch of people, right? If he's done this to a whole bunch of people, if he's not locked up, like, better be locked up. Like, I'm just getting angry thinking about it. He's locked up, and if he's not locked, that's something. If he's locked up, right, and if he's not locked up, he will offend again. I just, there's just no way he won't, especially if he's done this multiple times.
you start
I
understanding
don't
why
believe
do
him.
people do what they do. To just label it bad or good is not going to get you anywhere except.
I mean, there's evident proof of this, like so many times where they've had these people like come out of jails in these whatever situations. Like that guy that came on Joe Rogan. There's that guy that came on Joe Rogan who was like, they let him out of jail or whatever. Let him out of jail and stuff, and then he had a guy's body stuffed in his fucking freezer within like a couple months or whatever. Like, why does that have a thing at five fucking blades? But yeah, I don't believe him. I don't believe this person is cured or whatever bullshit. Like, I think this person deserves to be, like, he shouldn't be allowed in America. He shouldn't be allowed in America. Like, his head should be on a chopping block.
Keeping them victims. But if they go in and find out how it comes out on the other side, they can sit down and get on with their life and look back at that and say thank you.
Is Zoom or
Okay, but the person that did the things or whatever, right, should not be allowed to get on with his life. These are the type of people that says that we shouldn't punish these people either.
Riverside better for podcasts?
He's dissolving
But I got you. Riverside is your
them of
one-stop
any accountability.
So you guys,
any accountability, we shouldn't punish these people. It was because he had some overbearing parent or some shit.
may have figured this out, but the question here is, well, is that a good thing if they're not victims? Why would it even be a negative thing if they remained in a victim mindset for the rest of their lives and just repeated the cycle?
You don't
Why
need to
are
be
you encouraging them
in a
to
victim
dig
mindset,
into
even
this
if it happens to
mindset
you.
or this
As a matter of
illness
fact,
they've got
Christianity
and actually
and
change that
Christians
when ultimately
teach you
it
not to
doesn't
stay in
matter
the
at all.
victim
According
mindset,
to
even
Dr.
if bad things
Martini,
happen
it's just
to you.
something that happens, and it could be a good thing. And this is not just my words. In the next section, he actually says that.
What happens when that ends up in a fatality? Someone murders a child. Like they don't have the
I've
opportunity
gotten to
to be
work
great.
with that.
They don't
I've
have. You haven't gotten to work with the murdered child.
I have, not the murdered child, but the family that's
Well,
left
that's
over.
what I'm talking about. Like the murdered child doesn't have a chance to be grateful
Well,
for
I
being
don't.
murdered.
I don't know what's going on in the psychology of the murdered child. Because I didn't get to work with the murdered
Yeah,
child.
they're dead, you
But
dumb
I do know I
shit.
get to work with the family, and I get to watch the dynamics in the family and how it shifts, and watch the upsides to that event. Because to
This
say
guy
it's
is
just
so
an evil event and there's no benefits to it is very narrow.
No benefits
The
to
reality
your
is that
murdered
there's
child.
upsides to that event. I worked with a lady after the big event.
There's upsides to the murder.
If
of
I ever
children.
meet this person,
There's upsides to it.
I couldn't.
I think we're gonna have to stop here, John.
Yeah, I would. If I was talking to this guy, I wouldn't even be as gracious as this guy. I would probably jump across the table. I would have jumped across the table, and there would have been. They would have had to pull me out, man. They would have had to have called the cops on me.
Well, you're too black and white, I guess, for me to be able to share.
I mean,
can I share my story? You can turn it
Sure.
off. I don't care. I'm not here attached to it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you that I went to the thing with the Timothy McVeigh thing that was blowing up in there, and I met with the family that had the little girl, the little blonde girl that was killed in the bombing. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I met with the family. I talked to the whole family. She said, and this is her quote, "One of the greatest things that ever happened in my life is that bombing." That's what she said. This is the mother who lost the child. And there's a picture of the restaurant with a girl there, with a blonde girl there. She now has 2 children, one that looks almost identical. She has a new relationship with a new man. Her business is booming. Her life is unfolded. She's now contributing. The daughter is contributing in a way from the story. And she looked at it and she says, if that hadn't happened, I would not be where I am today. I was with a alcoholic husband that was beating me and my daughter. My life was on Skid Row almost, and that event changed my life, and it blessed me with a new husband, new children, new things like that. So I just go, okay,
so she overcame tragedy, but the event itself, this is completely a different mindset. This is retarded mindset. So he's making it sound like the good thing is her daughter dying and getting blown to bits. No, she overcame tragedy, and because of a bad thing, her life changed. Or she was like, it snapped her out of things, or it helped her change. Sure. I don't think it's the best thing that happened to her life. There's a different mindset, and I think he's probably twisting it for his. He's definitely twisting it for his ideology. But overcoming a bad thing and making your life better or something, that's exactly like what overcoming adversity and overcoming the bad thing. Yeah, that's exactly what Christianity preaches. And that sounds but I don't think she's like, yeah, I would, if she had the opportunity to take back her kid being blown up. If she does if she wouldn't, then I would question her morals. But I'm pretty sure most parents would take back their kid getting blown up. They would probably wish to end up in that life any other way besides their child being blown to smithereens. And I'm pretty sure he's twisting the words of the parent. I don't believe him at all. I don't trust him.
He has this perspective that this has been a great turning point in her life. We don't want to rob people of that. We don't want to rob people.
Yeah,
we don't want to rob people of the murder of their child.
Of her life.
So the problem with Dr. DeMartini's argument here is the word murder.
Murders a child.
Murder isn't just a death. Murder is the unjustified killing of another human being. So when he's saying that you can't call the murder of a child bad because there may be upside, he's blurring categories already. There is a huge difference between the claim, I found growth or I found a silver lining in a tragedy, and saying, I'm glad the tragedy happened. The first is about human resilience. And
yes.
The second,
and that's exactly what Christianity teaches, to find that resilience.
Is somehow good, which is a very big claim. But here's the deeper issue. If the original act is neither good or bad, it's just a thing that happens, then why call the later outcome good? You can't deny the moral consequences at every level of the act and then later on smuggle it back in through the consequences. This starts to sound like consequentialism. There was more good that came from the suffering, therefore the suffering wasn't bad. But if
what
this logic holds,
why is that
then all sorts of atrocities
what is going on, man?
could be seen as good things because of the downstream effects, the downstream positive effects of the atrocities. But the Christian ethicist would reject that, for example. The deliberate
could I
killing
not
of an
outspeed
innocent
a fucking
person
90?
is always wrong, not just because of outcomes,
the
but
flaps
because
open, I
human
didn't
life
realize it.
has intrinsic dignity, grounded in being made in the image of God. Good can come from evil, but that never turns evil into good. Growth after the tragedy doesn't justify the tragedy itself. And Aubrey's
Yeah,
indignation at the claim
Jake
is fair, I
has much
guess. I mean,
better-
when you're hearing
like, he
something
can
that
explain it
sounds
much
really
better than
evil.
I think we're going to have to stop here, John.
But in this setting, when having a more philosophical discussion, he may have been able to listen carefully and counter some of the claims. But he's not a debater and he's not as seasoned.
Yeah, and to be fair, I would have a hard time even debating this. I would just someone else with a bigger stomach, like a tougher stomach than I, would have to do it, because when someone's debating this, especially fervently defending these evils like child molestation and pedophilia and murdering people and stuff, and saying that these are goods, and especially describing situations that have occurred, actual situations that have occurred, I would want to beat the, like, sitting across from that person. I would probably want to do things that would not, like, I wouldn't allow that person to walk out of the studio. So somebody much tougher than I would have to take that fight. I already have an issue with anger, so
seasoned in picking apart worldviews. And honestly, hindsight is always 20/20, and I can't say that I would have done any better on the spot. But let's move on.
When I was 15, I went to a dungeon of the Inquisition. And I saw all of these torture devices.
Oh,
It
the
was
Inquisition. Right,
horrific. These torture devices, I would say 80% of them had to do with torturing genitals. So, I don't know, numbers are somewhere in the many millions of different people who were tortured for years with the most horrific, sadistic...
And the motive? What was the motive for them to torture him?
That doesn't matter. Torturing an individual is actually fundamentally wrong. Like taking someone's...
that I would disagree with. I mean, it's not fundamentally wrong for torture. I think probably the Inquisition was probably wrong. I'd have to see why the Spanish Inquisition started. I think it was mainly just two religious groups feuding against each other in Spain. So I would probably say, yeah, fundamentally wrong. But torture itself, if you have a group of innocent people, I don't think it's I don't think it's fundamentally wrong if you have one group and another group, and you capture one of the other people's group, like Group A and Group B, and Group A captures one of Group B's people, and that person, like one of their people from their army or something, and that person possibly has intelligence on something, and you would torture said person because there's a good chance they have a bomb, like something that's going to murder all of Group A or something, like, they have like a dirty bomb or something like that. I don't think it's fundamentally immoral to torture. I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, why is it fundamentally more immoral to? It's not immoral to kill person in a war, right? To defend yourself in a war, but it is immoral to torture said person to get the information to stop them from murdering all of you. I don't think. I disagree. Maybe somebody could prove me wrong that torture is immoral, but if somebody has abducted my family members, my little sisters or something, I get one of the people that did it, like say there was multiple people, I get one of the people that did it, they know where they're at, I would torture that person in some of the imagine, but whatever factually, objectively is the most inhumane, cruel way to torture somebody that we know humanly possible, I would do that with the utmost glee. I would torture that person with that utmost glee to get my sisters back. So I just disagree that it's fundamentally wrong.
Genitals and putting spikes through them, or stretching them until they all their bones break repeatedly, slowly over time, There is no justification for that. It's
Well,
unjustifiable.
can I give a justification for it?
You can, but I won't believe.
I don't think the Spanish Inquisition might have a justification, but I think there's a justification for someone doing it. Like, I would do that to somebody, like I said, if they abducted my little sisters or something. So I think there is a justification possibly, but so I think this is unfortunate that the immoral piece of shit is going to get one up on him.
Well, you may not believe it, but that's maybe the limit on your belief.
No, I mean,
let me just give you a belief
If you
system.
saw that actually happen,
if
you couldn't
saw
stand
somebody,
it. You would be vomiting.
If you saw, no, I wouldn't vomit. If
You
you
would.
saw somebody about to blow up with a nuclear bomb, I'm going to use situational ethics because it's hypothetical, like you did. You take
This is not hypothetical. I went to the dungeon. This actually happened.
Okay, but you gave me an earlier one that was hypothetical. So let's go to.
And then I quickly moved on to actual real-world examples,
Good.
like this
Let's
Dungeon
take
of the
somebody that's
Inquisition.
about to do a nuclear.
Yeah, I already talked about the dirty bomb.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you've just now captured people who know all about it. And the only way to get information out of them is torture.
This is now a hypothetical example because that's not what was happening.
But this happens
in the
this
Inquisition.
happens in Cuba. This happens in America every single day. People use torture in order to extract information.
Yeah, but see, that's why I think he lost on the fact that it was not possible. I think what the Spanish Inquisition was wrong. But that's the thing is, that's why I think there's moral objectivism. I can kill somebody and still be morally fine, but then most killing is not morally okay. So, but while this person says all killing could be morally okay, like, that's insane. Just utterly insane.
To save lives.
That's not what the
and
Inquisition
situational
was about.
ethics, but may not. But what you didn't answer the question. What were the reasons why they were torturing them? Were they believing something different? Were they rigid about their beliefs?
Yes.
Were they stuck, and they were making people evil? Why were they torturing them?
I'm pretty sure.
So what I would respond.
I don't know what he's going to say, but I'm pretty sure the Spanish Inquisition was between two groups. Catholics, and I don't know if they were fighting other Catholics or if they were fighting Protestants. I can't remember, but it was the Catholic Church trying to like hold yeah.
On is that there's a field of value. There's actually
So
a
not
field
gonna-
of value,
I
and
get this
sometimes if you make one value
I got a
absolute,
critical
like
on
"thou
him,
shalt not kill," I don't agree with that. I believe that there is a time
The
to kill and there's
largest
a time
killer
to
of
not.
history is the Old Testament God. 24,970 deaths in the Old Testament.
I don't know where he got that number, but I call bullshit. I don't know how you could even possibly get that number. I don't think many of the times where God calls to like kill certain groups, I don't think there's a number given. Okay, we got him. But "thou shalt not kill" is the wording is not correct. I mean that this is commonly misquoted. It's "thou shalt not murder." So that's right there. "Thou shalt not murder." A justified killing is one in defense. That's not murder. "Thou shalt not kill," like "thou shalt not murder." It's not "thou shalt murder."
Yeah, and
So
my
without
and
shalt
father,
not-
And I think this is also a common mistranslation because the King James version, one of the version, like King James version, I think one of the early versions was quite poorly translated from Greek. So, I mean, it's not like, for what it is, it does just fine. But like murder and kill, like they're pretty interchangeable, and I think the meaning still gets across just fine. But murder, like I think most new Bibles have a thing talking about the version of the word, like how the word was used at the time in the Greek, and like the most applicable way and everything. So it's a common mistranslation.
Father,
sure it is, of course. And Father Sean O'Leary in his book "Setting God Free" puts God on trial for crimes against humanity.
Yeah.
That, and then ultimately comes to the conclusion that that was a projection of our own idea. So I'm
They're
not
all,
trying to. I'm
all
not
these
trying
are projections of human limitations.
That's where we have a fundamental disagreement. That I believe that there is fundamental value and there is fundamental right and wrong.
You have two different views. You got the relativist and absolutist. The absolutist really narrows their mind and says that's good and that's bad and that's it. And don't bug me. Don't try to change my opinion.
Yeah.
The relativist says, but what about this situation? And what about this situation?
No, there's a middle path, though. There's a
the
middle
path is a relativist.
No.
Yeah, that's the thing is he doesn't realize that he's closer to the relatives than the the moral objectivists. Like moral objectivist says right, wrong. Anything else is relativist. Even if you try to be like, well, some of these are objective and some is no, you're still technically in the relative camp then. If it's not objectivist is only there's only right and wrong. So I feel bad for him because I kind of feel bad for him, but he's kind of, digging his own grave. But that's why he shouldn't be the one arguing this. This guy's arguing against his own, not his own side, but he's the bad, you can't really take him down because he doesn't have stuff based on good. He's not based on good argument, good fundamentals. Which unfortunately makes this guy look good, smart. Come on. There we go. Triple.
No, it's not.
Yes.
No, it's not. It's that there is situation does play a part.
Aristotle's golden mean and the golden virtue was the middle path, the Buddhist middle path. Equanimity was the middle path of Christianity. That is the middle path. It's the synthesis of opposites. And the synthesis of opposites, life and death, build and destroy. Your body right now has mitosis and apoptosis. It has oxidation and reduction. It has dehydrogenase, hydrogen. It has pairs of opposites. It has agonist and antagonist.
Good.
And you're living and dying at this moment. Every single day you're living and dying. Part of you is dying right this minute. You're killing yourself with pre-programmed genetic codes to make sure you die, and your cells are dying and remodeling and re-establishing with neuroplasticity, bioplasticity, myoplasticity. You're killing yourself
You're
every
acting
single
as
day.
if I said death is bad.
It's not.
I didn't say
Neither
that.
is good. Is life good?
Neither is life good?
No, life has got benefits and drawbacks. Bringing some people into life is their torture.
The one who dies with the most toys wins.
Look at this amazing demonstration.
I want to feel more beautiful.
You've got to learn to get more pleasure out of this kid. You'll get more pleasure out of this. Yes. You don't want to less. You've got to learn to get more pleasure out of this. You'll get more pleasure out of this.
That commercial seems like it was perfectly spotted in this.
Prototype test, begin.
Okay, so Aubrey looks shocked by this, but actually this is not an uncommon view. Antinatalism comes to mind here, which holds that it is morally wrong to bring new people into existence because life inevitably involves suffering. In fact, we had Rachel Wilson come on the channel and debate an antinatalist, which was fascinating, if you haven't seen it, by the way. You've also got existential pessimism or nihilism. Certain strands of existential thought, examples early Nietzsche, highlight life's meaninglessness and inherent suffering, arguing that existence itself is often a burden. I mean, The Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus is literally an entire book based around one single question: should we kill ourselves? Camus was an absurdist, meaning that he viewed life as ultimately absurd, sort of like a clash between man's search for meaning and the universe's ultimate silence. So all this to say, there are deep roots in this sort of nihilist philosophy, and this sort of thing should come as a surprise to absolutely no one. How do you think the tech elites and globalists and transhumanists and the likes justify their actions?
Tell if he's crashing or landing. Be crashing.
Everybody's going to have a different level of awareness. at the very bottom, as Kohlberg said in his moral development, the very bottom of the moral development, there's right and wrong and black and white and reward and punishment and heaven and hell and all that stuff. As you go up, it becomes more abstract, and you understand situational ethics until you finally understand universal laws. When universal laws are there, you realize that these are synthesis of opposites. And that's what the purpose of the dialectic was used from Zeno. It was there to teach people to honor both sides of life.
Zeno?
So at first, you're going to avoid that, seek that. But as the Buddha said very beautifully, the desire for that which is unobtainable and the desire to avoid that which is unavoidable is the source of human suffering. People are suffering trying to get rid of half of their life. If you look and you did a drone viewing of you or me or any human being for 3 months at a time and video recorded them 24 hours a day, you wouldn't see a hero without a villain. You wouldn't see a saint without a sinner. You wouldn't see a positive without a negative. You wouldn't see a like without a dislike. Nature has a balance of opposites, and wisdom is the embracing of the two sides of life, not the fantasy of one-sidedness. No, I've been studying this 53 years, and I'm certain that there's two sides of life. You have two sides. If I video recorded you 24
you've
hours a
wasted
day,
your
you
life,
know
that's
you're
for sure.
probably never going to put me on your show. If I videotaped you and I got your wife and your family and your kids and put you and really videotaped you, you'd be hero and villain. And you have to face that.
And you know that?
Yeah. Because I know human beings. They have both sides.
But, so you can know me.
I don't
but
know you. I just know human beings.
You
They
know
have both
all
sides.
human beings.
No.
Just
I
because
know
you
that
studied
human
53
nature
years?
has a set of values.
Sure.
And they are going to have their values supported and challenged throughout their day in life.
For sure.
And they're going to react nice and mean and kind and cruel. And if you try to deny that in yourself, well, then you're in denial. Because that's
Look,
nature.
everybody is capable of the
both.
greatest of both. I agree
Hero
with
and
you.
villain.
I agree
I
with you.
already-
We're capable of
I
it, but it
have
doesn't
no
mean that
desire
we
to
choose.
Okay, that's so retarded. Yes, I'm able to be as gentle with a baby, and then I'm able to go outside and kill somebody just like that. Just like that. Okay? I can just get in my car, run somebody over. Simple. Like, I could just turn off my brain, right? I could just close my eyes, turn off my brain, whatever. People are capable of that. That doesn't make them morally good. It doesn't make the actions good. It doesn't make, like, just because someone's capable of something. Oh my god. These people are so stupid. So stupid. The fact anyone buys into this bullshit is just indicates how stupid humans are.
Get rid of myself. If you want to love yourself, you're never going to love yourself trying to get rid of half of yourself. You are not going to love yourself trying to.
Look, I agree with you
you're gonna
actually
have-
here.
Why do you think loving yourself is something we should have to do? I think bettering yourself is something that you should do. That's how you get happier. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, you'll never have to love yourself. But if you want to strive and get better, that's where, like, the work, the improvement, the striving, that's where you become happier. Is in that trying to do better. Thinking that apparently you have two halves, you have an evil half and a good half, and that you need to embrace both sides. Like, you have to embrace, like, you're like the Joker, or I don't know, some sort, like, you're like Two-Face, right? It's a Two-Face from Batman. Like, you're Two-Face, and you have to embrace both sides, the lawful side and the injustice, like the evil side. Like, this is insanity. Like, if everyone acted or believed, or even, yeah, if everyone just relatively acted like this person wants or believes, like, there would just be murder everywhere. It would be murder everywhere. And it'd be like, well, you know, there's good in everything that we did. Like, it hurts my brain and my soul so much I can't even really form an argument. That's why, like, I'm not good at argument. Oh shit, what just happened? It says OBS crashed, but we're still streaming, so I don't. Sorry. What is he trying to... What, so we do some bad things once in a while? Is that what he's saying? This person is so evil. I think he honestly deserves to be in jail for the rest of his life. No, they're going to see you. No, they're going to see you as evil. No, I'm pretty sure they're just both going to see you as evil and a piece of shit.
Victory is close. The enemy has captured the airfield. We can't let them keep it. The enemy has captured the airfield. We can't let them keep it.
I want to hit somebody right now, and I'm not doing it. This entire time, he's wanted to probably strike this guy, and he hasn't done it. Hey, we did it. Woohoo! Oh my god. Now he's just using word obfuscation. Because the guy, he sees what the guy was saying is so immoral and it was disgusting him. And he's like, I just can't take this conversation anymore because, like, you're... Like, he's saying, oh, that's the same as attacking me. Like, I saw you attack... Like, people saw you attack me right on your own show. He's, like... Yeah, now he's being... dishonest little piece of shit. So yeah, being a dishonest little piece of shit. He's saying that him saying like I'm just done with this conversation, I'm gonna have to stop this, is the same thing as him having attacked him. Ready to fight? No, if anything, he was ready to flee. Well, how do you know? How do you know he was ready to like? He might not be stopping because he's ready to punch you. It just might be disgusting him. Like me, yeah, it would make me so angry that I would probably do something to you. But like him, he seems like he's relatively peaceful. Good for him. But it literally just might be disgusting him so much that like he can't take it. Like when I see even nowadays, like even for me, it's hard for me to watch like certain groups of people like harmed in movies and stuff. So as far as anyways, he could be just like, it could be just like causing his stomach to hurt. It could be like hurting him, and he could be like, I just don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm sorry. Like the things that you're saying are so disturbing. I don't want to put this in my head. I don't want to think about these things because they're just wrong. They're wrong. And I don't want to think about them because they're just so evil. So, emblem of number 312 Squadron of the Royal Netherlands. But then he's equating that to him fighting him. So stupid. Yeah, it's his podcast, and for me, like, if something's disturbing me, like a movie or something, I would turn it off. I would leave it. And this conversation, if it's disturbing me or it's making me sick or something, I would leave the conversation. So, same thing though. Like that's what I would do. I'd be like, I don't like this anymore. I'm just going to be done with it. He doesn't have any. Why does he have to host you? Like, he was willing to have a conversation on your podcast, but like if you're going to talk about some really gross, disgusting things or things that he finds to be just really morally terrible, then I don't. Why does he have a reason to host you on your podcast? If he just wants to end it, then yeah. Now the fact that he's saying, "Oh, this is him fighting him," like that is such a dishonest bullshit. It's so dishonest and bullshit. This tape. Yeah, this guy is so dishonest. Okay. It's strange and weird. I would say the same thing. No human is perfect, but you still can control yourself. Like, you still have a great control over your own self. Like, you technically could stop yourself from doing everything wrong, but no person will. If that's like, we have free agency, but everyone's gonna fall to sin or things like, yeah, I'm gonna say sin, but like immoral stuff that's immoral, objective like morality. Someone's gonna fall to it, whether it's lying, whether it's cheating, stealing, whatever, right? Murder, something. Let's say you do everything right, but then you stole something, or you did everything right, but then you attack somebody out of aggression and anger. Whatever. Like, let's say you just did nothing else wrong your entire life. Everyone's going to do it at least once, I think. So I kind of understand, but that's just the way from my morals that it works. But he's on a totally different fucking field. He's in a totally different plane. Is this guy?
Erste Aufschläge in Kürze.
How did they know? Damn. Where the fuck is this guy? Hiding in the fucking bushes. Fucking coward just hiding there. How did he take B already?
Panzergranate geladen! Panzergranate geladen! Wir wurden getroffen! MG geladen! Ziel getroffen! Panzergranate geladen!
Fucking airplanes. There he is. Ah!
Panzergranate geladen!
Just over the head.
Wir wurden getroffen! Kette getarnt! Wir wurden getroffen!
Artillerieschlag in eurem Sektor!
Why am I in 6.7? Why am I facing off against fucking... Why am I facing off against, again, Cold War era tanks? This game is so unfucking balanced. Oh my god. Oh, fuck off. Just fuck off, man.
По местам!
Закрыть люки! Механик-водитель к бою готов! Заряжающий к бою готов!
vehicles so much. What horse shit. Just fucking surrounded by cheaters.
Aufsitzen und Bereitschaft Bereitschaft herstellen. Kraftfahrer bereit. Richtschütze bereit. Ladeschütze bereit. Attention to the map.
Dude, I hate anyone that plays those vehicles should just die.
Panzergranate geladen.
What is up with this bullshit? What is up with this? God damn, dude. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and sign off. Thanks everyone that stopped in and watched. I will see you guys later. Bye bye.